It's time for Post-Orthodoxy, a show about changing our minds.
Yeah, baby.
With your hosts, Dark and Ainsley Sevier.
Maybe what they believe about reality isn't all of reality.
What?
I know, right?
We're on a mission to have a better time with more people more often.
The question is more, how do you get there?
Post-Orthodoxy explores strongly held beliefs, how those belief systems divide or connect people, and what might be found beyond those reality bubbles.
Keep calm. Don't lose your head.
I've got a piece of chocolate here with me because I got anxiety about doing this.
Welcome to this neighborhood, neighbor.
And now for real this time. For real this time, welcome to this neighborhood.
Yeah, we're here now.
Yep, previous video was for some reason like, no sound for you. So I don't know why that happened, but we appreciate all of you guys bearing with us. We're back. Back, babies.
It's the usual fix of unplugging and plugging it back in again.
Restarting everything. We don't know why.
Technology's come so far.
Well, and I guess that's just my hubris and my naivete, is that I feel as though because I have already set everything up and nobody was walking through this room and we didn't do anything different, that I shouldn't have to do all of the checks every time.
I'm going to propose that we're often hopping between parallel universes, and sometimes when we do, switches get flipped in the machine.
Oh.
So we had to.
I wouldn't be surprised, honestly.
We had to get hip to the present reality that we're existing in today. Welcome to the show.
Yeah. We're in the now.
Yeah.
True.
Yes. I'm excited to be back again for another marathon day. This is day number 4 of turning on the camera at noon and not turning it off till after 8.
That's
PM.
right. So Dark has decided that because we started 11 minutes late, we're going to have to go 11 minutes late tonight. Right. I don't know if my morale will make it the last 11 minutes.
I have to say,
we promised you 8 hours in exchange for your sustaining donation, and here we are.
Yeah, I figured, at the end of the show, there definitely was some fatigue at the end of last night's show, but I could have very easily ramped up for another hour at least.
Yeah. I was starting to mix words up a little bit, that's for sure. I was starting to say things strangely.
It's hard for me to talk in the first place, so when it starts getting late,
oh boy,
the cat's out of the bag.
We have an exciting day today. Let me just check my notes.
Yeah.
Incoming news story
for the podcast people later on. So it actually sounds like thunder, like those.
It does,
in the theater when they shake the metal sheet. And
from the turn of the century.
That's how they make. Yeah. I mean, we still do that in theater now.
That's the real thing.
No, a lot of theaters do have audio-visual capabilities where they can just play theater over the in the sound. Yeah. But I mean, like if you're out in a theater in the round in the woods or something, or like a black box or a nice organic.
That's great. That's
project theater. I think
that's fun to know.
They still make the kids do that in school.
Oh, that's
for sure.
Awesome.
The ye olde art of Foley.
The art.
Yeah.
Yes. Little do they know.
SFX.
No, we got to see this really awesome production of. It was like a meta production of Orson Welles' radio play about the aliens landing.
War of the Worlds.
But it was in the Motherlode Theater.
Wow.
On a live stage, and they had this bombed out building. You were looking at the interior of a building, but it was free flowing, so the characters could run up the stairs, out the building, and then you would see them running behind the bombed out building out in the street, quote unquote. Wow. And they were doing all of the light and sound on stage by hand. So it was like 7 people trading characters and trading, one character would be like sitting on his desk tragically reading the news, and the other character would be like flashing spotlights out into the audience, or
Sure.
Yeah, it was a meta narrative where it was current times or maybe slightly in future times of some people at a radio station doing a live broadcast of War of the Worlds the way that he did it.
Oh, got it.
But I think perhaps
it was
during there was
happening.
an actually happening.
Like they were using Orson Welles' War of the Worlds to try to alert people that there really were aliens. Because you would see like giant red lights float past the windows outside. Like it was pretty cool.
Oh, that would have been fantastic.
It was pretty cool, yeah.
That's well done.
Mm-hmm. So the people still do organic Foley in theater a lot of the time.
Yeah.
That's neat.
So our first guest today is going to be coming in at 1:30 in the afternoon, Fabio Vigi.
Yay, excited.
Very excited.
Very excited.
Return guest.
The most traffic we've ever gotten on an episode on any of our platforms has been Fabio Vigi, because people have been Googling him a lot because he's saying the fucking shit.
He's saying the stuff, man.
saying
The
the
first
shit,
time I
man.
read his article, I'd like stabbed around at some ideas at the end of season 1 or end of season 2. What season are we in? 3?
3.
End of season 2. And then I found this guy's article, I think on Twitter or something, even though he's not on Twitter. It got shared around. And I read his article, and I'm like, oh my God, he's like been saying so much of what we're saying wrapped up into a few paragraphs. I feel like I get bits of news from various sources where I can only depend on the socioeconomic from this, but I can't really deal with some other aspect. Fabio's stuff just feels like drinking water on a hot day. Like all the stuff. He's just saying all the things in one place.
Well,
and he seems to, and his stuff has been, what do you call that? He's been scrying the future with his writing.
Prescient.
Very prescient.
Yeah.
There's a piece that he wrote that we'll post in the comments that he wrote on March 14th at the very beginning of the story of the Ukraine.
Mm-hmm.
And everything that he was pretty much predicting, the premise of what we're doing, but the actual situation says this is what will happen. The this is what will happen part is happening now.
Yeah.
So I'm really excited to talk to him about that article and him calling it.
Yeah.
And what's interesting now, because that was his last piece from March 14th.
Well, how cool is it that he's calling it like it is a few weeks before you can call it like it is?
This is mathematics. This is what we're talking about. If you find the pattern and you like, hey, if this part of the pattern works, it looks like all this other shit overlays.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm excited to have him on the show. And I'm excited to have you. Everybody, if you don't know, this is Mark French.
Yeah, Mark French.
Mark French knows more things than I do about subjects regarding economics especially. So I'm excited to have somebody who can help us translate the complex lexicon of finance into words that folks like myself can integrate.
It's been really fun.
We are lucky to have you.
Yes, very much.
Same.
So lucky.
Yeah.
Same.
Wow.
I've learned so much. Huge supporter of the show. Have been for a really long time. I just believe in these talks. I believe, and look at all the guests that have been on just this weekend.
Right.
I mean, let's take a minute and acknowledge the people that have already stopped by. I mean,
thank you so much.
Really amazing people. I mean, Adrian, Ray, Molkai.
Mm-hmm.
You can just go on and on. I mean,
and our interactive viewers, old Deb, Lil Funk Monkey from yesterday.
Yeah.
Stone Fruit Media popping in. Stone Fruit Media has his own new content that he's creating. The Hard Line on YouTube you can find.
Yeah, very exciting.
And Mark French co-hosts that. Seems to be an ongoing thing you guys are going to be doing.
Yeah, it's going to continue for a while until it, doesn't
no
make
longer
sense.
serves.
Yeah.
Hey, thanks for tuning in, old Deb. We appreciate you being here and being a longtime subscriber at postorthodoxy.com.
Yay.
Yeah.
We got some constructive feedback today from another longtime subscriber at postorthodoxy.com saying if you guys are doing a fundraiser drive, there should be a donate now button, which I believe in. I learned a lot participating in the KBMF fund drives every year. We just have people on the phones. If there were DJs that didn't feel comfortable asking for money, people would sub in and take over their show and play music and pop on and be like, hey, if you like this, you can support what we're doing. And you are, in fact, the only people supporting what we're doing.
Right.
And the same story goes here. We're not doing a fundraiser for a big chunk of money like KBMF does once a year. What we're looking for is sustaining donors. Now, places like KBMF and other community radio stations and 501c3s are all looking for sustaining donors.
People who will pitch in every month
Yeah.
to make sure the lights stay on.
So we're sort of spreading it out. Now, I know this is a little bit more of a complex ask because sometimes it's easier to just look in your wallet and be like, okay, today I can do this much,
Right.
But I like the idea of creating, and I'm going to talk with my web designer about adding a button that is for a one-time donation on the website. But what we're looking for this weekend and in the future weeks is people who can create, we're decentralizing the boss. People who can create a sustaining income for Post-Orthodoxy to cover the work that we're doing here.
Yeah.
So that's why we're talking about $5 a month.
Yeah, I mean, you'll go out to dinner and throw down $5 tip on one dinner, and we're creating 4 shows a month. So $5 for 4 shows feels like a pretty good deal.
Yeah. 4 live streams plus 4 podcasts after the fact.
As it has been, as it has been in the past, we may be morphing the show format.
As above, so below.
Yeah, we may be morphing things around. We want
might.
to keep
I've really
doing what
liked
we're
this
doing.
Salon. Yeah.
Yeah, this has been an experiment into actually having a true salon, and you can't do a salon from noon to 2 because there's just not enough time to relax into the flow of conversation, consider some things, have somebody stop by that changes the dynamic of the conversation. That whole movement of these 8-hour shows has been really, I didn't know what we were doing. I was like, let's just do this thing. And then as we got closer to it, I'm like, this is nuts. I don't know how we're supposed to do this.
But
and then
God damn it, Mark already bought a plane ticket.
That's right, right.
Sorry, Billie Jean.
But it flowed out really nice. The shows went really nice. And I really like the neighborhood bar kind of quality of a few people sitting around the table talking about the stuff.
Absolutely.
So thanks everybody who's participated so far. If you know anybody that likes this kind of stuff, please just try share it.
Share the video. You're the only one that can help us beat the algorithms. We don't know which of your friends are interested in this kind of stuff. We don't know which friends you know who watch Jimmy Dore or Russell Brand or Joe Rogan or the Young Turks or the Underside Upside or whatever Stone Fruit recommended the other day, or Black Horse Podcast, Dark Horse Podcast. Like, if you know people that are into podcasts or you know people that watch alternative media content, they might be interested in us, but they don't know we exist. And only you guys can help us get to those eyeballs.
Yeah.
Reshare this video on your timeline. That makes a big difference because a lot of us, me and Dark especially, are suppressed by the algorithm.
Yeah, imagine in a near future time.
Hey, Joshua Michael.
In a dystopian society where the aperture of exposure for good-natured journalists like ourselves gets sphinctered shut.
Ethical journalism.
So nobody knows that we're out there. And you're watching that movie, you're like, God damn it, somebody give them some money so they could do their thing. That's what we were asking for. We're
if only people knew.
The metaverse has taken an interest in us to the extent that they don't want other people to see us. So that should be a call to action right there. If the metaverse, I want to drive this point home again. CNN and mainstream media has fallen into disrepute by most people.
Absolutely.
They spent $300 million. I'm going to say this on every show. $300 million to create CNN Plus, which lasted a month and only got 10,000 subscribers and then folded. While Joe Rogan, who CNN was outright slandering over and over, lying over and over, gained 2 million new viewers while they were trying to slam him. So there's been a shift. And I think if you fall under the red gaze of the censors and the AI on these platforms, I'm starting to see that as a brand that I can trust. I haven't seen a lot of like real, I don't know of anybody who's been kicked off that I'm like, well, that was really dangerous stuff. Most of the people are saying things that threaten the corporate bottom line is what I can find is the common thread.
Yeah.
So I don't know what exactly they don't like about our content, but they don't like it, and I think that that's great.
I think your content messes with their donors.
Whose donors?
Well, the mainstream news donors.
Traditional, sure,
yeah.
certainly.
Oh,
mainstream news has very specific donors. The U.S.
Right.
The U.S. military-industrial complex and pharmaceutical companies.
Yeah, I was calling out the fact that their fact checkers on Facebook are one of them, which is True
Lead Stories,
which is almost wholly financed by the Rand Corporation, which is completely financed by the U.S. military budget.
Yeah.
Yeah, and has been since the 50s or 60s.
So maybe me just saying, hey, this fact checker actually has a, what do you call that? Conflict of interest.
Conflict of interest is what you would call it in journalism, I believe.
It's really bad. It's really bad, too. It's written like 4th grade level stuff with like no...
Well, and it's always lying.
It would never get through a debate.
The lead stories articles are always misleading. They come up with a giant egregious headline that only partially has something to do with what you're actually talking about in your post.
Yeah.
And then they make in the article, it turns out that they're not actually disproving the thing that you posted. I've never found a Lead Stories fact check article in all of the ones that I've read that is actually disproving the post that the fact check is put on.
No, it's actually moving the goalpost down the road, so they never address the issue.
They all engage in logical fallacies.
I would say all of the ones that they've applied to me that I went and said, see more about it. Sure, I'll go see more. I'm like, it's just obfuscation and misdirection.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not even subtle.
Straw mans. No.
It's really bad.
Joshua Michael has also been shadow banned. Have you gotten notifications saying that your posts are going to get...
Yep.
What do you call it?
Moved down in the feed. What do they call it? I use it as my profile.
Demoted.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My Facebook profile or cover photo is my ban. It's got that nice big red bar across it. It looks violent.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited to be here. I'm excited that we have this platform. We're going to be reading from some independent media today.
I'm going to be really serious. Anytime I see those numbers pop up in our viewership, I'm going to be like, hey, you guys are the ones that can share this.
Yeah,
We
please.
can't get this to anybody.
We're fighting the Borg here.
Yep. I even paid for an advertiser.
Your post will be moved lower in the news feed for at least 90 days. So I was already in a 90-day thing.
And then they put another one in.
Because I was talking about Russia. I was talking about Nazi propaganda techniques.
And how bad it is.
And censorship and how dangerous it is. And they're like, oh, you're sharing Nazi propaganda. And then...
like, no.
It's hate speech. Yeah. So I couldn't, or some damn thing.
That's crazy.
And it was a meme. It was just an image of Goebbels saying, haha, this is how you fucker people. Yeah. And then they fuckered me.
They fuckered you.
Yeah. And then I was on the way out. I was like, okay, people will start seeing pictures of my doggy again.
Right.
And then they got me with this thing where I was reporting. I just shared all the list of food processing plants that have been hit by airplanes, caught on fire, or exploded in the last 6 months.
Yeah.
No commentary, no theory, just a statement of factual events. And then they said, fuck you for another 90 days. So I think it's important to support what we're doing because I feel a lot of the sources that I go to disappear. And unless I know to go look for them, I don't know they've been disappeared.
Yeah.
And when you have a variety of sources that are just flowing through your feed, you don't know what's been taken out of your view of reality.
Yeah.
You don't know who's been disappeared from your life, disappeared from your feed, disappeared from your media ecosystem. It's like when suddenly they're like, well, let's just take the wolf out of the environment. I'm sure it'll be fine because it's hurting our cows. And then all the deer start starving to death. This is what they're doing. They're taking the wolves out of the environment of the mediascape.
The perceived wolves.
The perceived wolves. And what's going to happen, you're going to have a proliferation of deer.
And then there won't be enough food for the deer.
Right. And there's going to be malnourishment for sure.
Yeah.
So
the analogy that we used before last week when we were talking about on our regular show about freedom of expression and inalienable human rights and how far does that go in a healthy way, in a healthy society, the analogy that we used was the rapture, or alien abduction. Everybody has some experience, I would say probably. Most people have some experience in their head of having seen a movie or heard a story or read a book about either the rapture or an alien abduction event, where suddenly you're walking down the street and people around you just start getting poofed away or zapped away. It's very alarming. You would be very alarmed if you were walking down the street in your town and you started seeing people disappear, and you would want to know what was going on and you would want to do something about it.
Yeah, you're waving at the guy at the bakery and then all of a sudden he disappears. Those are the ones that you see disappear.
You don't get that choice in your online neighborhoods. That choice has been taken away from you. You don't get to be alarmed at the people being disappeared from your experience, and you don't get to do anything about the voices you don't have access to anymore because you don't know they're being taken away from you.
And they're giving you a cocktail of things that you, confirmation biases.
Whatever keeps you online the longest.
Right. So the more confirmation bias you have, the more yummy you feel about. They're giving you, it's endorphin rushes, right? They're little tiny endorphin rushes when they give you shit that you want to see. while they're taking away critical thought from your feed or anything contrary to your particular narrow point of view.
Yeah, to set a little context of what you two are currently going through. I mean, even a very serious war correspondent that was the bureau chief for the New York Times at one point and has won a Pulitzer Prize, they made Chris Hedges' entire catalog disappear without warning in a day.
Yeah.
He is I consider one of the most important fearless public intellectuals that is out there speaking right now.
I respect his work.
And so to remove his entire catalog, again, this is like, well, shit, I guess I need to go find it somewhere else and read all of it. If it's that dangerous, they have to get rid of it. Obviously, it's threatening the powers that be, and we should find out what that threat is.
This is why we need a giant hard drive, because I need to download all of our shit.
Right, yeah. Yeah, that's a lot of space.
Yeah, if you want to buy us a hard drive, you can just drop it by the consulate.
Don't give our address out on the
I'm not doing it.
All the terabytes.
All the dangerous people already know where we are. They're listening to us right now.
Dun, dun, dun.
This is also what I liked about the 8-hour shows. If there are actual things beyond the AI, because I know that they do have, you have intelligence and NSA people listening actively to where keywords come up, right? So I like the fact that they have to listen to 32 hours of us in the course of 4 days instead of just the 2 hours per week.
It definitely gets filtered by software first a couple of times.
Yes, yes. I think we have enough keywords.
Yeah. Oh,
in 8 hours.
Yeah, you would do it in 45 seconds sometimes. I didn't think about that. Yeah, they do have to listen to all of you. Yeah.
Oh, demoted.
Yeah, that's true.
We also have Joshua Michael coming on. He's in the chats right now, but he's going to be coming on as a guest later today. And he did mention that we could ask him anything. So we have to confer amongst ourselves.
Where we're willing to go.
How far are we
How much
willing
exposure
to go?
are we
in
willing
his
to
areas of
commit?
expertise.
Yes.
Exactly,
Yes,
that's right.
right.
I'm very curious about a certain few things I've talked with Joshua Michael about before.
Yeah.
And then again, there are other things where it's like, God damn, do we want anybody to see this video?
Well, I think I talked to him before, and I think we can zoom out and not deal with specifics so much as
it's more about the ideology and the effects of the ideology.
An idea or ideas.
We should be able to
talk about
ideas.
questioning authority.
Yes.
As a tool or idea or transgression or like that can be questioning authority seems like that's something
It's
that I think we
healthy.
can express.
We should all be questioning authority all the time.
And maybe we can come up with some real world examples that when this happened, does this seem like a time to question authority? Does it seem like that might be that time?
Yes,
There's different flavors of it.
For sure. And then the last official guest that I have lined up today is JJ Hadley, who is a long-standing repeat co-host of the Jolly Roger Talk Radio Show.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah, so before KBMF censored, gagged, and banned us from the radio station, we were almost to our 100th episode of a weekly kid co-hosted talk radio show where I would have a different kid into the station every week and talk about their lives and their parents and their pets and their bullshit but we couldn't say bullshit, and one of my favorite stories that I like to tell about JJ is because he was 16 already at the time when he started co-hosting, so he was already deep into he knew all the things.
Yeah.
What's that one quote? Children spend most of their energy protecting parents from what the children already know.
Yes.
That's a horrible modern plagiarism of it, but it's like...
Oh, that was...
it's effective.
Marie Sindak.
Yeah.
Kids spend all their energy protecting their parents.
Right.
From what the kids already know.
the kids already know.
Yeah.
They have
Trying
to
not to be offensive.
They have to pretend they don't know about those things.
Because the parents would feel bad if they knew that their kids knew about sex and that blah, 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 blah.
Right.
All the things that they think they're protecting the kid from.
Right.
The kid is protecting the parent from that awareness because it would be too much.
Right.
Yeah.
So JJ's in the station and he's telling the story about one time when he went to go meet a friend and the friend wasn't there, and then so he was just farting around in that friend's fridge looking for some snacks, and then he turns around and suddenly the friend's standing right behind him or something like that. And he said, and it scared the jammies out of me. I'm like, you can say bejesus.
Yeah.
Like, you can't say cunt, shit, fuck. Like,
Jammies, but that was a quick.
He was like,
that you got to be light on your
just in
feet
case,
for that.
just
That
in
was like-
case. He was like, I'm not going to compromise this radio
When in doubt.
station.
When
that
in
was
doubt.
slick.
Yes, it was
Yeah.
very slick. And he was, he told another story one time about, well, I'll save it for the show because
Yeah,
he
save it for the
can
show.
he can tell the whole story
Oh,
later,
right.
uncensored
Yeah.
this time. But yeah, anyway, we were always pushing the line a little bit, but he saved my ass several times when other DJs had to drop out, and I'd be like texting him like,
Where are
you
you?
out of school? And
Yeah.
he's like, I'm walking up to the station right now. And I'm like, yes!
Yeah, superhero.
Yes! And it was great content. People
Yeah.
fucking loved it. So I'm putting all of the Jolly Roger Radio Show archives on mixcloud.com/redhandedjill, which was my DJ name. It was a
Yeah.
pirate-themed show. JJ's a grown-ass young man now and is the speech and debate champion. So,
Not surprised.
right? Anyway, I got to stop talking about it because I'm going to tell all the stories before he shows up. But
Don't do that.
I'm really excited to be doing live content with him again
Yeah, me too.
and for you guys to meet him.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
welcome to
I'm
the
excited.
salon.
It's gonna
We,
be
we
great.
may have to change the name of the show or something if we move into a salon thing.
Yeah, well,
We might have to just change the name.
Outpost in the Borderlands.
Yeah.
Welcome to the Outpost.
Yeah, the Outpost, sure.
Yeah, maybe it modulates. Maybe this is the end of season 3.
I mean, maybe.
What do you think, Mark?
I don't know. This it feels like a different creature, and I like it more than what we were doing, which I loved.
I don't. You two are the creators, and it's good. It's been all of it's been good. So, I won't take away from the previous 72 hours.
Right.
I mean, look at the people that have stopped by,
It's been a
and I mean,
fun array.
how incredible! Yeah, to be able to basically have a modern day bonfire without the fire, and
just a couple of dogs.
Yeah, a couple of dogs that pop in here and there, and then people pop in. But it's a unique space, and I think people long for it in the quiet moments of their life, whether they're ready to say it out loud or not. I mean, I know it's made a tremendous difference in my life. It's allowed me to slow down and be more patient and kinder to people, just because it keeps me in the space of thoughtfulness, and it keeps me in a space of being accountable. So because I take like extra moments now to breathe a little bit deeper and slow down and think about what I want to feel, especially if I'm interacting with another human being, that's the biggest difference it's made to me the last 2 years of my life. I've started being more thoughtful about everything because of these conversations. And there's so many, just wonderful people that get to stop by. And just for me personally, I don't talk to very many people. I spend much of my life alone, and just with the few people that are very, very close to me around me. But other than that, I don't have social outlets where I could have cool conversations like these for hours at a time.
Joshua Michael also said, I need more spaces like this where people are willing to engage openly, of course, without the control of social media trying to keep us silent.
Well, there it is,
the
right?
control of social media and having conversations with people themselves that are not stuck in some dogmatic perspective that they can't hear another point of view. That's one of the things that I think we need more of.
Yeah.
That was part of the desire to help create something like this, was like, there's more and more post-partisan people. There's more and more people who have just said, I can't stomach staying with this tribe any longer because they've departed from accountability or they've departed from relevance or whatever you want to say. So there's more and more people that are post-partisan without knowing that. They just think, I'm tired of the bullshit. But what that translates to is like, I really need some more nourishment rather than the empty fret calories that are being pumped into me. So I feel nervous about my place on earth or whatever.
Fret calories.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know, that's good.
Thank you so much. That was a very heartwarming review, Mark. And that's what we're going for. So it's so nice to know that it's impacted somebody actually that way.
Yeah.
Yes, I feel like I want to have ensemble, like an end times ensemble. We've been looking for smart folks that we can have elevated conversations with beyond the 101 and I feel like I'm collecting pogs or something. And the fact that you decided to come up here and spend 4 days with us on the couch is you're a part of the zombie apocalypse team. Like the fact that you're here sharing your perspective with us feels like I've been meditating on this phrase that the sum is more than the parts. And so like, I love what she does and how she does it. Yeah. I love being able to do what I do. But when you come in and the two of us are doing something beyond both of us, and to add another element, I feel like just pops the bubble out in an exponential way. So thank you so much for the time and effort and the expense to come up and be a part of this weird experiment.
It's been great. I mean, it's been such a blessing and benefit to me to be able to interact with everyone and see the amount of appreciation and sometimes even excitement to have the opportunity for all of us to speak to each other in these ways. So, yeah, it's been my pleasure, truly.
There's that phrase that people lose their minds in mass.
Men go mad in groups.
Men go mad, but I have to like say people now.
Yeah, but
people,
it's poetry.
Okay, men go mad in groups and only find their way out one by one and slowly.
Well, there you go.
And I feel like we've talked a lot about mass psychosis. It's not a conspiracy theory,
right?
Even though they changed the definition in Wikipedia as soon as people started saying, "Hey, that sounds familiar to what we're going through." Like, nope, this is not the this is not the propaganda you're looking for. And they just took it out. Like nobody could figure out what that was. But there's a lot of psychology involved in this, and I feel like we want to create an outpost in the borderlands. We've been talking about this for a long time.
Yeah.
When you get out of the corral of corporate media thought as a part of the corporate herd, then you got to figure out how to be outside that.
Right.
And so to create a little salon where people who are over the bullshit, this would people who woke from the woke shut, it's like woke 3.0 or something, like people who are like, okay, we know that's bullshit, and I'm tired of pretending like it's not just to get along at work or to have a conversation and not get in a fight in a bar. We should be talking beyond the bullshit.
Yeah.
So I want this space to be that, and I appreciate your voice in it.
Yeah, and what you just said is so cool. Like it comes down to me. I feel like it's a time because I feel very lucky and blessed and fortunate to have been born in the United States. And I love where I come from. And I think it's amazing. And I've seen so many dynamic, brilliant things come from everyone around us and just by the fortune of where we are. So I feel blessed for all those opportunities. And you bring it up all the time. Like, I just get so excited and optimistic hearing real people talk to each other in a meaningful way, because it always gives you a little bit of hope again, right? We can go right back to being powerful and dynamic if we can just be cool with each other and come up with ideas together and advance what feels right, and we can work out what doesn't.
It feels like going mad in mass and then coming out one by one. There is a process of having to get your head straight after having it fucked with in order to belong to a group. You have to go through the solo one by one deconstruction, but then it is such a relief to find other people that you're like, oh, I've done the work and you've done the work. Now we can have this conversation. It's like the bonus of having to go through that dark night of like deprogramming, reprogramming, trying to figure out where your information integrity is, what you're willing to repeat, what you're willing to let actually come into the pot of your brain, what soup you're going to soup up to yourself later. Like it's really important. So this is a work of passion for she and I really appreciate your sense of commitment and regard for what we're doing. It's confirming to me that whatever this thing we're blindly struggling towards is going somewhere.
Yeah. And it's really gotten to the point too, and feels a little bit pervasive, is, the people that aren't able to handle new ideas don't even want to talk about anything new or different. It really feels like that's become the radical movement, you know?
What's the radical movement?
The radical movement is not doing anything when you're surrounded by stressful things. Like there's a lack of an integrity and an energy that doesn't match. It's like any economic metric or even life happiness metric, any individual silo or monopoly you look at in that space is failing or stressed or fractured in some way. But there's not even allowed to be conversations around addressing it, or you're the bad person, you're the scary person, you should have to be banned and quieted. That's dangerous. Why are you talking about? And it's like, what do you mean, why am I talking about this? Like literally everything is broken. Like what do you talk about? Like,
I think that there's a difference between like a tribal mindset, where you get rid of a part of yourself to participate in a group, harmoniously, and then when you have cognitive sovereignty, which is you fully own yourself and still can participate in a group, you just can't get rid of yourself to be in that group. And that phenomena that you're talking about, I broke it down for myself in a metaphor of when I would do critiques. You know, since Bernie got into in politics, and I was interested in politics again for a minute. And I started talking about this schism that was forming in the Democratic Party between the Bernie people and the Hillary people. And trying to articulate the problem with the craft that we were using to move our plans forward. And so I said, hey, look, there's a hole in the bottom of the boat. And they would say, why are you hating on the boat? I'm like, I'm not hating on the boat. There's literally water coming through a hole over here, and maybe we should address the boat. It's like, why do you hate the boat? Like, why are you attacking the boat? I'm like, no, I'm not attacking the boat. I'm saying you're going, and we're all going to go down unless we address this problem. It's like, don't you see the problem over here with the other party? That's the problem that we have to address. And at that point, that's just madness. And some people have to walk away, and I think that's how people come out of the psychosis. Is there's a point of cognitive dissonance where you're like, this doesn't actually make any sense anymore. And even though I want to belong and be a part of the team and do the work and knock on the doors and help all the people, like that is not going anywhere, and people just start falling out. And I'd like to provide a space for people to gather, catch their breath, and figure out where they're going to go and what they're going to do and how we're going to remedy the insanity of our culture.
I don't know. It's a unique time to be alive. As far as the politicians go, I feel like as long as the institution exists, you have to send your people there to infiltrate it, just like the CIA does to us, right? They'll plant CIA agents at banks and large firms and wherever they think is influential enough, or whoever they think has connections that they don't like. They're going to plant someone there for sure. So when it comes to winning local office and hopefully turning into larger office, do I think it's dangerous and unproductive for people like Pelosi and Manchin and Sinema to have jobs? Yeah, I do. I don't trust politicians right now, and I don't trust the political system. But I do have a personal belief that normal people do have the responsibility to set aside a little bit of time to participate and keep trying to take over their offices whenever they can. I mean, that's still part of the triangulation that has to happen. You have to get some level of accountability at all into these offices, even if use their own tactic against them. They spend a lot of money to get the office. They literally buy the office. And then as soon as
somebody buy it for them.
As soon as the billionaire buys the office for them to be their clown, they instantly have to jump on the phone and start dialing for dollars again. So what the other side of that is, and Adrian yesterday put this in kind of perspective for me, you have to use the tactics. You can just flip it upside down and use it for good. It's like when you get around to saying, the Fourth Industrial Revolution, World Economic Forum, like we have to copy this stuff.
They're addressing issues that probably should be addressed.
Absolutely.
And they're using tools, and we might be able to use those tools.
And might be able to address it in a better way. This is the idea of not canceling voices, but saying, hey, also the guy in the back might have a perspective that we could tweak this and all have a better time doing it.
Yeah. So my position with politics is, as long as the offices are there, keep flooding it with good candidates. Like, look, let's say someone that had great policy, and I don't think politics is really significant in the United States right now. This is just a matter of philosophy.
Right.
I don't really care either direction. So it wouldn't matter if the person was a leftist, or it wouldn't matter if the person was a conservative nationalist. I have no preference. But if they keep sending people to office from their own neighborhoods, and they keep nominating the kids that, they trust, and they all agree. We really agree.
We all voted for that person.
Yeah, we will all vote for this person. Mm-hmm. We trust them. They're of us. We agree with what they're saying. Let's just get in the office. It wouldn't take that much money with the community. So if you kept sending candidates, you wouldn't have to come up with the money all the time. You could literally just flood that office every 2 years if they're not going to get rid of the weird term limit rerunning thing. And as long as all the neighbors knew that you were handing the office off to another really cool person that everybody agreed with, you could just keep flooding that office with people that don't need money, that your own community, if they really paid attention, is into.
They didn't have to stump to do it.
Yeah, it wouldn't matter if Jeff Bezos flew to the middle of Nebraska and tried blatantly buying the office with a helicopter or whatever. like if everybody decided like this is the person, and if you're paying attention, all you could get away with that. So is that going to matter in the long run? Who knows? But that's the only. I like the Nader perspective on that.
I like the. Thank you for all that, and I want to develop that idea around. Okay, we need to get together.
Yeah.
How do we get together?
Right.
And that's been a big theme of this season. Is like, how do we come back together again? And Ainsley's phrase of decentralizing the revolution, rather than like fuck you, Trump or Bush or Hillary or whatever. You've actually got to know the name of the people on your city council first.
Yeah, that's right.
Because that's where you can really have an effect.
Who's running the school board?
And our inability to come together, we got so fractured during this lockdown thing that to me is a big focus, because I think, yes, we should utilize the systems that are in place. I have some cynicism about trying to fix a broken system by the mechanism of the system.
Absolutely.
But I do have faith that on a local level, there is a better chance of accountability than when you're dealing with like U.S. Senate seats or the president or that kind of thing.
Yeah.
So yes, getting back together, I think, is the key. And I think there's never been a better time for what you're saying, because the parties have become so onerous and disreputable and vomitous, and they're like over the top, tired, cynical rhetoric, that I think there's never been a better time for independence to come on. And with the technology that we have, I think there is the potential to go viral. That's why we're also raging against censorship, because even if something does click and go viral, there's still the potential of it to be throttled. That's why it can't always be about online. It's got to be about neighborhood. It's got to be about talking to your neighbors, articulating the effort in a way where we're all like, yeah, we're neighbors. We should totally deal with this issue that affects us as neighbors, versus some abstract idea on a national scale that we get fed to spend our care on.
Absolutely. Yeah. As local infrastructures in older neighborhoods continue to deplete, I mean, the water problems are going to become really bad. Garbage and recycling, air quality, if you live next to a plant of any kind. I mean, these, everybody's roads. I mean, look at how bad of a cost that is to privatize. If your city doesn't have the money and your tire gets ripped off on a freeway from a giant pothole and you get in a bad accident and almost die, you don't get to call the mayor's office and be like, hey, man, that pothole was literally like life threatening.
Mm-hmm.
Like, what can I get $1 million to get all these surgeries now? Like, you don't get to do that. Like, the idea with the economy so fluid and global that these lines of finance and lines of commodities aren't connected is just silly. Money's like a bathtub, but we're falsely pushing a bunch of water in one direction, and we act like that dam's not gonna break at some point. It just doesn't.
I like that metaphor.
It doesn't work like that. Like,
all the money's getting pushed up towards the firms.
Yeah, for this magic trickle down. Like,
and eventually
right.
it will have to equalize.
Yeah. So, I mean, I think that's the big thing about all the greed and hoarding right now. We don't know why these few of firms is having access and hoarding all this money. We don't know what they're going to do with it.
And we're just watching them do it still.
We're just watching them do it right in front of us.
Look what's going on over there. Those guys are sucking everything up into a vacuum of power and wealth.
Well, and that's one thing that's been so fun about the show through these conversations. I mean, it's made it very obvious. These market forces and market conditions aren't just some magic cosmic thing that fall from the sky every 100 years.
No, it's incomprehensible. You can't know.
Right.
You can't really know what's going on.
Weirdly happening.
Yeah.
The unseen hand of the market.
Oh, we got such a beautiful review from Wiley Darshan this morning.
Yeah.
She used our catchphrase, you know?
You could.
She's like, people could know if they knew you were talking about it. And that's great. And she's going to invite people to follow Post-Orthodoxy, and you guys are inviting people to follow Post-Orthodoxy on whatever platform they prefer. We're also streaming on Rumble today for the second time ever, which is exciting and frustrating because I have to set it up every day in advance. It doesn't have an automatic stream like all the other platforms, but it's worth it because we want to find some other neighborhoods. We want to find some neighborhoods that aren't algorithmically fucked with. An organic community. We deserve an organic online community.
We can do that. We have Ainsley's done the work of setting up a.
Your knees are really dirty, by the way.
I know. I was doing some work in the basement. All right, I'm covering them back up again.
For the camera, please.
Yes. What was I? What?
Oh, I was going to read Joshua
Neighborhood
Michael's
stuff.
comment, but go ahead and go with
One neighborhood thing, and I want to get to the comment too. What we're trying to do with this these 8-hour things was to gain more exposure to try to get around the algorithm a little bit. Hopefully we say something that compel people to say, you know what, my friend would like this show. Maybe I'll share it with my friend and then we can talk about it. That's what we're looking for. We're actually building community on a cyber level and a cyber neighborhood level. This is why we have our website. We're going to be launching our Discord soon. That way conversations can continue after the show and throughout the week. People who are in our community can help source information for us. We do a lot of footwork on our own to find our information, but we're always looking for other good sources. So to have people be able to help source information that we then get to interpret for the larger group that we're a part of, that's what we want to do.
Subjects too. Like we don't hear about everything going on.
Yes.
But if you've heard about some shit going on, and you're like, what the fuck is going on with this shit? I can go Google it and I can use my tools and my critical thinking skills and my resources to try to come up with some kind of a picture and present it to you guys and be like, okay, so-and-so just presented us with this thing that's going on over in Liberia or whatever. We're going to dig into it. We're going to dig into the history and the context and how we got here and what's going on with it and what does it mean and how are you being lied to about it?
A Liberian deep dive would actually be
I'm
an insane show.
I have a friend in Liberia right now.
Whoa.
You do?
He's a freestyler. Yeah, Joel Spiral.
Oh, come on.
He's in Liberia. He's been there living and freestyling and surfing for
wild.
For like almost a year now.
Whoa. That has to happen.
Wow.
He could only tell you what was going though when he found the hook and then delivered a freestyle about it.
Okay. Oh,
that's
that
the way
might not be the only. That might not be the truth anymore.
It's kind of
that's his deal.
He is he freestyles all the time.
Living and breathing.
His entire life is a freestyle.
Yeah. Right.
That's all he lives for is to do.
He just sticks with it. That's his deal.
Yes. He freestyles.
Right.
Yeah. give him a half hour, switch to somebody else. Yeah.
Joel Spiral talked himself out of an Israeli jail.
What?
He freestyled himself out.
Yeah, of course.
So he got busted with some pot.
Yeah.
He had an ounce of pot. And they put him in jail.
Right.
And they said, you're obviously a dealer. He's like, no, dude, I smoke all this stuff in a day. They're like, you can't smoke all this stuff in a day. Why would you smoke that in a day? And he's like, because I need it to freestyle. And I freestyle, and they're like, okay, you freestyle for me for 5 minutes. So he just like freestyles about the whole scene that just happened with a hook and a rap, and the other people in the jail are like coming in on the hook. Does it for 5 minutes, and then the guard goes away. He comes back in half an hour with like 3 other guards, and they're like, okay, now Joel will freestyle for us
for 5 more minutes.
For 10 minutes, right?
Yeah.
And then he did a 30-minute freestyle, and they let him out of fucking jail.
Yeah, they're like, dude. Yeah, they're like, bow down in any language, homie. You can roll.
You obviously smoke a lot of pot.
Yeah.
You're not a dealer, okay?
In a good way. In a good way. You need that pot.
Yeah, you need that.
Go out into the world and spread the message.
Go do your thing, son.
All right, let's get to Joshua Michael.
Joshua Michael. He really hit the nail on the head with what you guys were talking about local politics and politics in general. There's also a really simple verse in Scripture that says that the Christian Scripture, the Bible, that you should know them by their fruit.
Yeah.
So good trees don't bear bad fruit, and bad
Right.
trees don't bear good fruit.
Of course.
And so this is Ainsley's interjection here.
Oh, sorry.
in some, like for some reason, we've all gotten to this place where we're like, I know that they keep bearing bad fruit, but we're going to keep voting for them anyway.
We have to
And
have
it's
faith
such
in the
bullshit.
institution.
It's we just need to make it through to the next go round.
That's called cult behavior.
That's called being brainwashed.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, back to Joshua. While I understand this term is from a religious text, the truth of the matter is if something walks like a duck and looks like a duck and sounds like a duck, by goddamn, it's a duck. In politics, people are playing both sides. People meaning the people in power in politics, behind the veil of our voting institutions, up above.
Right.
Playing both sides and pretending for a while to be one thing and then switching sides when it's convenient for them. This is the problem, and we are the manipulated people ongoingly. We need good people in office. The problem is that the good people, most good people, good-hearted people, don't want to govern or rule over others. That's why eventually we will wind up with all evil people in office because good people would rather just live their lives in peace. This is a problem. We talked about this idea that we should not be, if you want to run for office or you want to be a police officer, you should not be allowed to be. That in actual fact, we should have a rotating nomination, sort of like the draft, that once you hit a certain age...
You draft your representatives.
Yes, once you hit a certain age, it's quite possible that the people in your community will nominate you for a short term of service in politics.
Yeah.
And that you will need to rise to the occasion when that time comes.
I think that was the original idea. To put another metaphor on what he's saying there, the way I described it to myself is the fat cats have climbed into the sandbox of the commons and shit in it so profusely that no self-respecting people wants to get into the sandbox.
Nobody wants to get involved in politics.
Who wants to get into that shit?
Yes.
Because as soon as you go in, they're going to start hurling shit at you.
Right.
And then they're going to climb through all your shit. Mm-hmm. They're going to expose, and everybody's like, I don't want to fucking have to deal with all that shit. I got 2 kids. I don't want my kids to have to deal with all this. Mm-hmm. Like, any self-respecting person doesn't want to climb into that much bullshit, cat shit, which is even worse, all stinky.
Yeah, it's true.
So I think that's the problem is, and I think it was somewhat, I don't want to get conspiratorial, but politics is conspiracy. People getting in rooms together and trying to decide what to do.
Right.
Usually not for our benefit. What do you got?
Oh, he said rolling on the floor laughing my ass off.
About what? Who?
You, what you said. He's like, yes,
it's
yes,
that
yes.
shit. Yes. And so I like the idea of having to represent people to go to office, because people who have the ego or the drive or what their daddy didn't give them enough attention or whatever the fuck, or they're just greedy bastards who want to campaign, which means playing the game, which means taking the money from the people. So as soon as you get to your office, you have to get on your phone and start asking for money the entire time you're there.
Yeah. And those two things instantly bring to my mind, as far as good people not wanting to rule, like Josh said, right?
Right.
That's where I think we should all just take the words public servant very seriously.
Very seriously.
Like,
public utility, public.
Like, it's
public
public means public. So if you taught it as an act of service and a civic duty, and it should be something held in reverence, like, you know, the library or, you know, whatever the thing is that everybody likes in the neighborhood.
A park where we can all come out and get some sunshine if we live in a giant building with no yard.
Yeah, if a bunch of families get together and neighbors in the greater community and say, hey, you know, we trust you. We like your vision of things. You're of us. If you plan on staying here for a while, we would appreciate it if you would do this job for all of us. It should be held in high regard.
Then you wouldn't have to go raise money the whole time.
Yeah, the reason it's slimy and gross and salacious right now is because it's turned into something ugly. We should be able to tell our children, office does matter. Like, don't give in to the ugly side of it. If you just glorify that, it's going to decay even faster. It's already there. The language of it is beautiful and effusive. If you held it in integrity and held it in high regard and started training the talented kids that you saw fit for office to do that, they should, you know, if they try it on and they like it, you know, who knows what else they're into? Acting, math, who cares? But if they try on debate and civic conversations and they're able to stay level-headed and people respect their opinions and they express that from a young age and they try it on and they like it, then just ask them to do it and let them know they're going to be held in high regard, you know?
I think, yes, as when we were talking about, like, if you were president of the world for a minute, what would you do? I think it is this idea of we have to select the people who want to go.
Yeah.
We have to have a media, some gathering space that isn't being throttled by corporate interests, so we can stay in touch with that person, and that person can inform us without filters what's going on.
Right.
These are things that we could do.
Yeah.
And that's what concerns me about the throttling and the censorship and the blacklisting, because that is going to make what you're talking about doing far more difficult if they're running interference in our channels of communication with each other. You know, you can divide up a neighborhood just by throttling by people funneling their own interest organically.
Right.
So that it's easier to find the thing that you disagree with your neighbor than to recognize the vast majority of things that we have in common.
Yeah.
And the AI makes it kind of sexy to want to go drift off into your own preferences and leave principles behind. And this is the crisis that we're in. It's about ethics and principles.
How do you get to everyone?
When one person stands up and says everybody has to stand for ethical behavior and be held accountable if they're in some public office, then they must also be ready for people to look at every aspect of their life to see where they fucked up.
Sure.
And where everything has gotten lax, it almost feels like people aren't paying attention to the principles because nobody's fucking paying attention to the principles, which makes it really hard for somebody to go in and say, I am pure of heart and you can't find a goddamn thing on me and we should all be held accountable. It's a hard one, but I feel like that's the thing that we're missing is with no accountability, with no ethics, there is no real society.
Right.
It's just going to be mob rule stuff and manipulation like we're dealing with right now.
I mean, how ridiculous is it that you have to say all the time, it's time for parallel institutions? Like the ones that are there are so bad, just let them atrophy. So I agree with you on that. I just think it should be done simultaneously.
Yes, I agree
Do
with you
the parallel thing and then infiltrate this over here like our own public CIA. Like we have to start sending in our own agents, like to the agency. Like the agency needs to be the neighborhood. Like we need neighborhood agents into everything.
Yes.
Then, but both things for sure. Yeah.
Little Funk Monkey made a couple of good points along
Hey,
along
welcome
that
back
line.
to the show today.
Funk
Holy
Monkey.
cow, another day in the room.
His thing, he sends, I think he means to be sending the rock on symbol, which has the thumb tucked in.
Okay. Yeah.
But maybe that's not available because he keeps sending the I
thought that was Hail Satan.
This is Hail Satan. This is rock on.
Wrong way. Okay.
Yeah. And this is I love you.
All right.
This is I love you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So he keeps sending the I love you sign language and an eyeball, which I really love as like, hey, I'm here, bitches. You know, like whether it's meant to be I love you or rock on. Either way. But he says communities are divided and breaking, small towns to all the way up to the big city. More than one form of currency is energy, building up our currency, our inner circles of influence. And that's something that we talk about a lot, is that there are more capitals than just financial capital.
Yeah, right.
When we're talking about local politics and what we can do to be changing things, building community spaces like this, building up our financial our social capital amongst each other. Right. Oh, he means it to mean I love you.
Yay.
Oh, thanks.
I think it's amazing that somebody who just says that is spending their time here. It tells us that we have some fertile ground for
found the
more
shit.
Conversations. Thank you for thank you for coming and being a part of this dialogue. It really adds a lot.
And then to what you guys were just talking about, he said generational oppression, ? Older generations not letting the younger groups get a chance to step up to the challenges. Gen X should be in now.
That's where we're at.
Yeah. You, as in you guys.
Right.
Yeah.
Should be like fucking doing the shit. Is that what he's saying?
I don't know about that, but but because we're such a weird generation.
Yes.
Right?
Oh my god.
Like there's not a lot.
You and the millennials too. I will put a word in for us millennials. We fucking went through some shit transitional too. But you guys had
not a lot
weirder.
of us. Yeah, not a lot of us, and we're middle aged now. Like all of us, like if we would have participated in the thing, like. If you just skip us, you're going right to the people that are now what? I guess like 30-ish, 35-ish tops or whatever. Yeah. So if you just skip a whole generation, you're missing out on some experience, input, because because someone like me has had to straddle both sides of the fence, right? Come up in high finance during a boom cycle, and now am witnessing with my own eyes the downside of what that can look like for most of the people. So coming from high finance and then now seeing the bottom 2/3 just completely become decimated, someone like me goes like, so there's
term
only
limits.
There's and there's not only that, but there's only two options here financially. Either keep creating crisis to keep bailing them out. It's just QE forever. But to who?
What's QE?
Quantitative
easing. This fire hose of money.
Oh.
All of this trillions of debt given to military and banks and finance. It's not making it back out to the rest of anybody to do anything.
That seems to be the case.
So that's my only thing. Like this is... Are people going to put up with that? Like like if you're an everyday person that doesn't care about economics or politics at all, you're just busy living your life. I get it. I wouldn't want to pay attention to it either. It can be overwhelming. It's boring. The climate for it's toxic right now, blah, blah, whatever your thing is. But it's going to get so bad. What else are you paying attention to? I mean, it's getting at the point where like normal adults who would never pay attention to this in their life, like you can't just become an ostrich, right? Like the solution to anything is not just to like put your head in the sand and be like, it's not there, man. Like I'm just going to go keep breaking rocks and doing the thing. And
But I think we're perceptually destabilized where there is, I think an aesthetic that causes people to say, fuck it, I'm out. Like it's too much bullshit. People are so perceptually destabilized that they don't know who to believe or what to think anymore.
Yeah.
And then it's hard to change your mind. It's hard to go from,
I get that.
If you were always an MSNBC person and that's where you got all your news.
Sure.
And then that critical moment comes where you're like, they actually lied about a thing and they knew they lied and they didn't admit they lied. How many times does that have to happen before you're like, I need to go find something else? But then you're like, what is anything else? Fox? Now I'm a Fox person? I was like, no, it's not. That's the way it's set up. You have to go a little deeper. You have to find people that don't have red, white, and blue flags waving all around them on video screens with their fucking hairspray through it. You're like, you have to find other sources. And that's like overwhelming when you're trying to work 2 jobs and have 3 kids and you're not sure about the relationship with your fucking wife. You don't have time to go down. That's a lifestyle where when you have downtime, you want to decompress.
Absolutely.
You don't want to have to go do the hard work of discerning bullshit from propaganda, from misinformation, from disinformation, from malinformation. That's a whole fucking course of study.
Yeah. You're just going through daily life already redlined. Yeah.
That's our phrase, you could know, came out of that. Like, we can see this thing coming in where people are just so destabilized. There's all these thought-terminating cliches that make people just give up.
Well, I know, but that's one thing that I love about the show, and it's taught me so much. Because you're absolutely right. You can only see what you see, you know what you don't see, and then there's the mystery area, what you don't know that you did not see.
Right.
So to have you and Ainsley have really become, to me, museum curators of pertinent information. So instead of me, like 80s style, having to pour through microfiche at the library and flip through note cards all day, you know, it's like, okay, let me just see what Dark and Ainsley are up to, and I'm pretty sure they'll give me a snapshot of whatever this show's about that I can contemplate on. So you two have become my aggregators and curators of important information.
Thank you.
So that's a huge service to me. That saves me hours and hours of my life, like pouring through the things that also matter to me. Like, I trust you two to show me things that I could potentially care about and would want to know about. And then I can take it further if I want to.
Thank you very much for saying that. That's what it's nice to see somebody reflect back what it is I feel like I'm doing. Like aggregating and then analyze, like media analysis.
Yeah.
Like being able to discern what is real news and this is one of the crises we're out, and this is one of the cult behaviors that I think we can help people with, having gotten out of cults, is to say that what you're feeling in the transition from being an NPR person to, like, who the fuck is Glenn Greenwald? Who is that guy? I heard he was a conservative because he was on Fox. You know, like, you have to start these alternative sources are under heavy fire.
Absolutely.
To make them, shit is hurled at them online all the time with an unlimited budget. So when you look them up, you're like, oh, maybe Glenn Greenwald is a right-winger because he was on Tucker Carlson. So you're like, well, I'm not going that far, so I'm not going to listen to Glenn Greenwald. These are the things this is the cult behavior where it's really hard. I feel myself doing it all the time, just sort of transitioning out of feeling like I was going to be some productive part of the Democratic Party. I thought maybe there can be some progressive wing. Maybe there are people who want to really hold the party. Like when I said it's just not going to happen, and the hole in the boat that they were mad at me for talking about has just gotten bigger and bigger.
Right.
And it's time to get off the fucking boat.
Yeah.
As far as I'm concerned.
Right.
But even feeling that way, the idea of I still feel partisan recoil when I'm getting good information from people who might be considered right-wing.
Sure.
I find myself not wanting to share verified, good, well-articulated information because I'm afraid it's going to turn off my friends who are still invested in the blue world.
Yeah.
It's a hard thing to negotiate. So that's what you're witnessing with us, and I'm glad that it's witnessed, and thank you, everybody who participates. Thank you, Mark, for reflecting back on what we're doing, because it's nice to know that we're being perceived in the way that is the essence of what we're trying to do.
Absolutely. Little Funk Monkey had to pop out to go see his grandma.
All right.
Peace, Funk Monkey.
But he'll be back later.
All right.
So that's exciting. And those of you that are here right now, you guys are the only ones that can help us beat the algorithm. I'm just going to keep making it into a superhero's journey because that's literally what we're dealing with right now. We can't get this to any more eyeballs on our own. We can pay for ads, but the ads are also algorithmized. If Facebook doesn't want people to be having these conversations, you won't know about it, and neither will your friends and loved ones. I paid for an ad this weekend that targeted people in the U.S. and the U.K., like 18 to 65, who like Joe Rogan and Russell Brand.
Okay.
Because those were the only two alt news personalities that they had as options for tagging.
That's a nice cocktail.
That's pretty good.
Cocktail,
that's pretty good.
folks. Yeah.
And so the only people that end up commenting on those things is people that are like, fuck off, spammers. And I'm like, do you talk to all the girls like that? And also, this ad was targeted to people who like Russell Brand or Joe Rogan because that's the sort of shit we're doing. So which camp are you which podcast are you secretly listening to and pretending you don't?
Right.
If you're coming at something like what I wrote and saying fuck off spammers. Like, or maybe that's just what this person does is they just go on every ad that pops up on Facebook and says spam, 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 spam. I don't know.
It could be a bot.
It could be a bot. Yeah, I guess it could be a bot. But you guys that are tuning in right now are like the most powerful and organic way that we can reach more people that want to be having these kinds of conversations like we're going to be having today for the next fucking 8 hours, 7 more hours, 6.5 hours at this point. Take a minute. If you're on Facebook, you can share this video with people without having to leave the video. If you're on YouTube, you do have to copy the link and let it play in the background and then share it and send it to people and stuff like that. And same thing with Twitch. But if you're on Facebook, you can just click the little share arrow and it's going to suggest your top 50 friends to you that you might like to share something with. And just think, like, who likes to have these kinds of conversations? Who is saying, the news is bullshit? Who do you know that's like, what are we supposed to do about fucking politics these days? Like, who do you know is exploring alternative perspectives on what's going on in the world besides U.S. hegemony and supremacy? Like, those people, bring those people in. You know any LGBTQ rights activists? You know any people that are into the environment? You know any people that are into environment conspiracy theories? You know any people that think that the moon is a hollow spaceship that brought human DNA to Earth? Like, that's the sort of shit we're here to talk about.
Yeah.
Anything. Nothing is off the table.
Let's explore some ideas.
We're not all going to agree with each other, and that's the point, because we don't, but we just pretend that we do.
Can we explore an idea right now?
Yeah.
Okay, let's explore this idea.
Uh-oh.
We're talking about taking back over or reinvigorating our institutions of governance. So banding people together to try to get them in there. What do you think about the idea of radically increasing the pay of the Senate and the Congress and the president? Because when they're getting paid $150,000 as $175,000 as a senator from Montana, that's got to cover your place in D.C., which is really expensive.
Yeah.
And then that's also got to cover whatever shit you got going at home and whatever business you had or whatever your farm is doing, whatever the thing is.
Yeah.
And if you are not getting paid enough to really have peace of mind while trying to represent your people, I think it's going to be really tempting to become a fucking Nancy Pelosi who becomes $100 millionaire because she's insider trading on the things that she's voting on.
Right.
And if the people who are representing you are comfortable enough with their pay, it feels counterintuitive. You pay them a lot more money, so they have enough where they don't feel like they need to start
Goldman Sachs,
as soon as getting checks on the floor from the banks and the tobacco companies and whoever else wants to fucking pay them for their vote. What do you think about that idea?
Well,
yes, and get the dark money out of politics. Like, I mean,
Citizens United has to be dealt with.
Pay them more. You're saying we should be paying our public servants enough that they're not susceptible to bribery.
That's right.
That they don't
or
need
the revolving door.
Right. Where you do everything right.
Leave office, go be a corporate lawyer, make a few million, then go back to public office.
Right.
Just to do it all over again.
Yeah. Leave office and then go be on the board of Pfizer.
Yeah, like
and then come back in and make policy about
Hank Paulson at Goldman Sachs becomes the Treasury Secretary.
Oh God.
Bails out the banks, then gets to go back to the bank. I mean, so that kind of stuff happens. It's the same thing with the weapons guys, right? So you have the high-ranking general,
Yeah.
Then he goes to Halliburton or Boeing or whatever.
Lockheed.
Yeah. Then he goes on TV, sells another war.
Right.
Still gets his full pension from the military. So
that was really disappointing when
during the Singapore model, though, pay them more so they don't feel like they have to do that. They should be able to retire. If you have to live in 2 states, you have a responsibility to your constituency at home.
Yes.
You need to be at home as much as possible, so you're talking to the locals
and then
about.
You need to fly a bunch and have a place in D.C., which is fucking expensive.
Really expensive.
Yes.
So Singapore pays their people like $750,000 bucks a year.
That's what I'm talking about.
And then you can just be a public servant.
Yes.
Like then you're fine. Then it's fair. You don't have to worry about what law firm you're going to next, or what bank you're going to next, or what weapons manufacturer you're going to next. Like you don't
I think this is the wool that got pulled over our eyes whenever the Senate gets a pay raise, and everybody's like, "Fuck them! They're not working enough." Blah blah blah. And it's I think it has a unfortunate, ironic effect, and that they don't make enough money, so they have to start taking.
Well, and the thing that's hard for normal people in this country to understand is like they already have the sense that the whole thing is a joke and corrupt. So the idea to pay them more, they're just
pay
like
the jokers more.
Yeah, are you out of your mind?
Yeah.
Like it just seems completely preposterous. It's like no, guys, but you don't understand. This is a chicken or egg scenario.
You have to do multi-spear solutions.
The reason they're so corrupt is because they're dialing for dollars all day long.
Yep.
If they're getting paid, okay, they don't have to listen to anyone else. Like
They're telemarketers now.
yeah, that's all it is.
They're telemarketers.
They're really fancy telemarketers that cost a lot of money.
I'm from your Senate seat, and I've noticed that you have a big farm operation there. That we have some stuff coming up that you might.
There was just this guy running again. He already had office previously in Alabama. That was at a typical donor fundraising event, and he just told it like it is. Like oh, awesome.
No,
Here we
he's
go.
not here. That's just the Zoom starting, and we're getting ready.
Yeah. So, but he just laid it out of how much committee positions actually cost.
Yeah.
Because even if you win the title of the office, if you're not connected to one of these committees, you're basically ostracized to the kiddies table, and you're not going to be able to get anything done anyway. So
Yeah.
it's all locked up. That's
Little
why.
Funk Monkeys brought up again term limits a while ago, and I was like, term limits, and what about an upper age limit? I know we don't like to do that because like all age accumulation must therefore mean proportionate wisdom accumulation, so how can we block old people? But it's like, look, I know some fucking wise ass fucking kids.
Reality
and they're
is
not
changing
allowed.
fast.
They're not allowed, and
Yeah.
reality is changing way too fast for us to have 80-year-olds in office.
So I would agree with you. So what I
We
would
have
say,
a lower age limit
Yeah.
that's like, look, if you're literally still sorting out your literal hormones,
right.
we're going to wait a couple of years before you can make decisions for other people,
Yeah,
you know? But by the same token, I think there should be an upper age limit.
I agree with you completely, and here's a good solution to bridge that gap.
That doesn't mean they can't be advisors for people.
You just nailed it.
Oh, sorry.
You could that was perfect.
yeah.
You could assign a retired senator or some kind of someone that's been in that office or around that office or a considered expertise, and between the age of 65 and 80.
Yeah.
And if they think that the office holder is so wrong, maximum age 65, if you think that person is so wrong, it's not binding, but you're allowed to offer a dissenting opinion and say why.
Ooh, I like that. Like official input from
Yes, exactly.
elders in the community.
Yeah,
And those people have to be
yeah.
held to scrutiny about like what their interests might be.
What their
or
interests
clarity,
might be, who's
If you're going to
paying
sign up to
them.
be one of those advisors, that
Yeah.
means that you are also under public scrutiny like a public servant
You
is supposed to
cannot
be.
take lobbyist money. Yeah, right.
Yeah,
It's just a matter of
Yeah.
opinion in your field of expertise.
Exactly, yeah.
Not bought by anyone.
And there can't be any, like, if you work for Walmart, you don't qualify for this shit. Like, there can't be any, like, oh, you can't advise this person if, like, your daughter is married to them.
Right. Yeah.
Or he works on your farm or
Right.
whatever it is. You know what I'm saying?
Like there's a lot of stress in the economy because of the boomers, right? So as that turns into actual animus, as things get worse for normal people, we all appreciate our grandmas and grandfathers. They probably didn't pay a lot of the attention to this stuff when they were just living their life. They just did what they did for a living,
Taking
made
care of their
some
families.
kids. They're just taking care of their families and doing what was right for them at the time. A lot of them have no care or concern. So I think the idea of, respecting those before us for what they showed us, whether good or bad, you give them the nod and say, hey, I appreciate going through this. I appreciate seeing all this. I appreciate learning about the mechanics of it.
And what they learned in the time they were going through.
Which is why they should absolutely continue to have official advisory roles if they want to.
Yeah.
But when it comes to industries that will affect the lives of the younger generations, at the end of their lives, they should not be having significant material position or authority to determine what the next 50 years are going to look like.
No.
The idea of that is preposterous.
It's just primal. It's just on a primal level. Like, on a primal level, people...
Yeah.
Like, I was just talking with you this morning about how frustrated I got in my early 20s when I had to learn a new app for social media. Like, and that's me in my 20s not wanting to learn new shit. Like, on a primal level, we tend towards safety and calm and simple things later in life.
Sure.
Naturally, we just want to kind of be cozy and have done a good job, you know, and not have to do the shit anymore. Like, why are those people? Those people should not be making decisions about future developments.
Yeah.
Yeah. They can be advising about shit they remember from the past, but especially now, our generations, we're looking at generations now that are like 12 years. Sometimes even less.
Sure.
Like, it's not a 30-year generation anymore,
right.
you know?
Yeah, that's not
like,
a thing. Right.
Shit is changing so fast. So fast.
Yeah.
I felt like when I was in, I got this sense of realizing that when we first got named Generation X, we didn't have a name.
Yeah, right. We didn't have a name.
And then, like, in 1989, 90, they're like, gave us a name.
Yeah.
And I was like, Generation X. I'm like, that's fucking cool, man. Generation X. X marks the spot. This is where it goes down, man. I was like super, like,
I'm cool with it.
This generation, like, there's so much that can be done with that name. And I had this real sense that Gen X was a hinge generation. It was a hinge between worlds where pre-internet and post-internet was Gen X.
Yeah.
Gen X was born in without it.
Yeah.
And they were the first one the last generation to live in a pre-internet connected world.
Right.
And that is a part of our makeup.
Yeah.
And the generations that came after, she actually fits into Gen X because she wasn't raised.
She didn't have access.
She didn't have access.
Yeah.
So she's also in this hinge world that was raised with organic human relationships.
Yeah.
Even if they're being manipulated by a group or whatever. Yeah. You knew who was manipulating you.
Right.
And then this other world that comes in where you can talk to anybody, anywhere, anytime, access any information you want. And you're born into that reality where, for me, I'm still like, I could go and learn anything. I can find out any initiation ritual for any cult that I wanted. I could go find. It's all out there. I'm still sort of bowled over by the whole thing.
Yeah.
Well, me too.
Yeah.
Me too. I because I didn't have access to the internet until I was like 14. And it wasn't working very well.
Right.
Like, I remember when I was 14, I tried to Google the parts of a ship because I was writing a novel about people that were sailing.
Okay.
And I needed to know, like, bow, aft, stern, fore, mizzen.
All
and
the
there was nothing. That was
no
Google.
ship parts. Yeah.
Google did not have ship parts on it yet.
That's incredible.
Right?
Yeah.
So I kind of gave up on it for a few years. And then a few years later, a friend of mine was like, oh, I was just looking up the subject. I'm like, Google's worthless.
Yeah.
Like, years have gone by.
Yeah. And in just those couple of years between like 14 and 17, it was like...
They had cataloged the entire written history of everything.
It had suddenly become useful.
Yeah.
And it was pre-algorithm. So you were actually just getting organic... recent results.
I do really miss badass collections of the Encyclopedia Britannica.
Yeah.
I always respected those collections when I saw one. Like, whoa, man, that's quite an encyclopedia collection you got.
I grew up with a Funkin' Wagnall.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Funkin' Wagnall. So this is a phrase that I actually hate from my childhood because every time I go ask my dad something, he's go get the Funkin' Wagnall.
Yeah.
So I have
to. That's great. Good fun.
So we have a guest coming on soon.
Yeah.
Is the story. Awesome. It's our friend Fabio. I wanted to read a little thing. I found Fabio on the Philosophical Salon, which is a page aspect part of the Los Angeles Review of Books channel. And you can find him there. It says about Fabio, Fabio Vighi is professor of cultural theory and Italian at Cardiff University, UK. His recent work includes Critical Theory and the Crisis of Contemporary Capitalism, that's 2015, and Christie di Valor, Lacan, Marx, the rest is in Italian. Anyway, you can find that on his on the Philosophical Saloon. I'm not even going to try it. I just took
Can
another
you
hit.
just scroll down further and find the part that's translated?
No. It's just he only published it in Italian.
I wonder if he's
Maybe it's
familiar with or a fan of Slavoj stuff. It seems like there would be some crossover between
I think so. The first piece that I found of his was called A Self-Fulfilling Prophecy, Systemic Collapse in the Pandemic Simulation, where he posed the provocative theory that because $11 trillion had been dumped into the economy, and if it hit the streets, it would be Weimar Republic level hyperinflation. So we needed to put the economy into a coma. And so a bug with a mortality rate of 1%, 0.8%
I think that's favorable.
Was going around.
Yeah.
And it's a provocative article. It said a lot of the things that I had either read, learned, or thought. I love his breakdown of things. He has a new recent article about what's going on in Ukraine. And when I say recent, it was March 14th. But everything he said is likely to happen is still cascading out. So it's still definitely a worthwhile
It'll
read.
be fun to hear him talk about his piece 2 months on.
Yes, exactly.
He seems to be getting things right 8 weeks before everybody else, at least.
No, he's found some template to lay over current events that makes them make sense.
Yeah,
is what it seems like to me. So I'm going to post his most recent article, and then from there you can go around to his full page on the Philosophical Salon. I'm going to post this in the YouTube channel. And I'm not on Facebook anymore, so Ainsley, maybe you can clip it from the YouTube.
You are on Facebook.
I'm disassociated myself from the video to hope
In
that
hopes
the
that other people
algorithm
can see the video.
will look the other way and stop throttling me. So, yeah, the Philosophical Salon. So there's that. Also, we're on Rumble now. What's our channel on Rumble? Post-Orthodoxy?
Probably. I'll find it.
I can. Yeah.
I don't think it's that straightforward. Let me see. I don't know if you get your own URL. I don't think you get a dedicated URL, but I will find it. Fascinating. Let's see. Post-Orthodoxy. Yeah, you don't get a dedicated named URL.
Oh, so how do they find us? You just search it.
You just search for Post-Orthodoxy. Maybe we should change the show name. The Jimmy Dore Show does have a dedicated URL though, so that means we have to get a certain number of subscribers. I'm sure.
Sure.
Like YouTube, we had to have 100 people subscribe before we could make youtube.com/postorthodoxy.
Right.
So same thing with Rumble. It seems like.
Yeah.
If any of you all are tuning in on the Rumble stream today,
hello.
Rumble us.
Yeah, you can find it under Post-Orthodoxy. You can find us.
Yeah, it's true. It's there, and follow.
Follow, like, share, subscribe, write blog posts about us.
It's called a subscribe.
Yeah.
Also, Greg Henley, friend of the show from way on back, he also shared our post today.
Oh,
So
nice.
he's trying to get the word out. That might just mean that people don't see your shit for a couple weeks, Greg. So sorry about that. We're like, you guys know that image of Einstein trying to explain how gravity affects time? And it's like there's this grid of time space, and then there's the ball that falls down into the grid like a ball falling down into a sheet, and it sucks everything down with it and bends time space.
Nice.
So that's, I think, what we do to other people's algorithms.
Yes.
I
It's
don't
a little
know
heavy.
how many people have
Is
to
Einstein
share.
in that shot?
No.
Oh, I was
No,
like, whoa.
It's just based on
got it.
his stuff,
Sure.
right?
Yeah.
I'm gonna go look that up right now.
Yeah.
Put it up on the screen.
For a second, I thought it sounded like a velvet blacklight poster. I was like, I've never seen that.
I see it now that you said it. Now I have a blacklight Einstein looming over
A black
grid
hole of
field.
some sort.
The
Yeah,
formation of a black hole.
That could be an album cover.
Yeah.
Who has the rights to use Einstein's video? We don't know. Einstein's image.
I think he's public. Whatever you
Public domain.
Public domain at this point.
You think Einstein's face is public domain?
Yeah.
It would have to be. Right?
Yeah.
All right, so here we go. This is what I'm talking about. This is what I think happens when people share post-orthodoxy is we think that they're going to save post-orthodoxy, but it actually sucks their shit down.
So that nobody sees
Oh,
their shit.
got it. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Those are fun.
We're a weight on the AI.
Space-time. Yeah, now you're not going to be seen either.
Creates a cone of depression on their page.
All right, here we go. Anyway, that's the visual that came up for me when well-meaning folks try to help us.
Yeah, do it. Try it. See for yourself.
Try to help. Maybe if
That's what all the cool kids are doing.
If enough people did it, then the algorithm would be overpowered.
Right,
That's
maybe
what we hope.
Because they are concerned about people staying online, and we are doing 8-hour shows.
Right.
That we had what was our guest that stayed on for like almost the entire show yesterday?
Aaron.
No,
well, Aaron was sitting here almost the whole time.
5 hours.
Yeah, Little Funk Monkey.
Little Funk Monkey.
Oh, and then old
guest,
Deb is on like all day long every day.
Yeah.
Yeah, awesome. So we're in the liminal space right now, where at any moment our guest Fabio Vigi may be able to join us, and so.
Do you want to go to my little sheet and we can do a thing?
Or we could talk about his article in advance, or do you want to wait to talk about his article when he's here?
I figure I talk about it when he's here. I do have a couple of quotes that I pulled out of the article that I just want to read to him and say,
what about
say
this?
more things.
Say that again. Yeah.
Say more on that thing.
All right. Sounds good. Go to the thing.
So I posted the article to YouTube. Oh, yeah.
What are you trying to do? Is there something I can help with?
Yeah, you can go to the sheet, the
Okay.
show notes.
Yes.
And we can do.
Do you have my other image in there too?
Did I put it? What image?
One. Yes, you did. Okay, great. All right, awesome. This is gonna be.
Yeah, let's talk about
This
things.
is gonna be good. Oh, I unplugged it. There we go. All right. Now it's up.
Okay, yeah, this is a thing that Motherboard posted.
Now that the federal government is trying to control your bodies by keeping you from being able to have an abortion if you want to, or may in the future decide to do that.
That's the fear. That's the campaign going around.
Yes. Now that people are worried that the federal government may decide at one point to take away your right to have an abortion if you want to have an abortion, they're sticking their fingers into your bodily autonomy.
Yes.
Motherboard is letting people know, just as an aside,
FYI,
that there is a horse medication, a veterinary medication that treats ulcers,
misoprostol,
that also medically induces abortions. So if you don't like that the government is trying to force you to do something with your body, such as carry a pregnancy to term that you didn't mean to have or want, you can go and acquire a veterinary medication for horses that is used for treating ulcers, but it also has another medical use, which is to induce medically induced abortion. Yeah.
Right. So they just gave us that information. What's the date on that? That was
May 3rd,
May 3rd,
2022.
Let's go down and look at the next image.
On September 8th, 2021, Joe Rogan has recovered from COVID-19 and used his first show back to spread misinformation about the horse deworming drug he took. Now, I believe that the government has since gotten wise to all of the people that were pointing out that misinformation should mean incorrect information being shared accidentally. And they've created a third term called malinformation. The Ministry of Truth Department of the U.S. government has created a third term called malinformation, which is when you share something that's not false, but doesn't line up with what we want being shared. So back in September, they were correct in calling this misinformation. Joe's saying some dumb shit about horse meds.
So they use horse meds derogatory wise.
Yes.
Yeah.
Horse deworming drug.
Right.
Which has, since its inception and ongoingly, been clinically proven to have another medical application as an antiviral. And that would be ivermectin.
Some people have estimated that we could have saved up to 80% of the people in this country who died from COVID with early treatment, with things that we know do early treatments.
When people started talking about ivermectin so vehemently that they could not ignore it anymore. They produced a study which they claim said that ivermectin was not effective in treating COVID-19 symptoms, in which all of the members of this very small study were given ivermectin at the late stage of their COVID symptoms while already hospitalized. And everybody who has been aware of this antiviral and antiparasitic medication and sharing it since the beginning of the pandemic globally has been saying the minute you feel an illness coming on, you need to start your ivermectin treatment. So the government used a study that is using ivermectin incorrectly.
It was malinformation.
That was misinformation. That was disinformation.
Disinformation.
Malinformation is sharing truthful information that we don't want being shared, or that should not be shared, or that is unsafe to share. Disinformation is when you share incorrect information knowingly. That was disinformation. Here's another great graph. This is from our favorite philosophical shitposting group, I Acknowledge Psychedelic Class Warfare Exists. This group, he shared the horse pill theory. So the left is saying use a horse medication to induce abortion. The right is saying use a horse medication to cure yourself from a virus. And then in the center is BoJack Horseman. And I have never seen BoJack Horseman, but I know that people love it, much like we love Rick and Morty, because it's very heartfelt and pokes holes in all of the current shit all the time.
Fun.
Yeah. So if you guys are into things like South Park, Rick and Morty,
I've never checked it.
Then definitely. And then here we have the Horse Drugs Political Compass, which I think is funny. I have not looked up Winstrol, but I do know ketamine is used. If you ever see those stories where somebody dies in police custody, unfortunately, it's almost always because the police have directed paramedics on scene of an unruly suspect to administer more ketamine than is considered safe, and without knowing that the person in custody has taken anything else or not. So that ketamine is a tranquilizer that is available to law enforcement in the U.S. to subdue unruly people what they perceive to be unruly people in custody.
Most people know it as a horse tranquilizer.
Yes.
Yeah.
And it's also very popular in the psychedelic community because it's very relaxing. It's also becoming popularized in the mainstream medical therapeutic community because it's been shown
for depression and things of that nature.
To be
and chronic pain.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
You can go into your clinic, you can get a course, a couple of hours with some ketamine going into you, and not only has it been shown to help people recover almost instantaneously from addiction, but recover over just the course of a couple of sessions from extreme acute traumas, such as like your kids dying in a car accident, and also for chronic pain. So much like a steroid shot, but without all of the pretty awful side effects of regular steroid shots, you can go and do your ketamine treatment and you will be pain-free for a while after your ketamine treatment. So that's a horse medication. And then also misoprostol, which is for ulcers and abortion, and ivermectin, which is for parasites and viruses.
You know, they found that there are lots of countries, so this is a Nobel Prize winning drug. It's one of the most popular drugs. Billions of doses have been given out. There are certain areas where they use it, I think, for malaria.
Ivermectin?
Or river blindness.
Yeah.
So there are certain areas.
Which is caused by a parasite.
Right. So people who have been using ivermectin as a preventative against the river blindness parasite had almost zero COVID cases.
Because they already had it. Yeah.
That's just some news thing.
And ivermectin was one of the medications that what's that state in India?
Yeah, Uttar Pradesh.
Uttar Pradesh. So a state in India with like 9 million people in it, I think. They sent out basically medical care packages to every single household as a preventative experiment, which is what we all should have been fucking doing instead of this bullshit one-size-fits-all reaction.
Lockdown. Yeah.
So they sent out medical care kits, and it included ivermectin and what's that other one we're not supposed to talk about?
Hydroxychloroquine.
Hydroxychloroquine, and as well as vitamin vitamin D, vitamin C, zinc,
Vitamin A,
magnesium, like
quercetin. I don't know if that was in that package.
I don't know if it
that's
was in
one
that
of them.
package, yeah.
Right.
But they sent out a basic course of immune supportive vitamins as well as ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine, and their COVID cases and deaths went like meow in the middle of the entire pandemic.
There was the big thing about India. Suddenly, like, India's going off and it's going to be horrible. And
Because of all the poverty.
They did a preventative.
Yeah.
And they took
In this state.
In that one state, and they decimated the virus.
Yeah.
And that story, for some reason, wasn't important for folks to listen to.
Yeah.
This is what we're talking about with ethical journalism. That seems like a story that I almost feel compelled. This is the thing. They're like, we're going to spank you. We're going to take away all your friends, and we're going to send you into the void if you talk about it. I'm like,
yeah,
kind of got to talk about it.
Yeah, seriously. I mean, I did it the other way. I just did what they said and got vaxxed because where I was traveling, it was causing me so many problems.
Well, you had to travel.
I had to travel for work.
Yeah.
Like I would have got fired and probably sued.
We were working out of our house, so it was easy not to have to be confronted with that choice.
Yeah, so I just went and got it over with. I got vaxxed and let's see. Did I catch it after I got vaxxed? No, only one time. So I caught COVID in December 19 and then I got it again in August 20. And then when was my trip to the desert? And then again this year in like February, in January, February. And the last time I got it, I had already been vaxxed. Maybe even, I had to wait to get the vax so long in Texas. Yeah, the third and final time I got it was after the vaccine. So
dude.
I got vaxxed and still had it 3 times.
God,
You're not alone. You're not alone.
So I was like, I'm over the shots. I'm fine.
Oh God.
Well, there's the Pfizer data that came out that said that Pfizer knew before they said it was 95% effective, and everybody told us to take it, that they knew, and this is in the documents that were dropped when everybody started talking about abortion, that they knew that the vaccine, quote unquote, was only 12% effective.
Pfizer knew. It's in their paperwork that's public now.
They knew it was only 12% effective, and only for 7 days, the first 7 days. After that, it dramatically fell off. So when you got a shot, you had about 7 days of protection, about 12% of protection over 7 days. Rapidly declining. They knew that.
With side effects. With
all kinds of side effects.
Like, this is the thing that blows my mind, is that people just lined up to take a new medication that they knew nothing about. No informed consent.
But you could know. That's the thing. You could have known that this information...
we should have been getting ads on the television like every fucking other medication that's blasting into our brains on the television at all times. The last minute and a half of the entire ad is somebody speaking in really fast tones over pretty pictures of people being happy now that they have this drug, of all of the side effects.
Yes.
You are legally...
They didn't do it with this one.
Because they were under an emergency use authorization, they took away your legal rights to know what the side effects are for things that you put in your body.
Informed consent, I think they used to call it.
Yeah. Like fucking Hippocratic Oath shit.
Yeah.
No, the something convention.
Oh.
That thing that said, hey, Nazis did some evil shit to people. We're going to put medical rules in place that keep you from just experimenting on folks.
Nuremberg Code.
Yes.
Yeah,
that one.
Nuremberg Code stuff. Well, now you know.
Yeah. Should not do that anymore.
Yeah.
Well, now some people know.
Some people know.
Yes, that's right.
That's because it's not a vaccine, correct? It makes me mad when they use the word wrong and then it just becomes the word.
Mercurius on YouTube says, used to call it informed consent. Eek!
Yeah.
Yes. Right. Yes. That's a thing, you know, there used to be this like informed, like you have a legal right. What's in the Nuremberg Code? Like you have a legal right to know about what you're putting in your body.
Yes.
And you have a legal right to reparations. But because of how the government and the pharmaceutical complex rolled out this particular treatment, you don't have a right to reparations if you're injured by the treatment, and you don't have a right to know what's in it or what it might do to you.
Yeah. We're corporate livestock. We just need to take our medicine. Take our dewormer. Shuffle off into the field.
God. No, the corporate, yeah. You're not a horse. Yeah, but I am an animal. Sorry, guys.
Yeah. So, yes, hypocrisy in the media, we like to point it out. I like that. Didn't you have another meme?
No, it ended. It ended with the political compass of horse medications that caring Americans don't understand are just medications. Are there any medications that are only formulated for a particular species to consume? Species-specific medications? Because that's part of the problem. Is people are like, well, that's horse dewormer. I'm like, no, it's just dewormer that's usually given to horses, and actually was designed for people, won a Pulitzer Prize for people, and was given to people as well as horses for over 60 years.
Yeah, it came for the people before it was for the horses.
Yeah, it was designed for the people. What you do is you give people-sized amounts of ivermectin, and you give horses horse-sized amounts of ivermectin.
Your doctor might be able to help you out with that if they're not afraid of losing their license.
Yeah, they might have to take you into a dark closet to explain to you how ivermectin works in animals' bodies.
Can't do anything for you. Hey, what's that on the ground over there outside the door? Oh, ivermectin. I don't know.
Weird. I don't know where it came from. Just get out of here. Don't tell your friends. No, you can just go to Murdoch's. Tell them a good sob story about this new pony you got.
So there's a phrase that I found from Unknown. In a time of universal deceit, telling the truth is a revolutionary act.
Yeah, and might get you shot down.
Or
shot down.
Disappeared from the feed.
Yes.
Which is, they don't have to assassinate people anymore. They just erase you from the story.
Yeah. You just don't get to be heard. Thanks for tuning in today, Mercurius.
It feels like a plague virus of itself, because when we were excommunicated from the radio station, as far as I know, that station is not run by extra large corporations that are directly related to BlackRock.
Yeah.
But the phenomena that they performed, which was censoring, gag ordering, terminating, and then scrubbing us from the website. Going through Facebook, taking all posts that we had ever made. So if you want to know the story of KBMF, they just erased me from being founding music director from the story. They just took it all out.
They couldn't. They took everything off except his photo at the very bottom of the page of photos.
They demoted me to the bottom, and it's just a picture. But they took the bio, the contribution, they took all that out. So they just altered reality.
Yeah.
And I'm like, that's just petty small town bullshit. But I'm like, this is happening live on my Facebook page.
Yeah.
And it's not the crabby old lady in charge of the nonprofit doing it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, now that it's 2022,
we're over all that crap.
Well, yeah, but McCarthyism is scrubbed from memory.
What's McCarthyism?
The Red Scare.
The Red Scare. So this is 70 years ago at this point. But it was the same kind of tactics used in a much more brutal way. You were literally pulled out of your classroom if you were a teacher sometimes.
Oh, that thing.
Yeah.
We watched The Monsters Are Due on Maple Street Twilight Zone episode, which was just like a metaphor for what was happening with the Red Scare. Suddenly anybody could be
at the time
a monster.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
So, yeah, sorry.
You also brought this point up earlier, and you keep scratching at the surface of this. Like, I think there's a lot of people that live in the United States or were born in the United States or whatever it is that have great affection for it. I do truly believe that. And so, because I too love this place, I feel like it's the most appropriate time since that time. Like, my patriotic duty is to be like a Thomas Paine style patriot, a common sense patriot, if you will. It feels like a revolutionary time.
Yeah, why wouldn't we do that?
It feels like a time where we should make it what it's supposed to be and what we want it to be, instead of just crying and complaining all the time about what it's not or what it is doing that bothers us. Like, there's a lot of yelling and complaining and diagnosis of things that we don't like about our own place. But, like, if we are all hanging out at the VFW hall together or the fraternal order or the
Yes.
order of eagles. Like if we're all just in our own club, well, let's remodel it. It's our club.
This is the Gen X thing that I'm talking about. I really feel like the role of Gen X as a hinge, we knew that was possible still.
Yeah.
People on the other side of that hinge, wherever the turn has taken us, haven't lived in a reality where that feels like something that is doable or possible. It wasn't a part of their culture. They didn't go to church.
Right.
A lot of them didn't go to church. A lot of them didn't go to these social events.
Yeah.
It was the mall, some corporate space. Where was the third space for us? You know, it was basically our goddamn
bonfires,
neighborhood bonfire, whatever the hell's the
somebody's
church,
porch,
somebody's porch, stoop life, whatever.
Yeah, right.
And like, where is the third space now?
Yeah.
It's online.
Yeah.
And it's manipulated.
Right.
So this idea that you could have a space with ethics, accountability, integrity, where everybody was on the up and up about what was going on, you knew who was funding it.
Right.
Like the idea of a real co-op, I think, is something that Gen X is carrying the coal of that needs to be inflamed again. But people need to know it's even fucking possible. I think so many people's psyches have just succumbed to the Borg. It's too wild. I can't understand it. They're too big. They're too scary.
Right.
I'm a small person. Can't fight it. I've just got to figure out how to negotiate it the best I can.
Yeah.
Instead of actually having a conscious, creative response to it. I think that's what is lacking in the generations to come. That's going to have to eventually pop out naturally. Is they have to have a response to the world instead of just responding to the world.
Yeah. Absolutely.
And that's what Gen X can demonstrate, I think because
so,
we have that experience in our lived experience still.
Yeah.
But we may be the last generation unless we put that shit forward. What do we got? Talking about my generation.
Yeah.
We should be scared. Joshua Michael says we should be scared that they did that, and everybody should have asked why. It's perplexing.
Well, I mean, about Lucy talking about my generation, are we talking about
she's quoting
that song.
She's quoting The Who.
Yeah.
The song My Generation. Sorry.
Oh. See, I was like, this is a legitimate comment. We should talk about what she's
yeah.
saying. But you're like,
Right.
it's just song lyrics.
Well, it's kind of a Who reference, but she's Gen X.
Okay.
Yeah.
Lucy's saying
he or she is Gen X.
They are saying they're Gen X.
Yes.
All right. So too bad we're so small and sandwiched between super populated generations. That's an interesting way of thinking about it. Does that pan out numerically?
Well, the image that immediately comes to mind is when I've thought about how we have social movements, how things change. I've looked at where things have come from. Like the story, there's sort of maybe an algorithm or a metric that says it only takes about 5% of a population to get hip to a thing. Yeah. And then the other, like the 100th monkey, everybody else comes along. So it's not, I don't think it matters about the numbers. What matters is about the social ability of people who are coming together to hold their integrity and keep something alive.
Yeah.
And I don't think it's about numbers. I think it really is about I think about us being like the last generation that have experienced things that nobody will ever experience again.
Yeah.
And are there some of those things that we might be able to seed in so that that's not lost? And I think this idea of actual civic union, I've experienced civic union.
Oh.
You know. Hey, our guest is here.
Ooh la la. Exciting.
Everybody, welcome to the show. Our friend coming in live from the UK, Fabio Vicky. Can you hear us?
I can.
Oh,
you're back at your house.
I am. Yes.
It's good to see you again. Thanks for tuning in.
You too.
After
Sorry about being late. I've had to sort out a few issues downstairs with the kids, but hopefully they'll be all right. But I might have to go and check in a minute.
Oh, no problem. We're here for another 6 hours or so.
No, you are. It's getting dark here.
Yeah, I can see. Thanks for tuning in.
Oh, so it's 9 p.m. for Fabio in the UK.
It is, yes. Just gone 9 p.m. now.
Fabio, this is our friend Mark French. Mark French, Fabio Vicky.
Hello, Fabio.
Hello, Mark.
We've all been geeking out about your article that you just put out.
Oh,
yeah, it was great.
I didn't find it until today. I wanted to talk to you a little bit. Your article from March 14th.
The one on Russia and COVID?
And yeah, Russia and COVID.
More or less, yeah, kind of. COVID and Russia.
All the best things.
I wanted to talk to you about it because I didn't really find it until today. I've been doing other things.
Yeah.
I'm like, well, what else has he been up to? So I went and found that article, and I wanted to ask you, I wanted to read a couple of things from it, if that's okay, if you want to jump
absolutely.
in. I wanted to read a couple of things and have you respond because this was, again, from March 14th. So it's always interesting to see how our work lasts over time.
Yeah.
Let me find the article here.
Hopefully it does.
So we'll find one quote. This is from your article called From COVID-19 to Putin 22, Who Needs Friends with Enemies Like These? The section where you wrote financial warfare, the second set of issues concerns the economic agenda, whose mode of appearance is that of financial warfare. Draconian sanctions by tough-talking Western leaders, mostly asset freezes and exclusion of Russian banks from the SWIFT global payment system, are supposed to hurt Putin and his suddenly reprehensible oligarchs. However, it is far from certain whether this objective is achievable or even desirable. Can the U.S. and the EU, whose major investment banks are exposed to Russian debt, really afford the financial game of chicken with Russia? And why would J.P. Morgan contradict the official narrative on the enemy's economic implosion by recommending that its clients boost their positions in some of Russia's corporate debt? De facto, the U.S. megabank is betting on Russia's speedy recovery. Maybe we can talk about some things that have happened since you wrote that.
Yeah, I mean, I would still stand by what I wrote at the time. I think it's the sanction game is not really the objective that they're pursuing, I don't think. I mean, they're not trying. They say they're trying to hurt Russia, but actually Russia is getting stronger. Right, that's what we've seen. The ruble has immediately picked up again, and the economy, is doing well. The Russian economy is not doing badly at all. So the sanctions, in that respect, are not really hitting the mark. Also, because of course, Europe is as we all know, dependent on Russian gas and Russian energy, generally Russian oil, and even Russian fertilizers. So it's a strange kind of game that they're playing at the moment, especially Europe and Russia. On the one hand, Europe seems to be, hurting Putin with the sanctions, but with the other hand, they are buying Putin's gas and oil, so they're giving back what they're taking. Right? It's almost like a neutral game. It's offset because. As I said, with one hand they're taking, with the other one they're giving back. So to me, that's not really the real objective, the real target of what's going on. I think it's got to do with something else, which is, I think, more or less what COVID was about. So the idea is to make sure that the financial sector doesn't collapse, to put it simply, in the West particularly. Because the situation is getting more and more delicate, in the West, in terms of debt creation, in terms of keeping some sort of keeping the financial sector from bursting. There's an everything bubble going on.
Everything bubble.
Everything bubble. They're very concerned about the bubble bursting, and that's, I think, the primary concern in all this. All the rest is, unfortunately, very kind of cruel theater, very sinister, obviously, and very, horrible to watch, and to hear about. But I think the main objective, particularly of the West, is to make sure that the debt bubble doesn't implode. Because if that bubble implodes, the whole of the financial sector collapses, and we know that our economy is financially driven, is finance driven. So they cannot afford that to happen. And what's interesting here is, to me at least, is that war means inflation more and more, right? We hear about inflation again and again. The Fed and other central banks are telling us that they're trying to fight inflation, but I don't see that at all. I think they're lying. They're not really trying to fight inflation. They are actually using inflation to deflate the bubble, the debt bubble, because inflation, price inflation, commodity inflation, even PPI, production inflation, devalues the debt. So it allows them to deflate the debt bubble a little bit. I think the game that they're playing now, they're quite desperate to play this game, but it's a game whereby they have to deflate the bubble so that they can inflate it again. I think we're at that point of panic almost, right? The elites are kind of panicking around this because they know that if that debt bubble explodes, they lose everything. And it's something that they cannot afford to happen. So I think ultimately what they're really desperate to do is to keep inflation going, insofar as it doesn't become, of course, it doesn't have, they don't want it to become hyperinflation, because that would be, guillotines in the streets, more or less, right? that would be real chaos. But I think the war, obviously there are geopolitical issues as well, but I think the primary economic objective is to make sure that the inflation stays where it is or even goes a little higher, because that is a mechanism whereby the debt bubble deflates. It's kind of counterintuitive, but it's exactly how it works. It's almost like a transfer of wealth from the ground to the top, from the basis. Us,
almost
we have to pay more, right? We have to pay more. Everything is more expensive. So the money we lose goes up because, as I said, the debt, the debt, sort of the debt bubble deflates a little. So the less money, the interest to pay back is less, and that helps the situation, which is a very delicate one in terms of debt and finance. We know that we live in a debt-based financial model. It's debt-based. It needs constant injections of money created out of nowhere. Very cheap money created out of nowhere. And I think that is what they're ultimately trying to do, to keep going with the money creation, whilst pretending that they're fighting inflation, which is caused precisely, ultimately, by these money creation programs, which have been going on for a very long time. So our environment has been, potentially inflationary for a long time, even though the inflation genie has come out of the bubble of the bottle only recently. But the whole system has been on the way to inflation for quite a while, because ultimately there's a disproportion between the money that is created and injected into the system and the money that is actually the value that is actually produced in the system. There's a disproportion. Ultimately, what we're seeing is I think the devaluation of money, of the money medium. We are in an environment that progressively devalues the money medium, which means that our money is worth less and less, precisely because of inflation, right? And I think they're quite desperate to keep that going because they don't have any other way of dealing with it. They're kind of snookered in that respect. They don't really know where to go. They don't really have any room to maneuver. There's nothing that they can do apart from relying on a constant flow of emergencies, right? Initially, it was COVID for 2 years. Now we have Putin, the war, which they're milking. They're trying to milk as much as they can. They need to they wanted to continue. They wanted to prolong it. They want to prolong it because that allows them to do what they've been doing successfully, I have to say, for the last 2.5 years. It's difficult to actually imagine the situation because, empirically it's difficult to understand how big this everything bubble is, and how important it is for the whole of the economy that it continues to inflate and it doesn't, without bursting, right? Because if we get 2008 again, it would be much more catastrophic than it was then today. So I think all the efforts are aimed ultimately at keeping that bubble there, which means keeping the financial sector doing what's been doing, the kind of speculative, the kind of speculation that based on debt fundamentally, right? Based on this mountain of debt that is created out of nowhere. So I tend to read the geopolitical situation as a derivative almost of the economic situation. It really is something that we need to understand in the context of a very frail economy, based fundamentally on the creation of fake money, of money that is not money that fundamentally is increasingly without value, right? And that's where my Marxian approach comes in, because from my point of view, and money without value, money that does not, as it were, derive its strength from labor. It's ultimately it's money that is destined to be devalued, either through inflation or through even a deflationary crisis, some sort of deflation, because it's more or less, in terms of the devaluation of the money medium, whether it's inflation or deflation, it doesn't really matter. We know that we end up with the devaluation of money itself. And I think that's where we're heading. I don't see a way out of this. I really don't see a way out of this, and that's why, in a sense, we need to learn to love our emergencies. In some crazy way. Yeah. That's what's keeping everything going.
It feels like there's two ways to deal with this. That the plane is crashing to the ground, and some people want to make a soft landing, and some people just want to take their parachute and get out and fuck what happens to everything else. It feels like these are the two approaches that are happening. Joshua Michael on Facebook said, but what most people don't know about Russia is that they just went back to the gold standard, which means they are no longer affected by the fiat currency. Yeah. And because Putin and China are going back to the gold standard and going off the credit system, that seems like to be an important part of this story if we're talking about fiat currencies and our attempts to inflict some damage on Russia, which caused them to start demanding that people pay for their resources, oil, wheat, etc., in rubles. Sounds like a pretty smart move on Russia's part.
It is. I think we're seeing. I think it's a Cold War, right? It's a Cold War scenario again, where we're going to have two blocks. One, that our bloc, the Western bloc, as it were, it still runs on this very dangerous game, hyper financialized, debt-based economy, and the other block is going to be based on a similar system in any way, but backed by concrete, real, wealth in some way, whether it's gold or commodities, doesn't really matter. There's an anchoring point there that we've lost, and we've lost it since 1971, obviously, with the decoupling from the gold standard. And it's got progressively worse in that respect. Even if that was the only way for us, I think, in the West, to get out of the stagflation of the early 70s, which was when the Fordist accumulation system broke down, essentially.
What is the idea?
So the neoliberal sort of revolution, which practically meant the financialization of the economy that began at the beginning of the 1970s, was, I think, an attempt to exit the crisis of the previous mode of accumulation, which was the Fordist one based on Keynesian economics, deficit spending, etc., right? Even if to some extent we've gone back to that, right, the deficit spending. But ultimately, the neoliberal revolution was that, and I think we're still in it, even though we don't have any more rabbits to pull out of the hat. Right. We're running out of rabbits here. We don't have any real policy that can sort of get us out of trouble. That's why we have to rely on this constant flow of emergencies, which justify the production of money out of nowhere, out of economic nothingness, quite literally, and that's what keeps it going. But as you said, the other block, obviously, it's in a sense they are closer to where we were in the post-war period. I think, right? They're closer to this kind of Fordist mode of accumulation. It's not going to be the same, of course. It's not going to be the same at all, because technology has had an impact on China and Russia and India and the BRICS, etc. So they also have to deal with fundamentally the same issue, but they're not yet at the point where we are. So I think they've got some kind of advantage over us in the West in that respect, I think, right? And I think that's what Putin wants, and that's what China also wants.
Joshua Michael said we should demand our country go back to the gold standard. And so I'm wondering if do you have any idea what that would look like? If Russia was able to just suddenly go to the gold standard, is it possible for our system to go to the gold standard, or would gold be like $10,000 an ounce suddenly? Like, is that a possible thing? And if it is, what would that look like if we went back to the gold standard?
Russia and China are also adding other commodities, though. It isn't just gold.
Okay.
We're not going to be able to rewind history and just go back to the gold standard. You can revalue the currency and have it based on something, but it wouldn't be tied to just one commodity.
Okay, got you. Gold is just the sort of the catch-all that it's tied to physical commodities versus the funny money fiat.
I mean, Fabio's made so many good points already. I mean, he could get into how many of the sanctions are fake. Like, there's 2 pipelines going from Russia to Japan. Japan and South Korea are one of our biggest allies over there to hedge against the shipping lanes in the South China Sea. And Japan will not participate with us on any of the sanctions because they want the oil pipeline turned on. And then Fabio could, from a European's perspective too, are the Germans and the rest of Europe going to tolerate prices that are 8 or 9 times higher for liquefied natural gas that they don't even have the ports for yet, just to keep their pipeline with Russia shut off?
I think Europe are in a very, I mean, in a very paradoxical situation, because on the one hand they have to say yes to the US, so they have to obey the mandate that comes from above. So they have to be against Russia. They have to sanction Russia, even though we know that some countries have decided against it. But most European countries, they have to do it. But on the other hand, they are also saying, hang on a second, we've got deals here which are keeping our economy going. If we stop buying Russian gas, Germany particularly, right, which is the powerhouse of Europe, will immediately, Germany's economy will collapse, because everything is based on that sort of cheap gas that's coming from Russia. And Italy is in a very, very similar situation to Germany. France can rely on nuclear power. Germany is closing down the last 3 nuclear plants, and it's already closed down coal plants, etc. So they can't go back to coal. So they're relying very, very heavily on Russian gas, and they, they will continue to do that. I think Europe will, find itself in a very, very delicate situation here. They will continue to compromise, and it will continue to get Russian gas, I think, and oil, if not directly from Russia, from another country that has got it from Russia, right? Like Hungary or something.
Yeah. Could you take a second too, when you have time, and get into the fecklessness of kicking people out of SWIFT at this point, and how the Chinese already have a better system, and the more the United States continues to sanction people, it isn't going to work anyway, because like you said, there's just going to be an immediate economy of workarounds invented and go-betweens. There's going to be all kinds of clearinghouses built to get around that, so that the more that the Western banks continue to just steal people's money and sanction them, it's just going to move people away from the dollar, which is the hegemonic currency, even faster.
Absolutely. I totally agree. I think it's crazy. It's almost as if they prepared it to happen like that. They must have known, right? That they have another system in place.
Designed implosion.
Russia and China have been speaking for a while about it. So it's almost as if they were talking to each other. I find it hard to believe that they didn't know that they would go for a different system. That SWIFT was not going to hurt them. In fact, it was going to do them a favor in many ways. That they can de-dollarize their economies. That's what they've been wanting to do for a while. They want to get out of this dollar hegemony, right? Russia and China, they're desperate to get out of this. So now they've got a perfect, yeah.
There's an article that came out on May 3rd from a small independent union-run radio station in Bolivia. But the article said former Brazilian President Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva, who's once again in the running for the presidency, says that, quote, God willing, he hopes to see the creation of a Latin American currency capable of overcoming the region's dependence on the dollar. Lula insists that Brazil ought to reestablish relationship in the region overseas, and let's get back to reestablishing our relationship with Latin America, and God willing to create a new currency in Latin America so that we don't have to deal with being dependent on the dollar. We're going to try to recuperate the BRICS.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, that's what I'm saying. That they must have known that this was going to happen. I find it difficult to believe that they're so stupid that they didn't realize that this was going to happen, and that we're going to end up with a multi-currency world and multipolar and multi-currency world. I think it was pretty obvious. I think obviously I won't go as far as to say that this was part of the plan already, because we can't say that. But at the same time, I find it difficult to see that they didn't see this. I mean, to say that they didn't see this coming.
Could it be like an emperor wears no clothes situation, where Brazil is just the kid that goes, haha, that's not going to work anymore?
Well, they're going to try to, they say they're going to try to stop it, but I think their main concern, particularly the US, is at home, really, right? They really need to make sure that this system continues to operate as it has operated in recent years. And in recent years, if you look at the Fed's balance sheet, for example, you will see that they've created so much money, and they've bought so much junk, from the market, that it gives you an idea of how much debt has been injected into the system. The federal debt is doubled. The US federal debt has doubled in the last 2 years, from 15 to 30 trillion dollars, right? In over 2 years. And over the last 50 years, since the beginning of neoliberalism, more or less, it has grown about 75 times. So that gives you an idea of how much our economy is dependent on the creation of debt out of nowhere. This is not debt that comes from the real economy. This is not debt that comes from productive labor, right? It's not part of a healthy sort of mechanism or dynamic. This is debt that is created out of nowhere. So inevitably this money added to the system, right? This money supply introduced into the system one way or the other, whether through the financial system mostly or directly into the real economy, is going to destabilize the system and devalue the currency itself. And I think that's where we are today. Today we are really getting closer and closer to the precipice in that respect. And this market bubble, this debt bubble, is threatening to burst.
You
right?
also mentioned earlier quantitative easing forever, right? Like they have no way out of this. You painted it as a saying here in this country is a one-trick pony. There's no other rabbit to pull out of the hat, as they say. Like, this is the thing. So that's what we were discussing earlier this morning. This is just going to be what they do. And at the lower classes and the working classes, we're going to continue to be left to pick up the pieces and kind of sort it out, which is going to create a huge argument around property rights and how it's currently structured.
Absolutely. I mean, that's why they need to distract us all the time, and they need to control us more and more, right? So that's why I think they're turning the screw also in terms of biopower. They're upping sort of the biopolitical game. COVID, we can even think of COVID as a stress test almost, to see how far they can go with the biopolitical weapon that they have, because they know that sooner or later they need to control us physically almost. They need to control our money, whatever money they give us, right? Almost as some kind of charity, they will give us some money to spend, but they need to control it, and they need to set up this infrastructure of control to make sure that they don't run into trouble because of the collapsing economy.
There have been
that's the way it's been planned, and they might not have the digital infrastructure yet to do the Great Reset as they want to do it, but I think that's what they have in mind ultimately, right? So I think, emergencies serve precisely this purpose. On the one hand, quantitative easing. They will go back to quantitative easing. They might call it something else, but fundamentally it's the same mechanism. Remember, it's a debt-based economic model that we're running, and the debt is huge, right? It's out of control. If that stops, so for example, if the interest rates go up too much, the whole financial system comes to a halt, because they need cheap money. It's based on cheap speculation, based on cheap money. If all of a sudden that money becomes expensive, then the whole thing will grind to a halt, right? And they can't afford it. That's why they're telling us that they're fighting inflation by raising interest rates. But as you can see, they don't raise it enough to do anything to inflation. Remember what they did in the 70s, the Volcker shock. Paul Volcker was the head of the Fed at the time. And when inflation was 18% or 20%, he had to raise
23%.
Go above it, right? To do something to inflation. So now we are nowhere near that. We are 1%. What is it? And although it has an impact on the way we live, it's not going to do anything to inflation. And so, as I said, we go back to what I was saying earlier. Ultimately, I think they're using inflation to their own benefit to try and deflate a little, to try and secure at least whichever way they can this incredible bubble that they have that is about to burst in their faces. I think that the inflation allows them to deflate a little the debt bubble so that they can maybe continue to inflate it a little later. But it's a vicious circle, Where does it end? They need emergencies after emergency, crisis to crisis to crisis, in order to keep this perverse game going, right?
That's why I think the idea of UFOs coming next is not a far-fetched story.
Like that,
how do you follow that act with another act? Eventually, it's going to be UFOs.
I think that's their major concern, exactly, to have one after the other. So now that's why they're sending all these weapons to Russia. Everybody's sending weapons to Ukraine, not because they care about Ukrainian people. They never cared about the people. They're simply doing it so that they can prolong the war, prolong the war one way or another. I don't even think it's about destroying Russia. I don't think it's about that. They know that they can't destroy Russia. So some people are saying, oh, it's just about Russia. They want to get to Russia first and then get to China so that they can go back to control everything. To me, that's a little far-fetched. I don't think they are as naive as that they think that they can do that. I really doubt it. I think fundamentally it's about prolonging the crisis so that they can continue to find a way of prolonging also their own little mechanism in the debt market, particularly. Yields have gone up a little. When they start going up hugely, like 3%, 4%, 5% in a matter of hours, then you know that a lot of money is moving out of the debt market. And that is the sign that we are going to have a market crash, right?
Because an inverted yield.
Yeah, inverted yield. Yes, exactly that. So I think that we need to look at the yield going up. I think at the moment is around 3% or something. If suddenly it goes to 3.5, 4, 4.5, etc., in a matter of hours, you know that there's going to be a big problem, and they don't want that to happen.
Do you see an arc to this story that you're saying? Do you see a story arc? Do you see into the future what maybe when they run out of rabbits completely? Like, what does that look like for regular folk?
it's quite scary because you think, how far can they go with this, right? I mean, can they actually go to a nuclear war as well to save the system, this system, to try and protect or to save whatever is left of this system? I mean,
feels like
why
we're
not?
being
They
taunted.
might do it.
What would they be willing to do? Yeah.
Yeah, it's almost like, it's like what you said, a stress test. I feel it all feels like a stress test. How much stress are we willing to live under before we say no to that?
Right.
And what does a no look like?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think they still have some mileage in what they're doing. They can still do, they can still create other emergencies, perhaps even worse than this one.
I was convinced everything would collapse in 1992, and I've been perennially amazed at the resilience of something that doesn't seem sustainable yet continues to sustain itself.
Well, and we were just talking yesterday, almost exactly 100 years ago, when Stressman took over Weimar and had to borrow a bunch of money from American banks.
Right. That's
renegotiate those reparations payments. Like, we know what this looks like as societies begin to get squeezed at this level that have this much debt. I think you're very accurate in relaying a sense of razor's edge, unusualness, and a sense of playing with fire a bit here on about the money creation and not having any productive capacity to make up for that in a serious way. And because we've outsourced supply chains in such a meaningful way to Asia, no way to get it back in 10 or 20 years. I mean, it would be a long-term, very expensive project.
Yeah. I think the whole, capitalist system is really coming to a it's past the point of no return in a way. You cannot go back. But at the same time, it's a slow death that we're seeing, right? It's really kind of dying very slowly. And because the fundamental mechanism is not working any longer, right? I think that's what people need to understand, that value in capitalism, particularly industrial capitalism, is created by putting people to work.
Yeah.
Right? That's how real value is created to the economy. If machines replace human labor, at the rate that they are replacing it now, they've been replacing it since the 1970s with the third industrial revolution, right? That value just evaporates little by little, and it continues to evaporate more and more, right? So the money that is added to the system does not cover the value that the system needs. It's money that fundamentally creates some kind of devaluation of value, right? Because
that's right.
Because it's got nothing to do with value production. It's money without value, quite literally. That's why they call it fake money. I mean, or fictitious money. Analysts, financial analysts, the bravest and the most courageous. They know that, and they say that already. This is fake money. Ultimately, we just print it and throw it into the system, but it doesn't make us feel. It doesn't make the system improve at all, right? It continues to create wealth for a very few people, and it continues to impoverish and immiserate the masses as we're seeing it. And that's terrible, because the productive potential we have is huge with the technology we have, right? So it's only because it's tied to this system that it doesn't produce wealth. It doesn't produce happiness, right?
And for everyone else, you're specifically referring to financialization.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, financialization. Those who are in charge of the financial sectors are pulling the strings up there. We know more or less who they are. But in a sense, they are, again, operating the system, right? They're functionaries of this system. And of course, they are the ones who are reaping the benefits and everything. But it's the system itself that we need to look at. If we get, let's say that we can get rid of them, but we leave the system in place, they would be replaced by other people doing exactly the same thing, because it's fundamentally is this kind of anonymous, blind system that makes all this happen, right? That is responsible for this kind of paradox. As I said, it's a paradox because with the productive power we have, with the technology we have, we could really produce for everybody, But because it's tied to the profit-making machine, it's tied to the commodity fetish, then it produces misery rather than.
Would you go as far as to say we've created a neo-feudal order?
I think we're getting there. Yes, I think particularly with biopower, the way they are experimenting, the way stress testing and everything, I think they're trying to create a system where we have a mixture of capitalism, right? What they call capitalism, although there will be less and less of real economy capitalism, but still based on commodity production. So and so on, and a minimum of consumption, of course. But again, structured in a sort of neo-feudal way with very, 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 very strict hierarchies, where I think that's the sort of the only way in which the system can survive its own death is by rigidifying into a kind of neo-feudal, techno neo-feudal.
It's a stage of death.
Yeah, it's a stage of death. But we know that all empires, before they collapse, they rigidify. They continue to operate precisely according to those laws that had brought them to collapse. So rather than understanding that it doesn't work, they continue to operate exactly in the same way, right?
So I have a question for you. We've been doing a thought experiment this weekend since we have ample time to sit and contemplate the world that we're in. And we've been asking folks if the world stood still, if there was a complete realization that we're in a cul-de-sac and we've got to turn around and go another direction, and somebody hands you the microphone and says, "Look, we've got to plan out the next year, and we just have to have a redo." What would you do in terms of getting things stabilized and initiating another system? Like, how do you solve the problem? Let's say it stops. Where do we go from there? And how do we do it?
It's not an easy question to answer.
No.
It's one of those questions that you ask only crazy people try to answer it, because it's really impossible.
I tried yesterday.
Okay, I want to listen to your answer then, because I'm not crazy enough. But I would say something like socialization of the means of production. That should be the first step, right? To socialize the means of production, to organize some kind of flexible political structure that allows you to socialize the means of production, whereby you produce not to make money, right? Because that's the problem with the system. Production happens only so that the system can create more money out of some money that is invested. It's not about feeding the people. It's not about making people happy. It's about chasing money.
Profit margins. Profit margins.
Yeah, profit margins all the time. This is what the system is about. So we need to demolish that, first of all, or before it demolishes itself and us as well, in the process. But we need to get rid of that, or we need to find ways in which a kind of parallel system maybe begins to operate and then replaces the old one. But I think the first step would be to find a way of socializing the means of production, because the means of production are still extremely important, and we have very, very productive, a very productive system with the technology we have. So we don't even need to work so much. That's what I'm trying to say. The machines can do most of the work. We can do something else.
We touched on the universal basic income a little bit yesterday and the pitfalls that it might bring along with it. But I think anytime someone says, look, robots could be making all the things we need, a lot of kinds of people get worried, and they're like, well, but what about jobs? We need jobs. And it's like, no, you don't need a job. You need to have what you need to survive.
Yeah.
You need to have the things that you need to live. Right now, the only way to have that is to have a job where you make money so that you can give that money to someone else to get the things that you need to live. But you don't need a job.
No, but people, it's also an existential problem, because people are attached existentially to their jobs, to the routine of the job.
Current people are attached to their jobs.
Yes. Yes.
But remember, this has been our life for hundreds of years. So we kind of naturalized that idea that
most of your life is eked away on something else.
That's right. That we don't. I agree. I totally agree with you. And I'm not one that wants to work all the time. I think it's totally stupid myself.
I want to work on stuff that I care about. I just don't want to
this abstract labor, right? It's what works for capital, or what capital sort of injected, what it created. Abstract labor. So labor that corresponds to a certain amount of money, right? And according to a certain labor time. This is how capital created itself, by creating this category of abstract labor. So labor, a certain amount of labor or labor time that corresponds in a very abstract way to a certain amount of money, right? That's the little fiction that starts the capitalist society, the capitalist world. And this fiction now, it's exhausted. It doesn't work anymore. So we do have a chance to detach from the labor fetish. It is a fetish. We fetishize labor. We fetishize work.
Fabio, did you ever write at some point an article that talks about this core fiction that you're talking? Because I feel like I understand intellectually what you're saying, but I haven't internalized an actual understanding of what that labor is, the capitalistic fiction.
I've written this book.
Oh, hey!
That has just come out.
I'll look that up.
Right? Which talks really, I really write in detail about this beginning of the fiction of capitalism, which is...
Where do you prefer people to buy that?
No, don't buy it. I can send you some copies. I got plenty of copies here.
Well, but if I wanted to buy it...
Yeah, for the larger audience.
Are you on the boards? Are you on Amazon?
I can send you a link where you can download it for free.
Sweet.
I'm trying to find Fabio. I'm trying to find things to do that
too expensive. These things are too expensive. It really is stupid. Believe me. I don't know why they charge you so much to buy a book like this, or a book anyway. It doesn't make sense.
Because you worked hard on it.
for libraries, they can buy it.
Yeah. But I also want to do something that doesn't involve a screen, because my entire life and most of my recreation involves screens. So
I'm more than happy to send you a copy. I've already sent a few around to people who wanted to buy it. So
fine, I'll just share the Amazon link, and then you can send me a copy.
That sounds great.
Don't share it, don't worry. But yeah, I mean, there I really look at that, because I think that's the really interesting point, where we got out of the feudal system and we started the capitalist system, or somebody one day decided that labor was something different, or work was something different from what it was in feudal times.
Yeah,
and they started to pay people to work according to a certain amount of time, and of course that's also the way that they extracted surplus labor, surplus value from labor.
They're charging $95 for his book, so I am also kind of like, why?
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. It's stupid.
Who
totally
decided
ridiculous. that? I shouldn't even have written a book for it.
Oh, it's because it's 40 pounds.
It's because
you pay. I would pay $40 for a hardcover, and the direct correlation between pounds and dollars is like twice as much. So I get.
Well, it's still too expensive. Believe me, it's still too expensive. I wouldn't buy that. No, it's for libraries to buy. Okay, I think that's what they target. They target libraries, and they think that they can make money.
Problem here where textbooks are insanely priced that you wear for a short period of time, and then you buy it for $150, and then you use it for a semester, or you don't, and then you turn it back in and they give you $20 for it, and then they turn around and sell it for $150 to the next person. It's an entire racket here with academic books.
Yeah. Here, babe, grab your microphone and pull it across your chest towards Mark. There you go.
Okay.
But yeah, going back to work and labor, I think it is you said something about people. Oh my God, what am I going to do with my time, with my free time, if I don't go to work for 8 hours, maybe even 10 hours? We work extra time, to make the money that that is not enough ultimately,
right?
Because you need to get indebted as well on top of that. You need to get extra money from the bank to be able to pay for whatever you have to pay for, right? And we know that debt is going up constantly, private debt and national debt. So it's crazy. But I think people will. My feel is that people will realize it only when it's almost too late. Unfortunately, right? I think most people will.
We're still too comfortable.
We need a radical change to the system, where the system is. Collapsing and doing something very bad to these people, to us ultimately.
Well, it's
You know,
like you said earlier, Fabio,
Yeah.
when you said, I almost suspect that they absolutely had to know. So I want to ask you how you feel about, because this many smart, wealthy people can't be this blind or silly, right? So I want to ask you about the idea of austerity. Are we all Greece now? Are we all about to be put over the barrel? And secondly, how far will the austerity go? And thirdly, are they purposely collapsing public finance to privatize everything and turn everything into derivatives? Is that the last play?
I think that's the last play. I think they're going to go down that way. I think they've tried austerity. They've tried, they've tried everything, and it hasn't worked. They've tried austerity in Europe, but it creates misery. It creates people are, it doesn't really work. They've run out of policy. I think they really have run out of policy. So whether it's stimulus or austerity, so whether it's creating more money, giving it to the people, trying to create, some sort of more jobs, etc. The neo-Keynesians are trying to do that. They've tried to do that, but they failed. Austerity has failed too, and I think that's why we are where we are. They need to somehow control us through emergencies.
Yeah.
Whether they scare us, whether it's just a fear trade, or whether it's a real, they sell it as a real emergency, as the COVID one. That's, I think, their new policy, unfortunately, and it's kind of biopolitical. I think all the rest, they know it's not going to work. Like, people are going to take to the street, and people are really going to react. More austerity is going to destroy people, and people, when they have nothing to eat, they go into the streets, and they're scared of that. They don't want sort of millions of people in the streets protesting and doing, I don't know what the Bolsheviks did to the Tsar in Russia in 1917, where they just killed him brutally. They don't want that. They're scared of that. Remember, they're a minority as well.
Yeah.
So they need to find other ways of controlling, I think, the masses. And at the moment, I think they devised this kind of emergency.
With you using
system.
the phrase biopolitical repeatedly, which really resonates with me under the current climate, are you familiar with, or have you heard about at all? I'm sure you're aware of Bill Gates's involvement in health and medicine. He recently bought a very large amount of stock in the German company Bayer that formerly was Monsanto. Oh. They just accomplished that merger.
Yeah.
And now Gates is also, he's the largest owner of farmland now in the United States. I mean, those three things together, from a guy that came from monopolizing operating systems in the 80s, that seems like a bit of a strange stretch. Yeah.
Well, I think he's realized that if the market crashes today,
sure,
he's not going to have much left either, because all that wealth, that market cap that he has, is going to turn into smoke. So buying land doesn't surprise me, because that's the sort of the best thing you can do today if you have money. Buy something concrete, something real. Invest in something absolutely, land is the best in that respect, if you have the money to do it, and he's got loads to invest. or whatever. Even gold is better than, in a sense, playing them on the market. It's more safe, at least, and so it gives you a little bit of protection against the coming collapse. I think nobody knows when this is going to come, by the way, right? It's impossible to predict. People try to predict it. It's impossible. I think we can read the signs. As I said, the 10-year yield, the treasury yield, is probably the best way of predicting it, of knowing when it's going to come. So following that closely will give you some sort of idea of when the money is moving around, en masse, as it were.
I've heard people trying to draw parallels between the real estate pop in 2008, since we're higher than what that was. We're at a 70-year high or something right now. So I think there's one story that's like, it's going to pop again. And there's another story that it's a different situation than it was before.
It is.
And the reason the value has gone up is because people have stuffed their money out of the fairy realm into the real realm, and they're not going to let it fall the way that it did. So that people are like, you don't want to buy a house right now because it's going to crash. And they're like, well, all the wealthiest people in the world have just gone and bought all the houses they could. So it doesn't make sense that they would buy something that they're setting up to fall. What do you think about that idea?
That's interesting. What I know is that, what I seem to know is that there's a decoupling between mortgage demands and real estate prices. So the real estate prices are going up and up regardless of mortgage demand, right? So maybe there's the trick that you're talking about. People have invested heavily in real estate and they're driving the prices up, in a kind of bubble artificially. This has nothing to do with demand any longer. So in a sense, we're out of that law of supply and demand even, that doesn't make too much sense any longer, because even the real estate bubble is completely artificial, in the sense that they've invested so much money into it, and they continue to invest money so that prices go up, but ultimately it's the ultra rich who are doing it and keeping up the whole because, as I said, from the basis, there is less and less demand for mortgages. So how is it the prices continue to go up, right, with less demand? It's something that you cannot answer.
Demand for mortgages. There's fewer people that can actually afford a mortgage,
right?
Moving everybody into the renter class.
And also, if the cost of mortgage is going up, because the cost of money is going up, even if it's going up a little, they cannot fight inflation, but it's still going up. That is, of course, going to convince people to rent rather than run by or whatever. So there's less demand. But the funny thing is that prices are going up here in the UK. It's been going up like there's no tomorrow. It keeps going up, and as far as I'm concerned, there's less and less demand from the basis of mortgages. So there's a kind of decoupling there, which tells you that it's an artificial environment where some assets have been pumped artificially through debt, through investments, and so on and so forth. And the real economy is kind of free falling, generally speaking. There's no connection between the real economy and the financial markets any longer. Very little. And this has been happening for a while, but today it's very visible. Free falling real economy. We know that the US economy is not growing. We know we're going towards a stagflation almost. And at the same time, the markets, of course, with corrections, because they need to have corrections up and downs, right? Otherwise, but it's been steadily growing. And that decoupling, is I think tells a story about where we are today. But anyway, that's my to me it really tells me that it kind of confirms that the markets have been artificially pumped with liquidity that comes from nowhere, literally, not from the real economy, certainly.
And would you say after this,
the markets are not a fair reflection, of real prices?
Yeah. Would you say, Fabio, that there's less opportunity for any sort of bounce back or resiliency after this next coming downturn? Is that what's going to make it worse, do you think?
Sorry, say that again. I got distracted a second. I was
that there's like we just went through the subprime in 08. Yeah. And so when this next crash comes, that we know the correction's going to come, do you feel like there is less resiliency and less opportunities for bounce back from that?
We won't have the same opportunities that we've had in 2008, because in 2008, we went back to the state and we forced states to get indebted to save the banks, if you remember, right? So we kind of shifted the problem back to the state. But now the state has already shifted it back to the financial markets. So the state is not in a position to save us again. They are so indebted themselves, most states, that they won't be able to get us out of trouble. So that card has already been played. In 2008, there was still a little bit of room to avoid disaster. But we played the final card we had in our hand. Now we are left without. And that's why I think we've seen this rolling out of emergencies, right? And they need to keep them going. They need to keep them going to sustain this situation. I mean, when COVID came, I think we discussed it before. We were waiting for the next one, weren't we? We said that. What's going to come next?
Right. What's the next big thing that we should be concerned about? Yes.
Exactly. It was pretty obvious that they were relying on COVID until they could, and then when COVID became more or less too contradictory, as it were, you know, we had the Canadian protests, similar protests in Europe. The vaccines were clearly not working the way they told us they were working. So all these contradictions came up. The narrative was not really viable any longer, I don't think. After 4 doses, what can they do, right? I mean, they've already given us 4 doses. So, you know, what else? How many doses are we supposed to take? How many jabs are we supposed to take here? So I think they needed the next emergency. And very smoothly, we went into the next emergencies, which is, of course, the war in Ukraine.
Yeah, I really appreciated your article on that, because I feel like you touch on all the things that I've been touching from various sources, and I find them being combined in your work and in your writing. And I was wondering, at some point, we appreciate the time you've been on here. Before you go, if you could help us get a grip on what sources you turn to. Who do you turn to for insight into what's going on? What sources are you going to for that information?
Yeah. It's interesting because I don't look at, I used to rely on philosophers, on leftist philosophers, right? My favorite was always Slavoj Žižek, who is this radical he calls himself a Marxist philosopher, and I still like his philosophy a lot. I like his take on Hegel and especially the psychoanalysis, the Lacanian side of it. I still love it. But I think it really, like many others, it doesn't quite get the political economy, the critique of political economy. So I find myself looking at, paradoxically, at financial advisors, you know, their blogs, what they write, because even though they don't have a complete picture in front of them about the economy, they understand the mechanism. They understand very clearly, because it's their job, right? They're looking at the markets every day, so they know when things are going to suddenly turn sour, well, you know, where it is that we should be looking at. And so I tend to kind of read or look at their blogs and, you know, stuff they do. It gives me a sense of, and also I rely heavily, as you know, on Marx's critique of political economy, particularly his critique of value. To me, that's still essential to understand why we are unable to produce the wealth that our societies need to reproduce themselves, right? I think you cannot understand it unless you go back to Marx's critique of value, which is one small part of what Marx was about, but I think is the one that we need to retain today. All the rest can go. I don't care about the rest. I don't care about the politics. It didn't work. We know that it didn't work. I really have no time for that. But the critique of value is still essential. There's a great German philosopher economist who died in 2012, I think, called Robert Kurz, who does precisely this, the critique of value, right? So if you can get any translation, I think there must be a few
I'm looking
around.
it up.
Okay.
Sorry?
She's looking it up right now.
Yeah, Robert Kurz.
People.
It is the most important sort of kind of representative of that value critique.
Kurz?
Kurz, yeah.
Okay.
German philosopher from Nuremberg, I think, and it's kind of got a little school going. Although, you know, he had before he died, and there's other people who write along the same lines, and it really focuses on this turning point, which is the third industrial revolution. From that point onwards, we have been unable to produce the wealth that is needed in our world, and therefore we have to rely on debt more and more, on the artificial creation of debt, right? But before that, there was still some kind of semblance of a working sort of capitalist system, at least in the center. not in the periphery, but in the center, it seemed that we could still sustain it. But from the 1970s onwards, with the third industrial, which is digitalization, microelectronics, right? That, in a sense, eliminated more labor than the system was able to reabsorb. I'm talking about value productive labor, not just any labor, value productive labor. So labor.
Marx grew up in Detroit, so he knows that story.
Exactly.
Yeah, right.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly that, right? So the moment that we've encountered this exponential technological growth, then of course huge masses of labor have been laid off, and that's been bad for workers, but also for the system in a way, because the system was less and less able to produce, as I said, the value that it needed through labor. And I think it's only if you understand the connection between capital, labor, and labor that you can grasp this notion. And Kurtz is one guy that explains it very, very clearly, I think.
Oh, good. I'm looking forward to checking that out.
Yeah. I think, unfortunately, not all of his work has been translated into English yet, particularly he wrote a book called The Black Book of Capitalism, which does a kind of history of capitalism, but it's only available in German. So I think I've been able to read some of it in Italian, but even in Italian, the whole book is not out yet. And there's other sort of snippets, very important interviews and so on, that are available in English, so you can look it up. There's a really good book called The Substance of Capital by him in English that I really recommend, because it's got some really, it really kind of sums up his main points there. I think I forgot who the publisher is, but it's a good one to have. So it really makes that point very clearly. For me, has been a major inspiration, I have to say, because it really made me understand why we rely on debt so hugely today, and why we need to double the amount of debt. Every 2 years it doubles. It's crazy. Why do we need it? And of course it's because technology, technology is coupled with the capitalist system, dynamic, forces more and more labor out of the system, and of course the system still needs labor, but it's less and less productive of value. So commodities contain less and less labor in it, because they're made by machines, and that also translates to less and less value. It's an interesting, once you get into that logic, it becomes quite clear, I think, and it explains why the neoliberal turn was a turn towards financialization, right? It explains, so because people tend to think, oh, they're just greedy, and the neoliberal turn is just about greed. People wanted more, and of course there's some of that as well, but it's also on a kind of a escape strategy, right? They try to escape the stagflation of the 1970s and the end of the Fordist mode of production, right? So it was a way to keep the system going. And if you think about it, the Soviets didn't have this option, and they collapsed more or less at the same time when neoliberalism sort of allowed us to reproduce the system in a different way. So, yeah, I think Robert Kurtz would be one that I suggest you look at.
I've shared some of his links in our comments to kind of, I guess, wrap up so you can get back to family life.
Yeah, they're probably in bed already.
Yeah. Little Funk Monkey is a little nervous to share, but he says, my personal thought or version of utopia, a healthy blend of nature and technology, humanity being artistic stewards of the planet. We all understand that we need to work a little to maintain what cannot be automated. You create everything you own. Libraries filled with books and blueprints, tools and workshops. If you need something to keep, the resources are so abundant that you use the library to create what you need.
Outside, yeah.
Yeah, I like that. Yeah, I think it's... I also envision something similar. The problem is how to get there, how to get to something different.
How do we get past the people who want a profit margin?
How to break out of this collapsing system and make people understand that the system is collapsing and it cannot be repaired. we cannot repair it any longer. We cannot go back to 50 years ago or whatever. It's impossible because of the way in which capital and technology operate together. Capital needs technology to make products that are more competitive on the market. Cutting labor means that products are more competitive. So individual capitals, individual enterprises can win because of that. But altogether, the system, it produces less and less value.
We were talking before the show about the unique role that Generation X has as somebody who experienced the world before the web connected us all.
Yeah.
And in that experience, I can remember even as a kid having the sense of what our friend is talking about here in terms of a balance of nature and culture and art and civic and business. And business was one of these categories. And what I've seen is this sort of feedback loop, like when the feedback goes too bad on stage. It's like a financial feedback loop that has drowned out all other aspects of human existence, the humanities. Everything is now financialized.
Yeah.
It feels like the Borg. And that high pitch at one point has to stop. And then that's where the other pieces come up. The idea of the humanities and art and culture and the environment that we live in, and things like intuition and love actually being something we can talk about again. That's been my lived experience as a person from Gen X, is watching what felt like a natural world fully succumb to this grid financialization where it is the only story. Any other story is just connected to financialization in a way that I don't feel like was my experience when I was a kid.
I agree. I totally agree. And it's easy to be nostalgic of that time, isn't it? It's easy to think, oh my God, if only we could still experience some of that sort of life.
That's the point, is we carry that experience where generations past us don't have that experience.
True. Yeah. So we know that things could be better.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, we know that we can't go back to that type of society any longer, right? Because we can't. We can't just destroy, unless we decide to destroy technology and all the rest with it.
Yeah,
But
we can't have a global Luddite movement.
No, exactly. We can try to set it up. I don't think-
Only because of the tension between China and India. They already have all the productive capacity the entire planet needs for the rest of the time.
Well, is there a way to separate financialization from these other? Is there a way to liberate the humanities with the system and tech? Can the humanities exist with technology, or are we fully going technocratic where we just blend with the machine? Is this the crossroads we're at, or is there even a crossroads?
That is the question. That's what we're all asking at some point, right?
Yeah, I think I think there must be a way of doing it, but I think you have to exit. You have to give up on that little mechanism that wants you to work for money.
I gave up a long time ago.
I know.
We want to have value. We want to feel useful. We want to feel productive.
Recreate the meaning of value,
Yes.
values, right? That everything is tied to economic value. We think of value just as economic value, but even that value is not working any longer.
No.
Right.
We don't even know what is good for us.
How do we rank ourselves besides that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a preposterous way to quantify the quality of human life.
Yeah, exactly. But that's how it all started, right? The moment somebody decided in Italy, probably, in fact.
Oh, it was definitely in Italy.
We created the first banks.
Yeah.
And I think somebody in Italy or near the Mediterranean decided to say, okay, now you work for me, I give you a little bit of money, and then blah blah blah.
We were talking about Luca Pacioli yesterday, and all of the bankers that led up to the Medici.
Can you pull up that meme real quick? It's down on our Twitter feed a little bit. It's the black and white meme. I source information from a lot of different sources, and there's the story of those who run the world, and there's the family names that we know, the Rothschilds, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So it's a black list, and I want Ainsley to pull it up so you can take a look at it, because this is this kind of stuff that gets you down demoted on social media sites because it's a conspiracy theory when it's just actually just a list of names. So there's the story that we're familiar with and the names that we're familiar with, and this little meme is trying to demonstrate another reality. I don't know if any of those Italian names look familiar to you.
Oh yeah, they are. They are. The Orsini, definitely. Farnese, yeah, the Colonna, they're all Italian.
Yeah.
Chigi, Conti, my God.
So the premise of this is the 13 families who actually run the world. Or rule the world, I should say.
Yeah.
As in they're not in, as Dark likes to say, they're not in the Forbes Fortune 500 list.
Yeah, they don't, like Putin doesn't put his name on the Fortune 500 of the most wealthy people. There's a lot of people that don't put their name on the list.
Yeah. But I think that the Rothschild and the Rockefeller are still there, obviously.
Yeah.
I still they are.
But if,
it, you know,
I mean, I get to the point where I'm like, if we know about them, then they're probably not the ultimate people managing the planet. I'm starting to think that way.
Yeah, true.
Is that
but we never really
crazy?
see them, right? We never really see them sort of.
It's just the idea.
Well, we were talking about of what happened around World War I. Mark could speak to this. He was the one talking about it yesterday, about how the monarchy just decided to become a hydra through sort of a corporate web rather than being the ostensible leader who was responsible for the effects of the place.
Yeah, the leaders abdicated in mass so that they wouldn't get murdered anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So right after Franz Ferdinand, you know, you had Kaiser Wilhelm and the prince abdicate. And then that's when you see an explosion of these quiet S corporations, if you will. That's when you see the explosion of the corporate paperwork so that they can hide away, and the explosion of tax havens. So I was taking the position toward the end of feudalism after the French Revolution and World War I and the Treaty of Paris, that it was already predetermined. The Americans had already gotten rid of one federal bank, and then there was Jekyll Island. And so all of that explosion in banking and corporate structure and tax havens is what allowed this to be conducted and the creation of a neo-feudal order, but without a direct empirical family to attach it to or a company. It allowed things to operate in the shadows, if you will.
Yeah. No, I agree. I think that's really a turning point. I think that's also the height of the second industrial revolution. You know, it really begins to kind of reap some sort of benefit between the two wars. And we know, you mentioned before something that I'm really interested in, the way in which Weimar in 1923 was experiencing a huge crisis, of course, right? Reparation, hyperinflation, etc. And in just a few years, it managed to recover and to create the probably most powerful army in Europe.
Oh, that's a very good point.
With American money.
Yes,
right?
that's right.
I think this is something that a lot
Most
of
people don't know.
really
Most people. I just heard that yesterday. No, we didn't know there were a bunch of
the
Americans
from America in Nazi Germany were huge.
That's right.
Including from Ford, Henry Ford, you know.
Yeah, Ford, Standard Oil,
exactly.
The Bush family,
the New York banks.
Helped.
Yeah, that's right.
Because at the time for them, I guess the real enemy was Russia.
Already before World War II, the U.S. was.
I think they were scared of the Bolsheviks, and after seeing what the Bolsheviks did to the Tsar and the family, and etc., the way that I think they were a little bit scared of that. And also it was just a business opportunity, of course. But arming the Nazis and allowing them to become so powerful was a way of, I think, trying to weaken at least the Russian. Remember that the Russians lost 27 million people during the Second World War.
Yeah, that's right.
Right?
Yeah, that's
27
million.
and 27.
Yeah.
And that's one way of stopping the
It was over 35% of the population, I think, right?
Yeah, it was huge.
Jeez.
Incredible. And that's Operation Barbarossa, right? That's when it started in 1941. So and again, if you think about how the Nazi managed to came to power with such a powerful army and a productive machine, so powerful. Of course, they had some of the infrastructures already.
Sure.
But without Western investment, British and American investment, they would never have achieved. They would never have done what they did.
Well, and unfortunately, what Dark introduced to me that I did not know, it wasn't just American financial investment, it was also American ideology investment, as Nazi ideologies began in the U.S.
Yeah,
they were studying California and their eugenics plans.
The Nazis were studying
massive.
what people were already doing in California in the early 1900s.
Well, and now that Fabio just brought it up, the other relevant thing that I had never even thought before until he connected it for me, the Americans had a very powerful AFL-CIO and labor movement and had socialist mayors of cities at the time.
True.
So him connecting the dots and saying, we're definitely going to do this Red Scare thing, Nazi go, was to get ahead on what they were going to have to do to suppress labor here at home. I never even looked at it like that.
All right, yeah, it comes back. Yeah, sure. Yeah, it comes back.
God damn it!
Absolutely. Yeah, but it is something similar. Something similar happened in Italy with fascism, of course, right? The landowners
Mussolini
and the big capitalists were behind Mussolini up until the end, and then of course, and then with with Nazism as well, it got a bit out of hand, and they needed to come back and kill the beast that they created themselves in a way, right? That's the kind of irony of it all. It's like in Apocalypse Now, right? The General Kurtz, incidentally, needs to be eliminated, but he's one of them. He's part of the
We just
army.
watched that. I just saw that for the first time, so that's I know the reference now. Yeah.
Congratulations.
Thank you. I was sad because I didn't recognize baby Robert Duvall. I was like, this movie, blah, blah, blah. And he's like, well, it had so many famous people in it. I was like, what? I only know one famous person in this movie. He's like, well, Robert Duvall. I'm like, who was Robert Duvall playing? But he was so young. I didn't recognize any of his features until afterwards. And then I was like, the puffed chest and the, these are his mannerisms that I recognize in him from when I've seen him in movies, which is mostly in his older years.
Older, yeah.
There's a famous quote from the folk singer Utah Phillips that passes around in memes periodically. The quote is, "The earth is not dying, it's being killed, and the people who are killing it have names and addresses." The question is, how do you get those names and addresses? Because that's what we're talking about with this hydra of layers of paperwork between action and cause.
Yeah, I mean, who's the most... Which one is the most powerful investment fund? You know that the economy is practically run by investment funds, asset managers today, right? And we know that the three giants, BlackRock, Vanguard, and Side Street Advisors, I think it's called, the third one. Those are major shareholders in practically all the big pharma, big oil. If you look it up on Yahoo, right? Yahoo Finance, look it up, and you find these three guys, these three big companies, practically at the top of all these other big companies, right? So they are controlling it. They're pulling the strings.
Yeah.
But BlackRock is a public company, so you can see who owns BlackRock.
Larry Fink designed this last bailout.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, exactly. It was definitely part of it. But Vanguard is very obscure, as far as I'm concerned. I don't know who's behind Vanguard at all. I know that I'm pretty sure that they all sort of own each other, right?
Sure, of course, of course, yeah.
They all own each other, but BlackRock is a little more transparent than Vanguard.
So Vanguard is like the super PAC of BlackRock.
Oh God.
Yeah, but who's behind Vanguard? I don't know.
Right.
I don't know who's actually behind. Whereas we know Larry Fink is behind BlackRock, and also we know that Vanguard has Yeah, they all own each other in that respect. But
Yeah.
I think the most mysterious one is probably Vanguard.
Okay.
But I mean, I don't know. I don't want to turn into a conspiracy again, right? Because for me, it's a systemic issue. It's a systemic issue,
Right.
and there's bad guys running the system,
Right.
of course,
Yeah.
but ultimately, it's a system that needs to be changed.
Yeah.
And its system is a very automatic sort of dynamism. It's a dynamic that just carries on
Yeah.
without a brain almost. It doesn't need a brain. It just carries on automatically.
It's a machine that doesn't
a
matter if you get
machine
rid of the
that
people with the
carries on.
names and addresses, the machine will be unaffected, and that's the beauty of the mechanism.
Yeah, I think it's almost like an unconscious mechanism now that we all
Mhm.
do it without even knowing that we're doing it. We know that we have to live like that. But
So much of that is our expectation. It's
Yeah,
fiat, right? We've started using the word fiat authority instead of just fiat
Yeah.
currency because it has to do
Yeah.
with our faith in the system
that's
that
right.
is keeping
yeah.
the system up.
Yeah, and just think of how many people have stopped thinking because they're too scared of upsetting the system, right? They don't even want to think that there might be something wrong with this system. They prefer
Mm.
to repress their thoughts about the system. With COVID, it's pretty obvious, right? I mean, it's pretty obvious that there's something wrong with it, but people are so determined not to question things because I think they're so scared that the system might sort of not be there tomorrow any longer.
That's why we focus this on the show. The premise of the show, Post-Orthodoxy, is about getting out of cult mindsets of that very real fear that if you consider that your ideas are not actually what is happening, then it puts your entire reality, your relationships at risk.
Yeah. Yeah.
And people are not
Destroys
willing
life.
to face that risk, so they will accept the lie instead.
That's right.
Yeah.
Even when it's so obvious, it's in front of their eyes, they still say, no, it's not like that.
The risk is too much.
The risk is too much.
Yep.
Yeah. And that's just, I think 80% of the people maybe are like that. I don't know. But there's still a majority, I think. I've just come back from Italy where I have to say it was such a great experience because we were talking about things like that. It was a conference, with some academics, some journalists, some historians. We actually met in this agriturismo, which is I don't know if you're aware of that. It's a countryside sort of resort, in the middle of nowhere in Umbria. It was in central Italy, and I was expecting just a few people talking to each other, like maybe 20 people. That's what I thought, but it was open to the public, and there were people from all over Italy who came to listen and to debate and to discuss and to share. And what I noticed immediately is this incredible energy that came from the desire to connect after 2 years of isolation. Because in Italy, COVID was very, very harsh on the people. All of a sudden, this explosion of desire to just be together and share ideas, that was incredibly heartwarming. I thought, very energizing for me too, but something that perhaps before COVID would not have happened, that way. With people coming from all over the country, like 6-hour drive, 7-hour drive from the south on their own, just to listen and to listen to a few people they want to listen to. And that was wonderful. That gives me hope, I have to say. And I just hope that one day the majority will want that, rather than the minority. But yeah, I still think that the system has ways of scaring us into obedience, and that's what we need to be afraid of. We need to be afraid of being scared into obedience.
Well, I think your experience, these are the kind of things that I hunt for and look for. So the experience that I've been asking people, how do we come back together again? That's been a constant question of the season. How do we do it? What does it look like? And is it going to be the same that we did before? So to hear you're having a heartening experience is really heartening to me. And I also really appreciate you spending your capital and time on our effort to amplify our capital to talk about the things that need to be talked about to see if we can find some glimpses of light in a scary time. So I really appreciate you coming in and
thanks for
spending
being a
that
part
time
of our
with us.
neighborhood.
Yeah.
No, I love it. Thank you for inviting me. We'll meet again. Sure.
Appreciate you squeezing it in after a long trip.
Yeah.
Next time
no,
we'll pick some time when you're more well rested.
Cool. We'll do that.
Thanks. We'll
Thank
see you
you.
soon.
Sleep well, Fabio.
Take care. Thank you, guys.
Talk to you later. Bye.
Yes. Bye.
That was fun.
So bitchin'.
He's awesome, man. The dude is so cool. Like,
Fuck yeah.
Like he's got it sorted out, right? I mean,
He has a whatever tool. He's not. So I'm asking, like, where are your sources of information? It's like, well, this part of this philosophy, not CNN or MSN.
Right.
He's like, no, I'm looking.
that was
at,
the one thing I was going to ask him. Like, do you know Slavoj Žižek? Like, he said it of his own accord. So that was really awesome.
Joshua said, rock on, Fabio.
Yeah.
Little Funk Monkey, communication. We cannot stop talking, trying to understand. This is what we're trying to build. This is after this weekend, guys, of doing this kind of living room style thing. Like, maybe we just do this. Maybe we do this.
It feels like we've been talking about a salon forever.
And we, I'd love to have a salon in Butte, Montana, but we can have a salon that exists in Butte, Montana, where people from Butte, Montana come in.
Yeah.
This is what we were doing on KBMF.
This is the portal.
Yes.
Yeah.
We were inviting people locally into a conversation that was broadcast globally.
To the community. Yeah, to the actual entire planet.
Our neighborhood everywhere.
Right.
Yes. That's awesome. So cool.
So that's a great. That was a nice way to
Fabio
spend an hour.
VG is a person in your neighborhood.
That's right. Now he's a person in your neighborhood.
That's right. And you guys can find his books on Barnes & Noble if you want to stay away from the Borg. Barnes & Noble is slightly less Borgy than Amazon.
Maybe if you look him up and look up the book, it sounds like he's pretty open to just disseminating the book to people who want to hear it.
Yeah.
So, I found one of his articles on Twitter, and I said, "Oh my God, he's saying all the things." And I looked him up, and I sent him an email and said, "Hey, we're these folks doing this thing in Butte, Montana.
And you're saying all this stuff.
You're saying all this stuff. Do you want to come on the show and say this stuff on our show?" And he's like, "Oh, sure, why not?" And I was like, "But like, this is at a time when he's saying perhaps the style and effect of the narrative around COVID has more to do with our sick financial markets than with the medical side of the story."
Yeah.
And I was like, "Wait, you're willing to come on my show and say that?"
Yeah, and then he just fucking, he was like, fucking, if
fucking
he
A,
didn't
I'll
say
say it out
fucking,
loud.
you know, but like that's
He
the
like
energy.
that.
That's the energy he brought. But he's like, if you zoom out,
I will say anything.
if
I'm
you
not
zoom
afraid.
out and you look at it from not the traumatized trenches perspective,
Exactly.
why would we need to have done that thing?
Yeah.
What could have been going on?
Yeah.
That would lead, like, why would we have such a bullshit reaction to a virus that had those kinds of effects on people?
So if
it wasn't the zombie apocalypse, but we all locked ourselves in our houses like it was.
The recent book that he published, I believe, is a lot of the articles that he was publishing on the Philosophical Salon were chapters that became the book that he was holding up. So if you, instead of waiting for a book to come in the mail, you can find Fabio Vighi and the Philosophical Salon, and you have a series of articles going back that is going to make up a bulk of the book. So you can just start today if you're interested in that kind of work.
Yeah, baby.
I have to take a powder.
Step away to the powder room.
Yeah, I'll be right back.
Mark, how was that?
Fun.
Yeah.
I wish he didn't fly in so late. I mean, I wanted. There's about 32 other Italians I really wanted to ask him about. No, but it's great. I mean, being introduced to his work by you two, I think it's very important for as many people as possible to hear about how these things are woven together.
Yeah.
Because I think that he is right. Find out who the firms are, find out where it is that their capital flows are going. I mean, we can't say it enough at this point. It's follow the money, follow the money, follow the money.
Mm-hmm.
Where did the money come from? Why does it exist? What do they plan on doing with it?
Mm-hmm. We have to zoom out. We have to look beyond our own experience.
Yeah, well, and it's like you and I got into that he was able to shed even more light on of what this can look like. 100 years ago is not a long time.
No.
A lot of us are living to be 80 or 90 or 100 years old. So, I mean, just 100 years ago, we contrived another world war where just 27 million Russians died. So then you add in the French, you add in the British, you add in the Americans.
And
that
the
was
Jews.
a large engagement. The Holocaust. I mean,
all the collateral deaths.
What does this look like when we outsource our personal responsibility to talk to each other about these things? So, not the coolest subjects when you're growing up. Everyone's like, I want to be an astronaut or an actor or a firefighter. Like, no one says, I want to delve into the political economy for the next 30 years. Like, I mean, you know, there's other things that you can do with your time. But if all of us would have just devoted 30 or 60 minutes a day into really getting into the Iran-Contra scandal or the dot-com bubble burst or the subprime crisis, I mean, there's all kinds of ills what's going on with pollution at any given moment.
Studying the past helps us understand what's going on now and informs us about what might be happening in the future.
At least helps us to be comfortable to talk about it ideologically or philosophically. Or it's like everybody keeps saying, what's wrong with cool ideas? Like, shouldn't we be hanging out and talking about cool ideas? I mean, it's fun to talk about your last vacation. It's fun to talk about the newest baby. It's fun to talk about what we're eating that night. But can't we take a minute somewhere in there and say, hey, you know, what's the thing going on around town that's a little bit off and we're not cool with it anymore? And is anybody already working on something to, like, sort this out a little bit?
Well, you're talking about confronting abstract traumas when most people have never been equipped to confront their own personal traumas or even informed to become aware of their personal traumas.
Touché.
And I'm just saying that as the yin to the yang.
Oh,
you
for
know?
sure. Absolutely.
I absolutely want to try to find a way to empower more people to use some of their energy towards studying ways. This is what, you know, after we lost a ton of friends over trying to figure out how we got into this COVID mess and what we could have been doing better, we lost friends over trying to figure out how we got into this Ukraine mess and what we could be doing better.
Yeah, sure.
Because if you're even questioning how we got to this current crisis, then you're an asshole that loves Putin.
Right.
And it's like, we have to be a little bit smarter, a little bit more logical, a little bit less touchy than that, you know? But I understand it's not something everybody's comfortable doing. And so I sort of changed my tactic online. I was like, look, in the event of a crisis, some people's response is to send thoughts and prayers, carrying well wishes, burn sage, do a drum circle, whatever. Right. Something that's intangible, but sends energy, positive energy towards the crisis. Sure. Some people have financial capital, and they're able to just send money to the thing, you know, in some way. Or get people together to send money to the thing in some way. Right. And then the kind of capital that Dark and I are offering is not that kind of capital. We're not sending money to Ukraine. We're not renting Airbnbs in Ukraine that we are not going to go stay in so that those people have money, blah, blah, blah.
No, we don't have that capital anyway.
Right. We're doing a different kind of capital. The kind of capital that we have is to talk about how we got there and what could we do differently in the future so that it doesn't happen again. And I think... I mean, I don't know. When I did the Landmark Forum, I did one session of the Landmark Forum way on back. And one of the tools that they gave me was talking about what you don't know. And they're like, imagine a pie. And imagine all of the knowledge of the universe is in this pie, right? Everything anybody could possibly care about or know about. And then imagine how much of the entire body of knowledge that's possible in all of space-time.
Yeah, right.
how much do you know?
Yeah.
And it's like probably a sliver that's so tiny that it doesn't even look like a sliver. It probably looks like a line. It just looks like a slice. one cut into the pie.
Sure.
You know, and then imagine all of the things that you know that you don't know. Like I know that I don't know how to fly a plane. So there's space in my mind that takes up from time to time, being a kid raised on Star Wars, imagining, I wonder what it's like to fly a plane, you know, and I imagine the dials, but I know that I don't know how to do that thing, you know? I do know how to ride a horse, that sort of thing. But then there are also tons of things that I don't know that I don't know. For instance, for most of my life, I did not know that our government supplied drugs to impoverished neighborhoods in our country in order to inflame race wars and drug wars.
Yeah.
I didn't know that I didn't know that.
Right.
So I couldn't go informing myself.
Yeah.
I couldn't just sit down at my morning coffee and inform myself on the issue.
Right.
And I'm, you know, like this show is an opportunity where people join for some hook, something that they do care about. Oh, they interviewed some trans people and I really care about those issues, so I'm going to join up and see what they said about that. Yeah. And then they hear about the fact that our government supplied drugs to our impoverished neighborhoods in order to inflame race wars and drug wars.
Right. Sure.
For profit.
Yeah.
So you know, like what you don't know, you don't know. I agree with you. I think we're just doing that thing where we balance each other out again. I absolutely do think that more people could be spending some of their energy on a challenging subject every day, informing themselves about the past for the sake of the future. And I'm also like, and then also so many people are dealing with a lot of trauma and they don't know that they don't know shit.
Right.
They don't know that the sources they're listening to are lying to them. That's the point of a lie. You don't know you're being lied to.
Yeah. And then how fun to meet those people talking about cool stuff and go, hey, I didn't know you were recovering from trauma. Is there any way I can help with that? Do you want a pizza or a hug? Or I can just listen to you for a long time.
Right. That's a thing to offer. Not everybody has that thing.
Yeah.
Lil Funk Monkey says, Aztec calendar, not a doomsday clock, a calculation of conscious explanation. How fast things are moving now, mentally, and how it's going to continue to grow and expand going forward. Oh, so that's just a random thought that popped into his head.
Which is why I think they're trying to slow it down and not let us talk to each other.
Yeah, yeah.
Like constant throttling and suppression and censorship. I mean, I think that's accurate.
If that our evolution is directly related to our ability to discourse.
Yeah. Well, not just that, to take it a little further, exactly what he said, that it feels like the speed is moving up and that there's a potential for a wildfire of awareness.
Which is why we keep having these crises.
Yeah, having the comfort level of diving deep because you know things are going to get weird and spooky and there's no one coming to help. Like it has to be us. So let's get into this now.
Yeah.
I think that's all it is. And instead of getting together and just talking about the bowling league or what the kids did at school that day, I mean, all the beautiful stuff we talk to each other about bellied up at a bar, but plus, like, what's for real going on?
Yeah, what the fuck are we going to do about it?
If it feels like little bits of popcorn, it's going to start like pop, 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 pop. Like, are you guys in the mood to talk about the thing? Because we know that it's there. It's like literally the gorilla in the room. So is it okay if we
Did you ever read the Celestine Prophecy?
I did, actually.
Really?
Yeah, I did. Yeah.
I don't get a lot of yeses on that question.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's one of those things that was like hypothesizing that we are about to have some kind of massive shift in human consciousness.
Yeah.
Where, like the 100th monkey thing.
Yeah.
Once enough people become aware of a thing, it just becomes a thing people are aware of.
Don't think of an elephant.
Right.
There was a George Lakoff had a book called "Don't Think of an Elephant" and how we use that politically. I think the Celestine Prophecy, it came out when I was actually experiencing a lot of the stuff that the guy was writing about, and I felt like it was a bad book and blah blah blah.
Of course,
it was very cheesily.
I was also really jealous because I was like, God damn it, he wrote it down before.
I've been thinking about this stuff for 10 years.
Yeah, exactly. But I felt like what like on some level, that book becoming, however it was written, it was a massive success.
Sure.
And suddenly people are thinking about the possibility that things could be different.
Yeah.
And that we can have some volition in that.
Right. Yeah.
And I think just getting people open to the idea that I'm suddenly fascinated by this Gen X thing of like having lived in a world where there was still a sense of the wild.
Right.
Where now wilderness and exploration, and any of us could just get into our garage and tinker out the next new big invention. You know, there was that real sense that the world was a place where you could discover and grow and explore. Anything was still possible when I was a kid.
Yeah.
And now it doesn't feel like anything is still possible.
Right.
Anything that is still possible is limited within silos that have been set up for us, like, you know, just like anything is possible in politics. You either vote red or blue. Anything is possible. You know, like it's like, but that's
the rainbow.
But it's like gone into the entire our experience, where I think it's increasingly difficult to imagine that anything is possible because you're so busy like doing triage from the latest concussion of some fuckery.
Well, and then to add Fabio's layer to it, people are scared to admit that it could be messed up. They don't want to.
Oh, you don't want to. You have to face it first.
They don't want the responsibility. Yeah. Like, I'm not even going to admit that there's the thing because that's I don't.
Right. It's like when you see when you walk through the house and the cat has knocked a plant off on the floor, and you're like, well, nobody knew I walked through this room.
Nobody knows that I saw that.
Yeah, somebody else could walk through the room.
Yes.
Like, I'm just not gonna.
Mark never did that as a child.
Whoops.
Definitely used that. That was a very mind-opening experience as a young person to realize that nobody knew that I knew that thing.
Oh.
And so I could not have to be the person that did something about it. I could relieve myself of duty.
Lie through omission.
No, just leave it for somebody else to find, like you said. You know, when you're under a state of constant observation and judgment,
sure, certainly.
To suddenly realize that
Have
there
the
are
free
actually
choice.
moments when nobody knows what I'm doing.
Yeah.
Even though my mom gave the perception that she always knew what I was doing and it was usually wrong.
That's what they do.
Yeah.
My dad had,
that's the mom Jedi mind trick. Like, I already know, so you might as well say it. And it's like, I'm not falling for that one. You're going to have to prove it first.
No. Why don't you say it, Mom?
You show me the call log on that one.
Which thing do you know?
Yeah.
Yes, specific. I need a keyword. I've actually used that in recent days to help myself out. I'm a very outgoing and friendly person and very empathetic and self-sacrificial. And so I've been having to learn to dial that back and not just give the time of day to every single fucking person and be healthy. You know, I got to be healthy about it.
Sure.
And that doesn't mean I'm teaching myself to be impolite in public. But if I'm having a bum day,
right,
and I'm going to the bank or going to the grocery store, I'm realizing that because other people don't know that I'm normally friendly and outgoing, then they won't be judging me for not being friendly and outgoing.
Huh.
You're not creating a debt.
Yeah, because they don't know that normally I would smile and look them in the eye and ask them how their day was going.
Yeah.
So you don't feel responsible to upkeep a persona that they don't.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, if I'd spent more time in environments outside of my house where I was always interacting with new people in new scenarios, I think I would have that naturally. I would understand, you know, I don't just walk into a place where everybody knows me and who I am and what I'm supposed to be like.
Right.
You know, spending 24/7 in my home with my mom and my siblings growing up.
Yeah.
Like, I was always known and perceived and constantly trying to stretch out beyond the bounds of what they all thought I was, you know? And so to go into the grocery store and just keep my sunglasses on and not smile at people is like, this is okay because they don't know that I'm normally outgoing and friendly. And so I'm not letting them down in their perceptions because they don't have an expectation of me.
Yeah.
Is it like a little sense of exercising rebellion?
No.
No?
No. I don't have that thing. I don't get off. I would have to think really hard to think if there's something in my life where I'm specifically rebelling and
getting
getting off on it. I don't have that that mod.
Yeah.
It doesn't bring me joy
Right.
that I know of. Rebelling.
Yeah. Well, maybe we could find another word.
Yeah, maybe. So, how was your snack?
Snack was good.
You need one?
No, I actually went and had a piece of pizza an hour ago.
Good. That's great.
Yeah. Do you need a snack?
I am going to go eat a
Yeah,
slice.
you should go eat a snack.
I'm going to do that.
Yeah.
Sorry, everybody. Excuse me.
No.
Some good ass pizza.
Go have some
get
pizza.
it. This is what we're doing, an 8-hour live stream. You got to eat. Yeah.
All right. So 3 hours and 48 minutes so far.
Yeah, we're doing great.
Holy cow, we're almost halfway through. How did that even happen?
I know.
That's nuts.
We're going to have the day off tomorrow. We're almost halfway through.
Right?
Yeah, that's true.
Who's our next guest?
Joshua himself.
When does he come in?
4.
Oh, coming up.
Yeah.
Oh, that's great.
And then at 5:30, JJ Hadley. And potentially at some point along the way, Lena the Lion will pop in.
Should I go to, I'm going to go to the sheet and see if there's anything that I put in the notes that we haven't gotten to yet.
Oh, there's so many things in notes. I also wanted to do a segment eventually, it might not happen on this show, of going through my screenshot log, like a screenshot segment.
Okay.
Because I'm constantly seeing egregious stuff on the internet and then screenshotting it to talk about later. And so I just have this massive folder of salacious screenshots of like people being dumb or whatever it is. But we're here today because we're trying to find long-term subscribers for the show. And several people have been very supportive in sharing the show either to your story or to your timeline or specifically to a few friends. And that makes a world of difference. We can't share it to your friends who care about critical thinking or world economics because we don't know who they are. There used to be this thing on the internet where you could start talking about something and then people who wanted to talk about that thing would find you.
Yes.
That doesn't happen anymore unless the algorithm, which is managed by corporate funding and the government, wants you to be found.
Are these the things you should be talking about?
Yeah, so when the algorithm doesn't want you to be found, you don't get found.
So whatever it is about the things that we talk about, the AI doesn't seem to appreciate it at all and would rather us not be heard. So we are expanding our profile, our visibility by talking to you folks and hoping that you guys are having a good enough time that you would recommend the show to somebody else that also might have a good time.
Yes.
Joining in the conversation. This is not about consuming our content. This is about participating in an endeavor for us to figure out what the fuck is going on and how we might be able to do it better. This is the overarching theory. How do we reduce harm and how do we do it better?
Yes.
We have the capacity. We have a lot of intelligence and information available to us, skill sets, potential to diagnose problems.
We, the people.
And remedy. Yeah, just humans in general. We can diagnose problems and remedy problems. It's kind of what we do, as Bill Hicks says. It's kind of what we do. And yet we've seemed to have stumbled somewhere where we decided that we can't do it and that somebody else is doing it. And I feel like that's some conscious manipulation going on, and I feel a little uneasy about it. So I would actually... I don't know if I'm rebelling against that idea, but I refute that idea by saying, I think we could be doing it better. So let's talk about it.
Yeah. Well, there are some other platforms out there that people have created, especially over the last couple of years, where you can have organic conversations with people that aren't fucked with by the algorithm. You know, you could just search for something and then find all the things that match that thing in order, rather than the top results. I remember when Google started doing top results, that didn't mean the best results, the most accurate results, the most recent results, or the results that matched, you know. Now it's an algorithm, and all we have to do is trust that that's why you go to an incognito window to search for things.
I remember when paid ads were not the first thing that came up on Google.
Oh, yes, that's right.
So if you Google anything, if it has some kind of commodification, that's what's going to come up first in the thread. But the first page now is good luck finding something that hasn't been marketed to, that is being marketed, versus something that has occurred in the world that you discover.
Right.
DuckDuckGo just
They're off the list now.
They added an AI component to their
damn it.
Unpopular information crawl. So they're going to be having curated pages.
Curated results.
Yeah.
I hate that.
Yeah.
I mean, like, these are all things we should all not like.
Yeah.
You know.
I would think so. But if you don't know, you should not like it. If you don't know anything else.
If you only ever consume mainstream media, then you don't know that you shouldn't like it, that you shouldn't trust it. You don't know that it lies to you because it's a self-fulfilling prophecy, you know?
I feel like our media and our cinema is full of all kinds of heroic tales of how things get too locked down, and then a scrappy bunch of people say, hey, stop that. And then they stop it.
Then there's a revolution of some kind.
This is the ancient mythical story.
Right.
Right?
Of course.
Is that you overcome oppression. That's the story. We're all raised on that mythology, even in the U.S., even if it's heavily influenced by CIA in terms of defining what the opposition is or how we should go about it. It still feels like the most ancient story.
Right. No, that is heroism and
overcoming
and
fuckery.
Revolution.
Yeah. And wanting to be the one, right? Wanting to be the one that slays the dragon. I wanted to be the one that slayed the dragon.
Yeah. Do you still want to be somebody that slays a dragon?
That's why we're doing this thing. What is the dragon? The dragon is, like, right now it's censorship. Like, not being able, having my voice throttled feels like some creature has gagged me. That's the dragon.
Yeah.
And how do we get the gag off our mouth? That to me is like, it instills that ancient mythological, like, there's some fuckery going on and I'm tired of being fucked with. And so do I keep getting pushed down, or do I find a way to kill the dragon?
Right.
That's sort of just one of the easiest ways I can say what is sort of an energy behind everything I do is like injustice. Yes. There's some injustice occurring, and I'm not ready to accept it yet. So I want to have these conversations and see if we can get around it. Hey, look, Joshua's coming into the room.
Exciting. We're connected to computer audio. Now we just have to wait for our friend Joshua to join the Zoom call. It's 3:55. I think we're going to hit the ground running with this one.
Yeah. He's been involved in the dialogue already.
Yes, he has all day. Goddamn, 4 hours.
Yeah, I can't believe we're like halfway through.
Yeah. All the guests that have come on have a tendency to do that.
They just make us zoom forward through content.
Yeah.
It just gets more and more exciting.
Molkai could have been on for 40 years.
Oh, yeah.
It would have been like,
yeah.
What? Hello.
Hey, Joshua Michael's in the room. Hey there.
And
Can
friend.
you hear me?
We can hear you.
I have to include
Excellent.
the friend in the
Give
video.
me 1 second. Mwah. This is my daughter, Gemma.
Hi, Gemma.
Hi.
Yeah.
What'd she say?
She said she's going to dance.
Oh, have a good time in
have a good
dance
dance.
class.
Bye.
Hi, sweetheart. How are you? Yeah, I'll see you in a bit.
So cute.
Okay, I'm gonna turn off the
feedback.
Facebook.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sweet.
Sorry, it was probably my fault.
That's okay.
No, there's going to be, there's the 7-second lag there between
I'm glad
Facebook
it's an
and the
easily
Zoom.
solvable problem.
Right?
Sometimes it's not.
So how are you guys?
Hey, do you prefer to be called Joshua or Joshua Michael? Is Michael your last name?
No, Joshua Michael is my professional name, but Joshua is fine here.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I didn't know because it's two first names. I didn't know if that meant that that you went by both first names, or if one of the first names was a last name.
Yeah, no. I my last name is Gennari, but I decided I wanted some anonymity because I'm.
Well, you just gave it up.
Well, no, I know how it's spelled, but I'm not going to write it down. Do you guys know how it's spelled? No, he's fine. He'll be fine.
Yeah. Speaking of professional name, tell us how you spend your time in the world.
Oh, well, I spend my time doing one of three things. The first, I'm a father and a husband, which is the most important because I have a daughter and I love her to death, and she's changed my life. And anyway, I could just talk forever about my daughter. But
we would all love that because we all do work that involves children.
Yeah, we like kids.
Well, I've got 4 children. My oldest is 21. Then I have a 19-year-old and a 14-year-old. And Jackie and I thought we were done. Jackie's my wife. And then the universe blessed us with a daughter, and she changed my whole life. I came from a family of 4 boys. Thought I'd be the only, I thought I'd never have girls. And I am just so blessed to have a girl in my life.
Oh, she's the first girl. Oh. Wow.
All her brothers were protective of her, and yeah, it's just phenomenal. So
precious.
But as far as what I do for a living, I am a military veteran of 12 years. I served in Operation Iraqi Freedom, Operation Enduring Freedom. I'm a disabled veteran, and now I spend my time making film and doing documentaries and movies and trying to be a filmmaker. So that's kind of what I do. The other thing is I research. I spend a lot of my time researching. I started down the rabbit hole on 9/11, literally. On 9/11, I was in the military. I'll never forget it, working at Fort Lewis. And they let us off for the day because it was such a huge traumatic experience for everybody. They sent everybody home that day, which never happens in the military.
Right. I never heard of that. No.
Yeah.
So everybody got to go home because they pretty much knew at some point we were all going to war. And so everybody was traumatized. And I remember walking through the door, and my wife met me at the door and said, "You're not going to believe this." And I'd already heard, so I already knew. And I remember standing in the living room for about probably an hour watching it replay over and over.
Yeah.
And I'll never forget the first time it replayed, I said to my wife, and I said, "This is not correct. I don't know why it's not correct, but there's something majorly wrong here." I knew instinctively that what I was watching, and it's not that it didn't happen, it did, but that it was not natural. It was not.
As a person with military experience, you were looking at this thing from a particular lens.
Correct.
Of awareness.
I knew one, and I said, "There's no way our government's not involved at some level." Which I'm glad I said that in my house.
Was that your first? Was that like the first time that happened where you were where it called into question your employer?
Yes. Well, yes and no. That's the first time that I would say that I was cognizant enough outside of what I call the mental conditioning that the military gave me and the schooling gave me to think outside and think for myself and go, wait a minute, this does not look right to me. That started me down this journey of filmmaking, which is funny because in the film world, as you guys are aware, we see things 24 frames a second. There's all kinds of mathematical algorithms in film that helped unlock certain things in my head,
right,
to allow me to see things in a much different way, which until I sat down and analyzed, I went, oh, damn, no wonder the universe put me in film.
Right.
Because it really does allow you to realize that what we're seeing on the TV screen does not necessarily mean that's what's real.
Yes. And you know that again because of this insider information that you have from understanding the mechanics of filmmaking.
Production.
Yes. Production.
Yeah. Okay, so you were in the military for 12 years before 9/11 happened?
No, 12 years total. My first 7 years was with the Long Range Reconnaissance Unit, the 297th from Anchorage, Alaska. And then I got out, went to London for a year to pursue musical theater. Got back in when my wife and I got married. We had our son, and I was like, I need stability. And so I jumped back to the military. And my second experience was a much, much different experience.
And so you had just started that second set when 9/11 happened?
Yeah, I got back in 97 or 98. Okay. No, 98, 99. Mm-hmm. I got back in 99 and then was in for 2 years before, obviously, 9/11, and then everything else kind of.
So you had
transpired.
it started with intuition. You were watching the television, and there was intuition, a moment of reasonable doubt in your intuition, your gut that was saying, as a person that knows things, especially knowing things about the U.S. government and the military, something here isn't what it seems to be, you know? And so then I'm guessing you probably went on a quest to try to figure out whether your intuition needed to be confirmed or denied.
Yes. Well, let me take you back to 1995, 4 and 5. So you all remember the war on drugs, right?
Yeah.
Bush set this war on drugs.
The drugs won.
Y'all remember the movie Clear and Present Danger with Harrison Ford?
I do. Yeah.
I haven't seen that actually.
It's actually based on a real story and a real unit.
What's the plot of the movie?
My unit was one of the units that was in Colombia that took place in that entire thing.
Wow.
That's all I'm going to tell you openly about that. But what I will say is that our government is responsible for a lot more than people even give us credit for. But
this is
I think that was actually the start of my opening and realizing, oh crap, things are not what I thought. We were down here to fight drugs. We're not. We were down here anyway,
doing something else
for other reasons.
Reasons. And then I found out in Iraq, obviously, what they told us was not at all what they told the public, and it just most veterans will tell you, if you ever get them privately and they're willing to talk about it, that what they shared publicly to the public was nothing like what actually happened in Iraq and Afghanistan. So I would love to just tear the system down and start over. That's just because I think that there's a much better way of the people governing the people. So
yeah. I know anytime we get into conversations like this, dissenters tend to bring up the perspective that governments sometimes need to keep things from their citizens for people's safety. You know, that's usually that's the thought canceling cliche.
National security.
Right.
National security. Yeah. I'm sure, as you guys know, because you've seen me type on your guys' page, I no longer support black budgets. I think they're taking our tax money, guys, basically, and doing things with it we never gave them permission to do, and they're using it against us. And I tell my mother-in-law, who's everyone in this family is pretty much a researcher, and I have a hard time believing that we're not going to get out of this without some more bloodshed. But I just don't. I hate to say that, but I'd love to see mankind be able to step away from all of the oligarchy and say, we're just not going to participate anymore.
Yeah. I'd like to see that too. And I often try to imagine that. What would that moment?
You keep bringing up like the Velvet Rebellion.
The Velvet. What
no, it's a different word.
Prague.
Velvet
Revolution.
Yeah, sorry.
There was a moment in the Velvet Revolution where it was a student protest that you weren't supposed to have protests, but it was like it somehow squeaked through the university student level. Russia was already falling. The communist country of Prague was unable to continue to enforce the culture that they had because they didn't have the backup of Russia anymore. And so there was some violence. The cops attacked people and some students, but the general transition was people just going in and the government realizing, oh, shit, we're outnumbered and we have no backup. So let's just start over. And some college professor who was a poet, Václav Havel, comes in and says, let's find the smartest people we know and have a symposium and start over. And they did until the financialization of Prague happened. But for a while, they were calling it the Paris of the 90s. All the artists that I knew in Los Angeles were like, we're fucking going to Prague. Shit's wild over there. People are like exploring ideas and anything can happen. And that happened for a brief moment in a place. I experienced it. I watched it. And so I feel like it's possible again in some way. At some point when people get pushed so far there is a no that comes out, and I'm always impressed that the no has not been bigger than it is right now, but I still always try to leave open the door that the big no will come, and there will have the reaction to that will have to be acquiescing to the will of the people. I like to think that could still happen.
You put that very eloquently, by the way. And I do agree. I think that originally I thought there's no way we're getting out of this without bloodshed. People are going to have to rise up. We're going to have to overthrow the oligarchy, blah, blah, blah. But I do think, and I have seen, and I think COVID probably helped kind of unlock some of that, where people started to realize, hey, Ainsley, I can love you, and I don't have to worry about what the government says. I can care about you, and I don't have to worry about what the government, and I use that platonically, but I mean, what I mean is we can come together as a society and love each other.
Yes.
Without the oligarchies forcing us into fighting each other. But the problem is we have to, again, understand that we're being manipulated.
Right. You have to know that first before you can break free of that.
Right.
That's the hard thing for people to face.
Right. Well, and again, I heard you guys earlier today talking about teaching and training and what do you, so for me, the biggest issue for me is truth. And let me define these two terms before we move forward is I used to use the term truth in place of the word belief. But looking at the definition of the two words, belief is to accept something without proof. Truth is that there is absolute proof. So I'm in a situation now based on my walk, and I don't want to call it faith because I don't believe in religion anymore, but whatever you want to call it.
Faith can be non-religious, yes.
All right. I just try not to offend people, but
well, and everybody has their own definitions of these words, so I think it's worth taking some time to clarify what you mean.
Absolutely.
For sure.
So for me, I hear people say, "Oh, that's my truth, that's your truth." I don't. Oh, that is a misuse of that word. Truth can be proven at all times, but what do you do in a society when you're raised to believe that something is true that's not?
This is where cognitive dissonance comes in, and people have to decide to double down on what they were told or to risk losing love to explore the taboo.
Right. And that's where I'm at right now is years ago, and long story short, I made an arrangement or an agreement that I would only speak truth, to a point where now when I say anything that's even slightly not true, I get a physical pain in my body. So you might sometimes catch me. That's why I'm very careful about the way I say things, because people are like, "Oh, everybody lies." That's not true. You can find a road and a path to speak only truth. The problem is, again, a lot of people don't like that because we don't realize how many times a day we lie. It's so prominent in our life and it's so ingrained in us that we don't even realize half the time we're doing it. It's just we're taught all this crap and we spout all this crap and we've come to accept things that just are not even close to being true. And it becomes a tension in our life, in our walk with everybody we touch throughout the day.
Sometimes we have to try this phrase. Sometimes we lie in order to uphold social agreements.
Right.
Certainly.
Yeah. I was definitely raised with the same perspective, or at least a similar perspective to what you were talking about, that belief and truth are interchangeable. That the beliefs that I had were the truth.
The truth, right.
I was believing in the truth.
Yeah.
Right.
And it's definitely been a long process to unstitch that you don't believe in truth, just like you don't believe in science.
Right.
That this is one category of thing, and belief and faith and hope are a different category of thing.
And I would even say that belief and truth are actually enemies of each other. Because if I walk in truth, then I walk in absolution.
Okay.
If I walk in belief, I may be walking upon fire and not knowing it.
Yeah.
And I don't mean that in a religious context. I mean, if I believe that that chemtrails are not real, but they are real, and scientifically we've proven them to be real, no matter how much I believe they're not real, they are.
And then you're living in a fake reality.
Correct.
Right. And parts of your brain have to spend energy pretending you don't know those things.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
And you like my parents and I, we go through this all the time. Because there was a time when I was going down some rabbit holes and my parents were like, my mom finally said, "You're crazy." Well, okay. If you want to take that stance instead of, but here are the facts. And sometimes people just don't want to look at the facts, no matter how much you show it to them. And years later, my mom, I'll take the medical industry for an example. I told my mom years and years ago, the pharmaceutical companies and the medical industry was an industry that is based on poisoning mankind or all of society to get rich on. That's a proven fact. I mean, it's not even really arguable at this point. But my mom, when I first told her that, was like, "Oh, that's crazy. That's crazy. Medicine's here to help you, blah, blah, blah."
Aww.
Now, finally, she's going to get her doctor's degree. She's come back and said now she realizes a lot of these companies are manipulating things and getting rich on making people sick. And I said, "Well, I told you that fucking 10 years ago."
How did that conversation go?
I'm sorry. And, it's always like, that's fine. I knew she'd eventually come around or she wouldn't,
Right.
My biggest issue is if we don't know again, we've all heard the term, what? You shall know the truth and the truth will set you free. It's so misquoted. Because if you don't know the truth, you can't be free by definition. You have to know it. So if society has built an entire society on a lie in order to keep us bonded and enslaved, just because you're not wearing metal shackles on your hand does not mean you're not in a psychological bondage.
Do you have a website that you'd like me to share with people where you've put your research together?
Sure. You can go to jmtruth.com.
Sweet. I'll share that.
And I have up there at the top of on the top menu bar, it says research topics. What I would tell people is if you're going to go to that site, go with an open mind and go with the idea of looking at proof, not looking at what we were taught.
Ainsley has a new catchphrase for the show, which is principles over preferences.
Love it. Love it. Love it.
Because often we have to follow preferences if we're going to stay within a tribal identity. And sacrifice principles to do it. I mean, watch that happen with the last several years, where people were willing to say, well, the principle of our culture is the First Amendment, but I would prefer that these people don't talk.
Right. Yeah, right.
Yeah.
And then somehow preferences became codified in a way because of the new systems that we're using, the new social squares that we have, where the terms of service get to dictate what preferences are available, and the principles are nowhere to be found in there.
Right. Well, along with that, I heard you guys talk about ethics. To me, ethics is the top of everything, because if you don't have a moral ethic or efficacy, basically, if you go back in history and you look at Rome, Greece, all of the ancient civilizations all fell at the point at which society lost its moral compass. That's ultimately why the society fell, from my perspective.
Do you feel like that was
the loss of ethical standards?
Correct.
Like, are you speaking about a particular time in human history that was one time that happened? Or are you saying each society goes through this?
each society goes through this.
Yeah,
It's a cyclical thing. Partially probably because we have a very short-term memory as a society
in the West,
and
in the U.S. especially.
Especially, and they're chemically we could go on down the whole chemical road of they're chemically altering us so that we are becoming docile and less willing to take a stand. And they're teaching that everything goes. Well, if everything goes, there is no morals. At the point there's no morals, that's the argument. I'm watching right now. I believe they're trying to normalize pedophilia. Like, it's not even arguable at this point. There's all kinds of crap going on, and nobody wants to deal with it because everybody wants to be comfortable in their spot, or they put so much pressure on society. People don't want to lose what we have. We don't have anything technically.
Right.
Anyway.
Yeah, we're all on a reservation, unfortunately, just sort of renting our way through our lives. I think there's definitely trails that you can follow. If you're looking, it's what you don't know, you don't know. If you are a person that cares about kids and is worried about their well-being, and you start looking for this shit, you can find the breadcrumbs that are leading to, we're not sure, but it doesn't seem very ethical. It doesn't seem, I balk a little bit at the term morals. I think morals are more subjective than ethics. I think ethics can still be mildly subjective, but I feel as though the core of ethics is doing no harm. I don't think anything harmful can be called ethical. So that's sort of, that's as far as I've been able to get since stepping away from using the Bible as my moral code as a child. Is that at the core of ethics, nothing that's harmful can be called ethical. And so we can start there and try and build an ethical code off of that point. And then I get a little squidgy when people use the word morals, I guess.
Because of your associations?
It seems like morals is a thing
Let's look it up.
that's like somebody else deciding what's right and wrong.
Like belief.
Whereas
somebody else deciding what is true.
Whereas it seems like ethics just exist and it's up to us to figure out what they are, what's ethical.
Right. Well, see, and I agree with you, Ainsley. I wish there was a better word. I don't know a better word. That's why I use the word ethics, because I think ethics is a much better word. I was born and raised in a Christian home. My parents got pissed off because one day I had an experience where I walked away from the church.
Yeah.
And I walked away from the church because it was, from my definition, evil. And it was no longer moral what they were doing.
Yeah,
and
you perceived something ethically that you were perceiving your own sense of ethics. You suddenly had a moment where you're like, wait, the church is saying that they decide what's ethical and that but I know you knew that there was some kind of ethics that existed outside of this authority structure.
So
it's not only that, but I had what's called, in the religion, they would call it a spiritual experience. I believe I've actually experienced what I would perceive to be the creator, source, whatever you want to call it. I no longer refer to it as God, because I think that's a religious construct that's been built to keep people enslaved. Once I experienced this entity or this deity, whatever you want to call it, it was pure love. And the difference was so astronomically different in my experience that I realized church was not what I had grown up in and what I was not led to believe. And that a lot of the construct there is all false. We are meant to do one thing with one another, and that's have a relationship with each other. Everything else is bullshit. Everything else is crap. Fuck salvation, fuck religion, fuck all this other bullshit. My job is to have a relationship one-on-one with each of you. That's what I've been called to do. Not to control you, but to have an interaction with you. That's really what is at the heart of what we're meant to do. That's why we're here. Not to everything else is colored bubbles.
Go ahead.
I looked
up the definition of morals.
Okay.
Apparently, they're a strain of edible fungus.
Oh, you spelled them wrong.
All right. Morals. No. Morals is a lesson, especially one concerning what is right or prudent. This is definition 1. That can be derived from a story, a piece of information, or an experience.
Oh, wait a second. Read that again.
Yeah, I'm going to read it again.
Wait a second.
Here's their example at the bottom, and then I'll read what they're doing.
They're talking about Aesop's fables.
The moral of this story was that one must see the beauty in what one has. So that's one definition, and I'll read it again. A lesson, especially one concerning what is right or prudent, that can be derived from a story, a piece of information, or an experience. So that's definition 1. Definition 2, a person's standards of behavior or beliefs concerning what is and is not acceptable for them to do. So the corruption of public morals. So it sounds like morals are really sort of guidelines of a reality. And as reality morphs, then therefore morals are going to morph. That morals don't get to exist outside of the current zeitgeist.
Yeah, so that aligns with my perception that morals are more subjective than universal. And in my quest to try to find if there's some universal standard by which human beings could get along, morals maybe are not the thing.
Well, and historically, Joshua made a fantastic point when he brought up the previous 2 major Western collapses of civilization when he brought up the Roman and the Greeks. So the Romans contrived their own dark age, right, through military expansion and imperialism and exploding debt. And instead of forgiving the debt, they instilled great austerity. So you mix those 2 things, debt and military expansion, and then you throw in a Black Plague. And so to his point that it was a moral and ethical collapse, you could take the position that the greed and hedonism at the top became so pervasive culturally that it allowed the constant austerity and debt and military expansion.
As cultural morals shifted.
I would even add to that. That is, in fact, corruption of morals. It may not have been the entire society. It could have been leadership. But it was still a collapse of ethical
behavior.
Responsibility.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. I just looked up ethics.
Yeah.
Ethics are moral principles.
Oh, God.
Ethics are moral principles that govern a person's behavior or the conducting of an activity.
Right.
Or the branch of knowledge that deals with moral principles.
Right. It's a philosophy.
Wow, that sounds more obscure than I thought of ethics as being.
Yeah.
I guess maybe, ethical is something ethical.
Ethical. And that ethical is dependent on whatever social agreements were made. So, like, we had a radio station.
Well, here's the thing. I don't think ethical is dependent on social agreements. I think my perception is that ethical exists outside of us.
I don't know if it does. As
Aleister
Crowley said.
I agree with Ainsley that at some point, yes, you have to have an ethical code that does exist on a human scale. So, and I think that's what she's talking about.
We've made a lot of stabs towards that, like
trying to.
The UN Code of Ethics of the
Universal Declaration of Human
Bill
Rights.
of Rights, like those things. We've definitely made stabs towards that.
Well,
but now we see things
stabs
like
on a unified agreement
exactly
that we all decided upon and agree to behave by. But I'm stabbing at like we all know love exists.
If you've experienced it, yes.
But you know it exists.
If you've experienced it.
No.
Yeah, if you've experienced it, you wouldn't know it. I agree with Dark in that. If you haven't experienced, everything is based on our experience. So if I take a child and I torture them from the time they're born to they don't know love. Yeah. They're not going to know love. And you've even conditioned them to not ever have experienced it.
Right.
So why would they then be able to just know it?
Okay, does truth...
Knowledge is direct experience.
Does truth exist outside of humans?
That's a
True
Yes,
things. True
absolutely.
things.
Yes.
Yeah.
I believe absolutely.
So I
Because
guess
we
I
have
think
to
of
have the law.
ethics as being in the same category as truth. That truth exists whether a human is thinking about truth or not, or whether a human has agreed to truth or not. I think core ethicalness, like perfection, the philosophical idea of perfection, like
Right.
that it does exist whether we think about it. It's existing outside of our experience.
Well, is if you take a child and you raise them naturally, let's use children as an example, and that child's going to know that if I hurt someone else, or actually doesn't know until he's disciplined, actually.
Yeah.
But at some point, you understand as you're growing up that the minute I invade your space, now be it violently, however that is, that's wrong. Why? Because your spirit, your person, now this is assuming that we're all raised in some kind of a neutral
Right.
confine, okay? You know that I can't invade your space violently or forcefully, that would be a breach of ethics.
Dislike.
That's right. That's something that we as humans, nobody wants that.
Right. Right.
So that'd be a baseline of ethical standard. And that, I believe, goes across every generation, every human being, until you get into societies that have raised themselves in some weird construct where it's okay to go kill someone. Like these are behaviors that are not natural. And we've so blended this that for some people it's okay, some people it's not okay. Right now we're seeing that in society. We're seeing they're trying to make everything okay.
This is we've got this universal golden rule across almost all spiritual practice. There's a version of the golden rule that says, love your neighbor as you love yourself. And it's like, how do you love yourself? Well, I don't want to be fucked with. And so don't fuck with your neighbor. It's that's the general, like.
Do unto others and all that.
Yes. Did Tulsa come inside when you guys were upstairs at any point?
No.
Okay, then he needs to be let inside. I'll be right back.
So we talked about the idea of authority. What was the topic that we talked about before we got on the line? Challenging authority or questioning authority.
Yeah.
I don't know if you came up with that phrase or I came up with that phrase as a topic.
I know I sent you a thing that said we can always talk about challenging authority.
Yeah, what is challenging? What is? Talk about why you picked that topic. Because I think I like the idea of getting meta, because this is the thing that I'm dancing around, and I don't want to dance around. I want to say directly what I'm not saying, without saying it. I feel like in this age of hyper censorship, that there's an economy that we have to have in terms of how much we're willing to talk about without jeopardizing our ability to talk.
Yes.
So for me to say one level, to address some level, so let's say I think that my perceptive says, my experience and my education has told me that the official story of 911 does not sound plausible. I can say that, and then to say it further and say, I think it happened because blah, blah, blah. I don't have the confidence to say that. I don't know exactly what happened. I've explored a number of theories, and to even explore some of those theories is to subject yourself to being shut down.
Correct.
So it makes
it goes. Sorry, go ahead.
So it makes it a little difficult to challenge authority. Like, where's the limit of, like, this is why I feel like there's an ecology to truth telling, in that you until you're too big to cancel. Somebody like Joe Rogan is a guy who's too big to cancel. They tried it and it only made him stronger.
Is he? Because they canceled President Trump. When they did that, I knew we were fucked.
Well, what I mean by canceled is in terms of popularity. I don't think the people who have a fondness for Trump, I don't think their fondness has been canceled.
Oh, no. But Trump, they silenced him. So
Yes.
they still censored him. They kicked him off Twitter. Now I'm using,
and that's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Is that Joe Rogan hasn't been canceled. There's somebody who they lied about. They tried to cancel several times, and yet he continues on.
Joe Rogan is also, from my perception, a controlled faction. What do I mean by that? He at one time questioned the narrative.
Mm-hmm.
He actually was on my same path at one time, completely did a 180, and then he got his big show. Well, what does that tell you? Well, somebody got to him because he turned away from going down this one path. They made him rich. And then all of a sudden, when people started attacking him and saying, or not attacking him, but saying, hey, what about this and this and this? He made fun of a lot of different things that were on the fringes. And part of that, from my perspective, is because they paid him off.
It could.
If you knew Joe Rogan before he was Joe Rogan, he was a nobody looking for truth. And then all of a sudden he got rich.
Well, I think it might be more complicated than that. Not to be argumentative, but I feel like, and this goes back to the idea of the ecology of truth telling. If you say something that gets you canceled immediately and you don't have an audience and you know a larger spread of things that could be shared, like you have to prioritize what you're going to talk about if you're going to continue talking.
Or you find a way to create your own space, and then you have the hardship of trying to drive people to that space.
Well, that's
what I do.
That's it. Joe Rogan has a space, and he has, and opposition to him has only driven more traffic. Now, I'm agnostic on whether or not Joe Rogan is an organic actor, or if he's been compromised in some way, or if there's simply just an ecology that allows him to maintain an audience. It's a matter of introducing reasonable doubt is what we started talking about on this show a lot. I think there's in the beginning of my research and my desire to sort of like tear down the whole illusion, the desire was to encapsulate all of the fuckery in one digestible pill, and it chokes people.
Right.
People
right.
People can't hear it all at once.
If they can't take it all, then are you communicating? So then the idea is to actually, for me, is to take a step back and try to introduce some reasonable doubt where people do the thing, where the rest will follow. If you can find a way to just in a small way insert reasonable doubt into a premise, because I think we get identified with our perspectives, our beliefs, our opinions. And if you challenge too many opinions or too large of a perspective, then it feels like you're challenging the person as a person.
Right.
And then that makes you an enemy because you feel threatening. You're threatening reality. You're threatening ideas. You're threatening systems.
So where are you going at with this, practically speaking, for our conversation today?
Practically speaking, the idea of challenging authority, like how this is the art of how to introduce reasonable doubt into whatever the authority is without losing your head in the process or losing your ability to broadcast. They don't have to kill you anymore. They just have to limit people your ability to be seen.
Right. And that's kind of why Rumble was created. All these other outlets were created. That's kind of why I'm handling this documentary that I'm doing the way I'm doing it, because I am really for putting out information for free. I don't believe we should sell knowledge and wisdom. I think it actually should be something that is socially interchangeable, that we should be willing to give it away. That's why I really respected Fabio for saying I'm not selling it.
Yeah.
He's giving those books away. That's commendable. I'm actually going to be putting this documentary out publicly as long as it'll last. And then also on Film Hub, because I think that I want to try to make some money back on the money that I put down,
of course,
to do this.
Yes.
But at the end of the day, also Film Hub has outlets. And so if I can get it worldwide, if I can get some people to stream it, it's controversial, yes. But if I'm hoping that if I can show enough what's called empirical data, to make the point that, look, I'm not just spreading bullshit. I've got 17 NASA documents. I've got military documents. I got documents that I pulled from all over the place. Here's the proof. I'm hoping that some of the outside of America streaming companies will put that information out. Because really what it takes is we've got to break through the wall to make people want to be able to stand on their own and question authority. If we can't do that, we are still bound and chained. And as long as we're in bondage, we can never, it doesn't matter what truth is if we aren't willing to look at it. Because if we're not willing to live in truth, then we're not willing to really live free.
Yes.
We are never free unless we are living in truth.
Well, and I mean, we had to deal with a lot of trauma over the last year. Trauma, not drama. Trauma.
Right.
Like
trauma, yeah.
Yeah. When we just blithely started evaluating COVID data in April and May of 2020 and started saying, guys, it looks like it's not as bad as we thought it was going to be. So that's good. We don't have to lock the children at home with their abusers anymore. We thought that would be like, yay, good news.
Hey, the data seems to point to sunny skies a little bit.
Yeah, the data is showing that we know exactly who's susceptible to this new virus and how we could be protecting them from it. So that's great. We don't have to lock the entire planet into their houses and have them all lose their jobs and their houses.
Yeah.
And so we started saying that stuff just like tra-la-la, obviously intellectually and from a truth-speaking perspective, anybody should want to know this. And we didn't understand how all encapsulating it is to have your belief system shook when you don't know it's a belief system.
When you think it's truth.
I at least grew up knowing that my belief system was one of several. I just knew, quote unquote, that my version of religion was the right one. But I did know that there were other systems people lived in.
The wrong ones.
Yes, exactly. People who didn't grow up in a religious group that was their way of being, I think, don't realize that they are still growing up in a belief system.
Yeah.
And when someone comes along and shakes the foundation a little bit, like, hey, you got some loose bricks down here. They're like, holy fucking shit, get that person away from my house.
Yeah. Yes.
Not like, oh my God, you're right. I didn't know I thought I was just standing on the planet, but I'm actually in a house on the planet. You could leave the house and go and explore the planet.
Right.
So like, I want people to experience the truth and know what they don't know. And also, I think we can't discount how traumatizing it is when you don't know that what you think is the truth. When you don't know that what you think is the truth is not the truth.
By us asking simple questions, and we really were blithe. We were just going through saying, what is a virus? Let's educate ourselves. What is natural immunity? Let's take a look at that. What is terrain theory? I don't know. It seems like a thing I never heard of before. And in doing so, it was slightly undermining people's faith.
Ability to believe in the belief system that they thought was the truth.
And so this is why, because of this experience, this is why I'm very interested in the idea of the ecology of truth telling.
And how we maybe should have been talking about it a little differently or doing more disclaimers.
In retrospect, we could have been a little more artful, I think, and a little less, I think it felt concussive to people when they tuned into the show and we'd already been walking down the road of uncovering all the clues, and then suddenly there's a surprise at the end that scares the shit out of people and then makes us feel like dangerous people. So we lost our platform. We were canceled, gag ordered, and kicked off the radio station. And so that's what I mean by the ecology of truth. So we lost the ability to serve a journalistic function in our community by doing it too hard and too fast for the taste of people in the environment.
Or well, the other way to look at that, Dark, and I
tell
hear
me.
what you're saying. Let me give you another perspective. Is
Please.
You were meant to go that hard and fast because you ran into a wall you had to shatter. You were not meant to go through the wall. You were simply meant to shatter it. And so you went a different way. The wall's now shattered. It's on them, or their experience had to change in some way. You were the changing element and then moved on to do something else. Does that make sense?
I'll take that. I mean, I could look at it that way.
When I first started going down a certain rabbit hole, and I realized that things were not as what I thought, I literally broke down and cried because I thought for a moment that I was the only person who'd come across this
concept.
This concept.
Yeah.
And I thought, well, I'm going to be tarred and feathered and hung up. Like, how do you tell people? You guys know what I'm talking about. Well, how do you, like, where do you go with that?
Right.
So it took me a long time to realize that, not a long time, it took me a while to realize, hey, my job is to serve the function that I'm here for. And if that means that I have to walk alone, so be it. Now, granted, I had other people instantly come alongside because we're never really alone.
Yeah.
We just feel like it for a moment. But the purpose that we are here, and I've hit my head like you, Dart, on walls a lot. And I've lost friends, family, I've lost all kinds of people. But at the point at which I made the agreement that truth was going to be the path that I walked, I knew it was not going to be an easy one.
Yeah.
Instinctively, I just knew, and I made the decision that if it meant that I had to walk alone, so be it. I think I shared with you, I had a lady in Super One one day, or not Super One, in Safeway in Texas one day, stop me out of everybody and go, hey, do you know how to cure cancer?
Oh, what?
I said, yes, I do, but why are you asking me?
Right.
Like, what made you ask me that? And she goes, well, something just told me to ask you. Now, probably because I was wearing a funny hat and sort of looked Jewish, even though I'm not Jewish, but I was wearing something that would give that. I wasn't doing it on purpose. But anyway, I said, here's what you have to do in order to reverse your cancer. And well, first I said to her, are you willing to do? She's like, I'm willing to do anything. I said, anything. She goes, yes, anything. And I said, okay, well, here's what you have to do in order to reverse cancer. It's actually very easy, simple. It's not easy necessarily, but it's simple. And she goes, oh, I can't do that because I'm not willing to give up X, Y, Z.
Sell all your possessions and follow me, bitch. It's that easy.
Well, I literally walked out of there and cried.
Right.
Because what do you do? I told her, all you have to do is change your biochemistry. Cancer will leave your body automatically once you change your biochemistry.
This is terrain theory stuff.
Yes.
Yeah.
And it's basically you have to raise your alkalinity and keep it high. And there's other elements that cause your body to be acidic.
Yes.
And I'm not going to go into that right now. But I walked out of there crying because she wouldn't accept it.
She wasn't going to give up Coca-Cola.
Right. But here's the point: is I don't know what was beyond that point. I only know that my job was to give her this information.
Mm-hmm.
My job was not to see her necessarily change her lifestyle. So I guess the whole thing was to say your job wasn't necessarily to change the radio station, but to crash through that wall in order to allow the leak of information.
And some things will change for some people.
Well, this could be like some, if you want to like zoom out into some like karmic soul interaction thing. She asked for something, she got an answer, and then she's made some choice. So it's no longer did she not have a choice. She has a choice, and then that's an impact that a person has had in their life, and they have to live with that. This is the cognitive dissonance thing that we have to deal with sometimes too.
Yeah.
So there's that aspect. I want to weave into this idea of challenging authority and the idea of the ecology of challenging authority, because if you go too hard too fast and you get taken out of the game. I guess that's what I'm interested in. I'm interested in long play of the task of alleviating harm in my community and finding ways for us to be having a better time together without threatening structures in a way that I no longer get to play that game.
Yeah, so you're probably, Dark, asking the wrong person, because as a soldier, to be honest with you, and this is something I've had to learn over time, is that my job as a gardener, I learned this gardening actually, my job is to plant a seed. Once in a while I water it. My job is not to make the seed grow. I don't have any control over that. I don't have control over the sun, the moon, no control of that. All I can control is I plant the seed and I get to water once in a while and see what happens. The problem on my end is that I perceive mankind as on a precipice of a very dangerous place. When COVID-19 happened, when it first came out, I said this is a government planned operation, because I'd already seen them actually do this once before. A government planned operation in order to control the masses of people. They're going to force vaccines on each other. My wife goes, well, we'll see what happened. Everything they said would happen happened.
Yeah, Fabio called it a stress test.
Correct. So here's my parents and I go round and round, because I believe that I'm obligated to give people truth when it's asked for. I don't have the right to withhold it from them. And sometimes I need to give it to them whether they want it or not, and just accept the consequences that I may be the backlash of negative.
Yeah.
And realize that I have to do ethically for me what is right. And what is right for me is, if my brother and I go through this all the time, where he wants to live this lie. And I'm like, dude, sorry, this is the truth and here's the evidence. And he doesn't want to look at it. That's fine. It's not my problem is not to make you look at it. But every time you approach me and you say X, Y, Z, and that's the truth, I'm then obligated to go, here's another, and that's ultimately where you probably have to figure out if you're trying for longevity, yes, then you probably want to walk soft and carry a big stick and be very, very decisive as to when to use it. But understand that at some point, I call it with my parents compromise. They want to compromise. For example, with this contract we got for this one film we're making, they wanted me to walk a certain way so that we got the funding we needed for this film. And I said, but at some point I feel like I'm selling my soul for money. And I'm like, I have an ethical responsibility to mankind that trumps that. And my parents could never understand that. They just don't come from that mindset. And there's a major cataclysmic shift that happens to put somebody in that mind shift. I don't know if any of you have ever done psychedelics. I did DMT once and wound up having my whole world shattered. And I mean literally, the entire reality around me shattered. And I tell people there's a whole other world out there than what we're told.
Yes.
And the reason that some psychedelics they don't want you using is because they don't want your mind opened to beyond the sphere of influence that they put you in. And, at some point we have to get to a place as a society where we go, do we want truth and are we willing to fight for it? And I don't mean necessarily bloodshed, but again, I myself can't lie at this point. So I get really animated about conversations when I hear people talking about stuff, because I was once there and I see that they're in their own prison. That's the way I see it. It's their own psychological prison.
I see value in both of you guys' perspective.
Yes.
I'm drawn personally to the balls out, guns blazing, sort of like be what you know you need to be all the time. Otherwise, who are you?
So
Like if there was a spectrum, I'd probably be a little bit closer to his way of doing things. And then I guess I do like I've been bitten in the ass so many times over the last 3 years for speaking my mind that I'm constantly juggling my own hypothesis, which is how badly do I want to speak the truth if it means losing all of my friends and loved ones.
Well, I agree. I appreciate your perspective on this, talking about, because this is the topic, which is the ecology of challenging authority. Or an authority could just be as simple as what your community has agreed upon, even though it may be dangerous or may not be safe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would like to sort of reframe the idea of being hesitant to tell the truth and reframe it as something as you have to know your audience. In Buddhism, they call it expedient means, that if you see somebody who is sick and they won't take the medicine because it tastes yucky, sometimes you have to deliver the medicine in a different way where they don't know it is what they don't like in order to heal them. That's expedient means. So you may not be able to deliver the whole pill, but maybe you do little bits over time. Things like that. That's the Buddhist concept of expedient means. And the other side that makes me want to err more on the side of caution is because there's the notion of, I think we as humans, especially people who have had powerful experiences that you might be able to call psychic experiences or spiritual experiences, is that when you come to the other side of that, there's often, I think, an inability to recognize the difference that it has made in you versus people who have not had that experience, and to almost take for granted your new perspective. And for myself, there's the idea of
like
the
being
egg.
a good educator.
Of an egg. And that, like, I popped out of my egg and I'm like, holy shit, there's oxygen and all this stuff out here, right? So I'm going to go crack this egg open, and it's not ready to hatch yet. And I've damaged the thing inside because I could talk to it through the shell and maybe be an influence on the outside through the shell over time, so that when it cracks through, there's this idea of like, oh, these are the things that I heard and experienced in the shell, and now I can triangulate, versus trying to crack people's brains open when they may physically not be able to handle the new information. People will snap if you give them too much too quick.
Yeah.
So it's not only for your self-preservation, being cautious and having an ecology of how you deliver things, but it's also having to know your audience and really being a good doctor and knowing what the other person who might benefit from this information, how much can they take before it's toxic to their current alkalinity or state, wherever they are. So I like hearing both sides of this approach.
And I actually agree with that. I'm in a place in my life now where my wife will tell you, where I'm trying to feel people out, because I don't feel like I have to tell everybody everything. My job no longer is to tell everybody everything, but to wait for those that are ready for it. And so I'm working out, backing up and going, okay, I have this truth, but I need to wait to share it for people that are at that point where I think that they are at least able to receive it. I'm not expecting people to accept it until they go test it for themselves. But I do agree. I think that we need to be more gentle in our approach. I was simply saying that as a soldier, I'd rather take a gun, throw in an automatic, and just shoot the entire.
Yes.
And just be done.
You get a truth, and you get a truth, and you get a truth. Yes.
I think in love, if we learn to love people, then we also need to feel them out, wait for them to be ready to at least hear what we're going to say.
Yeah.
Which is the whole purpose of us having these meetings.
Reading the room, priming the pump.
I want to check something. Yeah. When does our next guest come in?
5:30.
Okay, so I want to ask you a thing before we go. We've been surveying different people and different guests. If suddenly the microphone was in your hand and the whole world was watching, and this is the idea of like, if the system needs to be radically changed and we need to do it in a pinch.
You could tell everybody something that would change
Like,
the world.
this is the recipe for us to, what would you do? What would you offer in terms of first steps to transition from the fuckery that's going on into something that might be more healthy and organic? Do you have an idea of like your id idea of like how we should be doing the game?
If I thought people would accept what I would tell them, it would be to tell them, look, every war we've ever had has been manipulated, done for money, and we've slaughtered countless numbers of people. The road we're on is the wrong road to go. We need to love one another, come together as a society, not as a broken group of people, but as one body of people. Because I don't care what color your skin is, what your sex is, we are all of the human race. They've broke us off into all these different groups, but we are all humans. And when we realize that and realize, hey, look, we need to function as one society, not as a bunch of different societies, because that's how they've gotten us to fight each other and kill each other.
So now you're president. You're president of the world. So what would you do about it?
If you could snap your fingers as magical president of the world and change one thing.
Set policy.
Well, I think that I would probably have done what, this is going to sound funny because most people think one thing. I would have probably gone down a very similar road as Trump in the sense that he pulled out of the WHO. He pulled out of the United Nations. He was pulling out of the United Nations. All of this stuff is based on a control system, which is why I think Trump was pulling out of it. I don't think he had all the answers. That's not my point. My point is I would relieve myself of all of the controlling factors as a nation. And then I would say, let's come together, all just the leaders of the nations, forget the UN, come together as the presidents of these nations and sit down in a closed room where we don't have lawyers, we don't have, we don't have oligarchs, we're just, if we're really the leaders of the free world or our free worlds, then we come together and agree to live at peace. Like, don't get me started. I'm a believer that actually the whole nuclear idea is just a fear mongering, that we don't actually have real nuclear weapons. Because if you look at all the video evidence, it's all Hollywood. If you look at it's all from the 1940s, whenever all of the models that they blew up in those nuclear bombs they look like they're on tables set on these little models that they just let off an explosion. Nothing looks real, actually. If you look at it now from today's perspective of 4K, in fact, I've got nuclear explosions on my hard drive at my desk. I can go blow up an entire city right now, and if I showed it to you, you'd think, "Oh my God!
Oh no, New York!
Blew up New York!" You know.
They always blow up the big cities.
But I think the whole system's built on fear. Once we realize that, like, what is nuclear power? Nothing more than a boil of water. That's really what it comes down to. If you understand nuclear power plants, they just boil water. That's all they do is they boil water and build pressure. That's it. That is what nuclear power is.
Yeah, we've since the 70s have figured out to a big degree of how to process nuclear waste in ways that we didn't in the 70s. This is the new thing that makes people have cognitive dissonance, is the idea is that we shouldn't have nuclear power plants. Now, this is a whole rabbit hole to go down because of things that have happened in the past versus people who are of good repute and care about things are saying that actually now nuclear is the most efficient, cleanest
safest
energy source that we have.
Yeah.
Whether that's true or not, I cannot say that. But this is a coming trend from people of repute. Jason Silverstein is one of those guys that, I'm sure he was like anti-nuclear, but he's one of those guys that goes down the rabbit holes and it comes out the other side and goes, it's not so black and white. I'm sorry, It's not so easy.
Well, think about it. Every time we get into shit, what do? They threaten nuclear war.
Right.
That's what they're doing right now. Ask most military guys. It's just a threat. It's a threat to keep us in fear. That's all it is.
Fear and division.
Yeah, I'm not willing to say whether it's real or not, but I am willing to say that the threat of it is used on a regular basis.
Yes, I would definitely agree. The motivations behind whether it's real, the motivations behind the thing, to me, seem very apparent. The ultimate purpose is fear and division, and therefore unproductivity of the masses.
Right.
Yeah. Thank you so much for joining us today, Joshua.
Yeah, do you have anything you want to share? Do you feel like
final thoughts?
Well, you guys are awesome.
Oh,
I'd love to come and sit down with a cup of coffee and.
Yeah.
Yes, sometime we'll do that. Let us know next time you're in Butte.
Yeah, Mark, I didn't hear much from you, bud.
I agreed so much. I couldn't. I had not much to add or nothing to be contrarian with. Before you do go though, I do want to ask you about the building that dropped that didn't get hit by a plane in New York that contained all the information from the .com bubble crash.
Yeah, and the FBI and all the other stuff. Yeah, what about it?
Just what your thoughts on it were, or
was that your reasonable doubt?
Why
how does a building
you could be vilified for talking about that, things of that nature?
I'm not afraid of vilification, but the bottom line is anybody that looks at it honestly, there's a couple of things. First, buildings don't just fall.
Right.
Like that's when I said that originally, it was like, oh my God, something hit it. No, nothing hit it, and it fell. Like, I guess gravity works. I don't know what else to tell you because, buildings only fall into their own footprint if they're imploded. And we've had national engineers come together and do whole documentaries showing that 9/11 didn't happen the way they said it did. There's all kinds of there's trillions of dollars that were missing a day before the 9/11 happened. I mean, there's too many. Anybody that understands statistics, there's too many statistical anomalies to say that 9/11 is the cause of 12 people that got upon airplanes when one airplane that crashed in a field didn't even have a wreckage. It's the craziest shit to me.
If you're
Building 7, go ahead.
If you're able to look at it, if you're able to put aside the emotional impact from what happened, and you're able to look at what happened objectively and zoom out, there are too many questions. Like very simple, easy to question questions. Like what ran into the Pentagon? Like, or even simpler, even simpler. Why was the grass not scorched under where the plane should have been running into the Pentagon? That's a very simple question.
So let me run a couple of facts. First, in the Pentagon, cameras shoot 24 frames a second. How come we have one frame showing the nose that's too small of an alleged 747? Looks more like a missile to me. But there's only one frame and there's no impact frame.
Right.
Wow.
How is that possible when we shoot 24 frames a second? I should have at least 7
at the
8
seat
frames.
of our defense system.
Yeah, you
there's
would
only
think...
one camera and it's too slow resolution to capture the thing that happened. It seems a little. It seems a little dicey.
It blew up in the crash.
A little dicey.
Yeah.
Like a lot. How come buildings 1 and 2 fell into their own footprint? Now we've talked about this. Has been talked to ad nauseum.
Right.
How come there was molten lava weeks after in the bottom of the building? Like, again, how come? You mentioned flight 95 or 97, whatever it was.
In the field.
Shanksville.
Yeah. And I have video evidence. I'd have to dig it up from my archives. I have a video where when that plane hit the building, the nose is coming out the back end of the building. Now, that defies the laws of physics. Like, it's not even possible because aluminum is not stronger than steel and concrete.
The plane would have been crushed as it hit the building.
Correct. It should have crushed. It should never have flown through the building at all. Like, it shouldn't even have happened. Like, so the only way it could have happened is through explosives.
The number, I mean, you get into air traffic control. We've all flown. The number of systems that had to fuck up to not know far in advance that an airplane was over New York City airspace. What?
This is one of those stories that.
But if you talk about it, that means you don't care about all the people that died.
Well, this is the part of it that I want to talk about is the sorry to cut you off. Is this idea that when it happened, I was like, my first thought was I didn't know it wasn't. I just saw I was living in a tent in the jungle. I just heard crap over the radio. I didn't see the images. And so people were like, how could this even happen? And I'm like, we've been fucking around in the Middle East for a long time. That was my first thought.
Kind of surprising it hasn't happened before
I'm
now.
surprised it hasn't. Well, it did. Like they tried to bomb the World Trade Center years before. It was a failed with a van, right?
That's right.
So I'm like, well, this is
91.
This is blowback.
Yeah.
This is blowback. And then it wasn't until I got into a building out of a tent several years later. I was living in Hawaii in a tent that I actually got to start researching the thing because there were things that didn't sit right. And then I was like, we all got Stockholmed.
Snookered.
Yeah.
As Fabio says.
We all got Stockholmed. And I'm like, when does that wear off? And at some point, this was my, I guess, naivete. At some point, we can't look at Building 7 fall and continue to go along with the narrative. And yet, at this point, you tell people about Building 7, and they don't know that entire third building fell down. They don't even know that. And then when you show it to them, it is like that thing where I'm like, I'm afraid I'm going to injure you if I show you this because everything you've built on since 2001 is a fucking lie. Yeah. And it scares me because talk about a stress test. That was a stress test on how much crap we were going to put up with.
I think if I were to zoom way out, I would say maybe 9/11 was a stress test on how much cataclysm do we actually need in order to Stockholm Syndrome the people.
Yeah, it was dramatic.
And it turns out we didn't need that much.
Right.
We didn't actually need to kill that many people so violently in order to Stockholm Syndrome the entire planet.
Right. Well, and the other... Let me rephrase something too, because I said something and I didn't get a chance to clarify. And I said, if they really died, the people in the building died. So please understand, I'm not saying it didn't happen. That's not what I'm saying at all. I just wanted to be clear. I understand people died. I understand buildings fell, blah, blah, blah.
Tragedy.
My question is, I actually have video evidence that would suggest the people in the plane were transferred to another plane.
That was in my early research.
The people that were supposed to be on the manifest for the planes that went down
were not actually on those planes.
Gotcha.
So they were remotely flown potentially into the building, possibly, if that is in fact what happened. Now, there are some physical issues that happen with the shape of the explosion in the building.
Right.
And so it's way too complicated to break into right now. But the point is that I believe at some point we have to wake society up. Like society has to wake up because I can't continue and you can't continue to live in the false premise that we've been taught. Something has to give at some point.
Right.
And if that, I can't worry about it causing them trauma in order to wake them up because I'm actually doing them a service by waking them up.
I've been struggling with this recently. I actually said to Dark over dinner the other day, I was like, at some point I'm going to accidentally say something that indicates that I know 9/11, we were lied to about it. And he's like, what do you mean? I'm like, well, it's become such a part of my cognitive awareness to just know that we were lied to about some of the shit around 9/11.
Whether we know the truth or not.
Whether we know the whole truth or not, I just, it's so apparent that we were lied to about a bunch of it that it's just become a part of my makeup cognitively. And I'm like, I'm afraid at some point I'm going to accidentally let on to someone that has no idea that we were lied to and holds 9/11 as this sacred American tragedy holiday, that I'm going to say something and they're just going to feel like I just slapped their grandma.
Yeah. Santa Claus.
And not going to be able to talk to me again the same way because because I indicated that maybe we were lied to about some things about 9/11. You know, it's starting to get to the point where, like you said, it's starting to get to the point where I'm like, I don't know, like, do I just
not say it?
Do I just shed the skin all in one day at some point and be like, fuck it, I'm just gonna say exactly what I think is going on all the time? Like, at what point have you lost enough friends?
Well, here's what I would tell you. Here's what I'd tell you, Ainsley, and this is because I struggled with this for so long time. I am so grateful my wife and I have come to the same understanding. What's funny is we've come to the same understandings with, outside of each other. What do I mean by that?
That's healthy.
Oftentimes I'll research something, she researches something, we talk about it and realize, oh, we're on the same page. That has happened to us pretty much our entire relationship, which has been a blessing because despite losing my brothers, despite losing my friends and family, what's my immediate family? That's my wife. And I'll have other friends, and I've had other friends come and go. But as long as I have that, as long as you and Dark have each other and Mark, dude, I can walk through fire if I needed to. I mean, my wife and I are going to homeschool our daughter because I'm not going to let her go to public school anymore because the agenda they're pushing on the kids now are just gross. Like
it's just
not even,
the cost benefit is just not there for public education anymore. And I say that with the understanding that many people don't have access to any other kind of education,
right?
You know, or any way of getting out of an abusive household other than going away to public school during the day. But like also like if we could just have an alternative, I don't think like the cost benefit for public education, it's getting too whack.
Well, and I think too we need to really evaluate the statistics we're being given. Like, I'm sure, again, please don't take this the wrong way. I'm sure there are children that are being abused because they're at home all the time. I would question whether or not the statistical numbers are where they're at. And not that is or isn't happening. My point is, I know a lot of children that aren't going back to public school. Yeah. And they're in loving families that are taking them out of public school to homeschool them. And they've got both full-time jobs, you know, so I don't know very many children that are in a situation where they're being abused because they're at home.
Right.
I'm not sure that's not more trauma-based intelligence being given to the media. And I'm not saying it's not happening. I'm just saying,
of course,
we need at this point question everything.
Question everything. Yeah.
So.
No, I appreciate that because I do still have little pockets in my head that I forget to question because I just assume because it makes sense to me that such and such would be happening and I forget to question it.
Right.
And maybe just real quickly, we've also been asking people like what sources would you, to find out what's going on in your environment, your world, your field of interest, what sources of information do you go to? Do you have any sources you want to share with people? Our last guest, Fabio, was sharing the philosophers that he's listening to. I thought it was going to be like the alternative to Russia Today, but no, he was talking about philosophers. So like what sources of information do you go to build your perception of the world right now?
Well, I've got several. One is, this may sound weird. I have a connection to source that is on a whole other level. I don't know how to just, I tell people, if you go back and you look at Moses at the burning bush, that was not a burning bush. That was a freaking psychedelic plant.
Yeah.
Or he was on one when he was looking at it. Yeah. Could have been that moldy rye bread.
Right. But if we talk about sources outside of spiritual things or things that are in other dimensions, I would say, one, stop watching mainstream media.
God, yes.
The frequencies that are being put out by all of them, Fox, from Fox to MSNBC and CNN, all of them. The LED frequencies are hypnotizing. And I mean that in the truest sense of the word, hypnotizing. So the first thing is to break that psychological the mental connection by stop watching it. That's the only way to break it. And once you do that, then you've got to start going. And I would, unfortunately, I don't like Google, but there are plenty of other search engines, and you just got to start looking at alternate information. Like my narrative for what's going on between Russia and Ukraine is not what the media is putting out.
Yeah.
And I don't have an issue with Russia. I think Russia is trying to keep itself from the World Bank, and that's all about money.
Yeah.
It's actually, and the narrative we're being told there is all bullshit. At least that's been my research. A lot of the video that's been put out by the mainstream media, one of the clips was a fucking video game.
Right.
Yep.
Literally a video game.
You'll appreciate Fabio's article from March 14th. I recommend reading it because he covers he really does pull all the things into the thread of what's going on in Ukraine and Russia and calling out what was going to happen before it happened.
Yeah. Yeah. And that, the biggest thing is that we've got to break our cognitive dissonance and break our psychological chains. And I don't have a good well, yeah, I do. Take psilocybin.
We did have a mycologist that was going to come in today and talk on the show, but I don't think he's going to be able to fit in the schedule. But we're glad that we had you on the show today. But yes, I agree with the different perspective.
Yeah. I've taken great value from psychedelics myself personally.
Yeah, I have too, and I've done quite a few of them now. So, well, actually, it's not quite a few. DMT and psilocybin and even LSD. Once you realize that, and I guess I want to put this out publicly, because we were all raised, probably Dark and I were raised, don't do drugs. Drugs are bad. And there are bad drugs. Okay, but some of the psychedelics, like psilocybin, they're using to fix PTSD.
Yep.
Psilocybin is actually good. It's regenerative, meaning that it regenerates the neurons in the body. Now they're realizing that a lot of the psychedelics that they told us not to take are actually healing. Well, duh.
Yeah.
Why do you think they take them? Because it doesn't do the medical industry any good.
Yes.
LSD, was an interesting experience. Like, it was interesting to see the world from that perspective. And I tell people, DMT is the same thing. I did a 6 to 8 hour trip on DMT. I think it was DMT. Yeah, that's where I was laying, and I had a friend with me, and my whole world got shattered. Literally, it was like something hit reality, and my whole reality shook. That experience was so mind-boggling for me. But I think, at some point, I hope we get back to a point where people are willing to do that, because I think it's needed for society to help open the minds of people to a whole other. Even my morality shifted, and sorry to use that word, but my whole, I don't know how to describe it. That my whole, the way I looked at the whole world shifted after that.
I've definitely had a stronger grasp on the concept of compassion and the ability to be compassionate since some of my psychedelic experiences. Like, God damn it, we're all fucking connected. Shit.
Undeniable connection. Now I can't not see that. I can't not see that now.
I can't not see people's humanity even when they're stabbing me in the back. All right, I'm going to cut us short so we can go and do some pee breaks before our next guest shows up. Thank you so much, Joshua.
Thank you so much
coming in.
Big hug. Big love.
Let's
see
keep
you next time.
Let's keep talking to each other.
Yeah. Very much so.
Absolutely.
All right. See
cheers.
Ya.
Guys.
Woo.
Okay, I'm first.
Oh, yeah. We do have multiple bathrooms, but we don't have multiple show hosts.
Right, that's right.
What's Zombocom? Type it up. Oh, is that horrible video with the spooks?
Oh, that'd be fun.
From the PsyOps video that we watched a couple days ago? Like the complete... doot. From the 1930s cartoon, the black and white cartoon?
No, I think he's saying literally type in Zombocoms. That video was called something else, but he did send it to me.
Oh, yeah?
I think he's trying to keep it a secret.
Oh, the Zombocom video?
Yeah.
Oh.
No, it's a great video.
Zombocom?
Yeah. Oh no, I don't know what the title of the other one is with that. The creepy
1930s cartoon
vaudeville
where all of the cartoons are getting denuded and exposed.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, that was
yeah.
It's crazy. So wait, you know what Zombocom is though?
No, I don't.
Oh, okay.
No, he was telling us to look it up. I have no idea.
We're gonna just keep living in mystery then. Oh gosh. Well, that was great. I think we did a great job of talking about some really tough shit.
Yeah.
Really fucking hot button topics. And basically and like the principles of the things, you know?
Yeah.
We should have the freedom to question what we're being told.
Certainly.
And everybody, I don't know. Yeah, maybe if I would snap my finger, Pull up
Zombocom?
No.
Yeah, you have to listen to it.
Oh, got it.
Pull up Zombocom.
God damn it.
And then you go to the bathroom, and Mark and I will watch it while you're gone. We can talk over it.
So I was talking about, like, it would be nice to somehow alert all the people that think that they're not in a belief system.
Yeah, right.
Like, hey.
Sure. A
you
nice
know,
way to do it.
Yeah. Well, we said reality bubbles.
Hey.
Hey.
Hi.
At the beginning.
Come in like Alexis from Schitt's Creek.
Zombocom. Zombo.com.
Yeah.
Weird. Yeah, I want people to, how do you say, we said reality bubbles a lot. You know, what's outside your reality bubble was a first season tagline for Post-Orthodoxy. What's outside your reality bubble? It's a leading question. It's the kind of question that a judge should dismiss in court.
Don't think of an elephant.
Because it's assuming the premise. It's assuming the premise that you are in a reality bubble.
Sure.
And that's something that a lot of people don't think that is happening.
Right.
They don't think they're in a reality. They think they're just in reality.
Well, I mean, Joshua was just alluding to it. And with all the Epstein stuff going on and all of the power brokers that were connected to it, I've heard repeatedly the last few years, there is some kind of normalization of pedophilia or there's at least a lot of people that feel that
and
way.
it's hurting the rights of consenting adults to get married because it's being connected to the gay movement. That for a lot of conservatives, the belief is that trying to normalize the ability of a man and a man to get married or normalize the ability of a man to wear dresses to work is a slippery slope plan specifically directed at eventually desensitizing us enough to normalize pedophilia. The love is love movement.
Growing up on the right.
Yeah, they're like love is love. They're going to point that at the children.
Equal to all the worst things on earth.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's part of why my mom
brainwashing.
didn't let me talk to my sister for a couple of years because I had a girlfriend for a couple of years. And my mom assumed because I had a girlfriend that meant I was pedophilic.
Whoa.
The first time we went to go see her family, they basically said, we can't leave you alone with your little sister unless there's somebody in the room.
Yeah. The last time I got to read my baby sister a storybook before bed, my dad was sitting in the living room with us to supervise.
It's equated. That's the zeitgeist.
Wow.
So much like the gays thought that the bondage movement was hurting the gay movement. The conservatives think,
well, just like
anyway,
like a lot of people in the gay movement are really pissed off at the trans movement because they think it's giving the gay movement a bad name because it's too far.
Wow.
Yeah.
There's infighting within the LGBT.
And people on the outside feel that the trans rights movement, the right of someone to wear dresses if they want to, or pop on boobs if they want to, or cut off their boobs if they want to, is headed in the especially with these changes in sex education. That people think, anyway, that's a whole other thing. A lot of people think that those things are indicative that the entire gay movement is trying to head towards bringing pedophilia into the thing. Now, not everybody that's worried about pedophilia attaches it to the LGBTQ rights movement. Not everybody does that, but that's
Right.
yeah. Well, yeah. Wow, I said something Mark didn't know.
There's a lot of strange realities going on out there.
So many reality bubbles, and they're not all the same.
And a lot of people don't understand how, like, you talk about some of the tenets of evangelical Christianity to people who don't know it or never experienced it. You're like, that seems crazy.
That
and like,
seems crazy.
That's
Yeah.
actually like a large percentage of your neighbors.
35% of the U.S. is evangelical Christian.
Yeah, that's right.
And that's not the only conservative religious group in the U.S.
Right. Yeah.
35% of all they're like, oh, you mean 35% of the Christians? No, 35% of 330 million people is evangelical Christian, according to recent Pew research.
Yeah.
And then you've got the Mormons, and then you've got the Muslims, and then you've got the conservative Baptists, and then you've got the Luth. Like, there's a lot of people who think that gay means pedophile.
The Central and South American Catholics are very strict when it comes to conservative family structures.
Yeah.
Yeah. What does Zombocom sound
Okay,
like?
Zombocom. All right, here we
No,
go.
we'll put it just so we can talk over it. I figured you needed to take a break.
Yeah.
It's only a minute and a half long, so
Oh, no.
Yeah, so I can't take a break during this.
Oh.
That's okay.
Oh, well, that defeats the whole purpose of it. So in the early days of the internet, 2004, 5, I came across this. This is in the early days where they had flash animation, right? So the internet is this new thing where things can happen. Flash animation is this new technology. And then there was a site that just played this 24 hours a day.
This is Zombocom. Welcome to Zombocom. You can do anything at Zombocom. Anything at all.
And it looks like a loading page.
Yeah.
So you
Like
just
it
keep
really
waiting.
could turn into
You just
something.
keep waiting for what you could be doing at Zombocom.
Exactly. And that's what you're doing.
That's awesome.
Zombocom.
That's funny.
Zombocom.
This is Zombocom.
It gets better.
Welcome to Zombocom. This is Zombocom. Welcome. Yes.
Yes.
This is Zombocom. This is Zombocom.
We're gonna get tagged for
and
copy-
welcome to you who have come to Zombocom.
Copyright infringement on this shit.
Anything is possible at Zombocom.
Zombocom.
That's amazing.
When we first started KBMF and we flipped the switch on and we're like, we can do anything we want because we don't have DJs yet. And I was like, this is my most exciting, like, I'll put up 24-hour playlist, you know,
right.
So, like, the station manager found, like, French radio dramas from the 60s, and I found, like, 1950s sci-fi radio dramas, and we could at least put on, like, 8 hours when we took a nap or something.
Yeah, right.
And then, like, one night, we're like, let's just do Zombocom. Like, it's a 24-hour thing. And so for, like 9 hours on KBMF was just that.
Because you can.
Because we didn't have anybody to fill the time.
Yeah, who's going to be mad?
When people go to the station, they need to know it's working. That's really all it was.
Look, there is something here. That's why some of Dark's earliest IDs were like, stay tuned to this. Don't touch that radio dial. You know, some of those early bits, you know, stay tuned to this station. The like nuclear warfare warnings.
Right.
Yeah. Don't go away.
Don't listen to rumors and don't spread any rumors you have heard. KBMF.
Ironic foreshadowing. Is that irony? Unfortunate foreshadowing.
It was a really complex art project I didn't mean to do.
For 4 years.
Yeah.
5 years. 5-year-long art project. All right, I'll dash off. I'll take my pee break.
Yeah.
You guys hold down the fort. Keep an ear out in case JJ knocks on the door.
Yeah. Where are we now? What is the time? 5:31.
Wow.
Killing it.
Killing it.
By the way, if you guys are watching the show,
Yeah.
we're doing something different. This isn't the usual Post-Orthodoxy 12 to 2 on Sundays. This has been a marathon thing. This is the last day of a 4-day marathon. Mark French came in to be a part of the party. Really happy to have you in the cockpit of this strange flight that we've been on. And we're collecting people. as we're getting disappeared from where all the cool kids are on the social media networks, we're trying to find a place outside the corral, an outpost in the borderlands, if you will. So if you haven't been to our website, postorthodoxy.com, that is a page where you can subscribe to the show. That subscription also puts you in our little collection of people who we're going to keep updated on where we're going, how we're doing it, what projects we're working on within the studio and within the larger world, as well as an archive back to our past stories of who we are as people, humans, artists, etc. And then we've struggled with the idea of the exclusivity of tiers, that if you're a member, you get shit, and if you're not a member, you don't get shit. I don't think our information should be limited by your ability to pay. But what we're doing is a $5 a month recurring payment subscription is just a way to help us afford to keep in touch with people who would like to have conversations outside the censorship of the robot eye on Facebook, Twitter, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. If we're really going to talk to each other, it's really nice to be able to have free-flowing dialogue rather than wondering if you say the word that you can't say or you'll get censored. And there's a lot of those words now. It's not just ivermectin. That was the word that nobody, respected journalists were coming on and spelling out things like we're in third grade where you can't say F-U-C-K. It was the craziest. I was like, whoa, this has gotten, but it was a real thing. People got blasted out for even criticizing something because they said it. They dangerously injected it into the dialogue, and they should be removed from the thing. So let's have conversations. Right now, we're having it here. I think if we were going to have a conversation with Joshua Michael behind the $5 a month subscription, we might have gone deeper into some territories.
We could have maybe been a little less obtuse about
less obtuse. So we're trying to create a less obtuse space for us to hang out and explore ideas. I like the idea of the Greek debate. I like the idea of debate. I'm glad we have our guest coming in tonight to talk about speech and debate.
Yes.
And the principles of why would you argue for something you don't agree with? Because you actually need to examine stuff beyond your own prejudices and biases. So everything we talk about here is not necessarily, we don't endorse everything that we talk about. We do sometimes explore ideas. Sometimes I play devil's advocate to try to get a better understanding of somebody else's idea. So we don't want to have taboos that limit our ability to entertain thought and ideas and notions. So that's we're collecting people for the clubhouse for that.
I don't want to alarm anybody, but there's definitely a drug deal going down outside.
Oh yeah, on the bench.
There's some sort of shitty tan sedan that's pulled up alongside the road.
Yeah.
And a couple of those tiny bikes that grown men ride. You know, like grown men generally, when you aren't riding like grown men, like ghetto
BMX,
bikes.
like a BMX bike.
Yeah.
Right.
Like a little, they sit on it and their knees are up by their ears.
Okay.
So they're riding this. These bikes are just flopped on the sidewalk, and then inside the sedan are three of what look like very young men to me.
Yeah.
And one guy's sitting in the back seat with a backpack, and the other two guys are sitting in the front seat, sort of passing stuff back and forth between them. And one of them's obviously a joint. And I'm just
it could be pogs. Maybe they're pog collectors.
Joint-shaped pogs that they all had to meet up on a
kids these days.
seedy street to share with each other.
I don't know what the kids are into these days.
I don't either, because my kids show got canceled by your ex-girlfriend's friend.
Yeah, that's true.
We also got a resoundingly negative comment.
Oh, good. Let's hear it.
That's good. Those are good.
It's an experience for me to go through this, actually.
And what platform?
So it was on YouTube.
Okay.
On our video with Adrian Youngblood from a couple of months from February.
Okay.
When in advance of her release of the trance movie. And so we did this long video with her, 2 hour interview like we typically do.
We ranged around
on
beyond
Sundays.
the film.
Yeah. She's a longtime friend of Dark's from the past. It was my first time meeting her on Zoom.
Yeah.
And this person, K Joy.
Okay.
K as in just the letter K.
Yeah.
It feels like these two are in their own world, obsessed with talking about themselves, while their guest, who is actually interesting and needs to be heard, is marginalized the entire time. I sometimes forgot Adrian was even there. Who am I kidding? I couldn't get through this after fast-forwarding over so many tangents.
Right. Maybe she didn't understand the premise of the show where we're having a conversation.
She might not have understood that, but it also definitely made me think that in the future I'm going to try to find a way to rearrange the videos so that we're not so tiny and the guest isn't so giant. To kind of try to maybe make it more like an artificial Zoom call where the guest is more the same size as us a little bit, just like a little closer. You know, I don't.
Sure.
It's difficult in 9:16 to arrange all the things so it looks good, but that was like, wow. That's not the first time somebody said that we're obsessed with each other or talking. So I want to try to listen to it, but I also understand that it comes from people who don't like themselves or their partners and doubt their own intelligence all the time. So.
Well, I am kind of obsessed with you.
And I'm obsessed with talking about the shit that we're talking about. And when we invite a guest on, not everybody knows this, I guess, because they don't read our propaganda.
Well, we're not doing a normal show.
We're not inviting a guest. It's not a guest show. Like, does that make sense? It's not like Post-Orthodoxy isn't like a news hour where we interview.
Well, the guest isn't supposed to just lecture you.
The guest is coming into our. Yeah,
we're having a conversation with a friend, and we're trying to figure out what's going on, and we're triangulating our perspectives.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Some people don't get that, and that's fine.
I think when people tune into interview shows, they think it's supposed to be 95. An interview show is supposed to be 95% about the guest.
Yeah.
Right? And Post-Orthodoxy isn't an interview show. It's a conversation show.
Well, I mean, I interrupted Fabio numerous times today.
Just because
I didn't want to I needed to get some things out to him, right?
Yeah.
So I didn't want those moments to pass.
Mm-hmm.
I find it hard with Fabio because he's a goddamn professor.
He's fucking intelligent.
And all you got to do is say, what about, and then
you just put the quarter in and he'll just go for a whole hour.
And I'm happy to do it. We interrupted him a lot more in the first interview because I really wanted to break down things that were getting glazed over for our audience. And also for me, so I didn't get lost in like academic technical language.
Yeah, technical language, yeah.
So and he's always willing to say, wait, where do we go? Let's go back, and yes, I'll explain the thing. But because he swims in that water, I think there were a lot of terminology that got thrown out that I needed to interrupt him. And also part of it is I think there is a little bit of a lag time. So by the time he hears you, he's still talking over you, and there's a little bit of that in the mix as well.
Yeah. Don't feel badly. I honestly thought you would interject more because of all the stuff that you had to talk about.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, that's the fun part is that was his second trip back. That was Adrian's second trip back.
Yep.
We have a relationship. We're going to keep talking to each other. And you either enjoy the style of conversation or you don't. Like, I would take constructive criticism for people about the show, but that tone didn't sound constructive. It sounded punitive, which makes me be a little less open.
Makes me wonder if it's somebody that knows us, honestly.
Yeah, I don't think that. I don't think it's necessarily that, though.
Yeah. Feels like these two are in their own world, obsessed with talking about themselves.
There's a little bit.
While their guest, who is actually interesting, and needs to be heard, unlike us.
That's a good one.
So I wonder if this is maybe somebody that's aligned with one of the movements Adrian's associated with.
Oh, right.
And they
Could
found
be.
this interview in the hopes of hearing more deets
Say
about
more
the movement.
UFO stuff.
Yeah, UFO stuff or MK Ultra stuff, you know?
We weren't doing down the regular line. We were actually just ranging around about
And Adrian was participating. It was amazing. It was
Yes.
so lovely to hear a female voice talking about so many broad philosophical issues and mental health in society, and it was just really great.
Yeah.
But yeah, I feel like maybe best case, my best theory is that this is maybe a person who was hoping to hear Adrian tropes.
Sure.
You know, on Adrian specific subjects.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, I mean, many of us may have a specific vocation or two. That doesn't mean that we think about nothing else deeply.
Yeah.
Of course, Adrian can talk about other things other than the book that she's publishing at
Yes,
the time
yes,
or whatever.
Yeah.
Yep, absolutely.
All right, when JJ comes, I'm going to go over there.
Yeah. And
We're
put
gonna
him there?
Put him here.
Sweet. Awesome.
And you already have the rapport, so I'll let you open up the thing, and then maybe later on we'll talk about comedy.
Yeah, potentially. Sounds great. I hope he shows up. You know, he's a busy young man.
Yeah.
He said dope earlier this morning.
That was the answer.
What?
That was
So
you're going to be here at 5:30?
dope.
This
Yeah.
sounds like
So,
an
yeah.
agreement. Yeah.
It seemed positive to me.
Yeah.
He's always been down in the past.
Do you want to talk about that thing that you sent me last night?
I was just considering whether we wanted to get into it or not.
I think we can get into it.
Okay.
It's one of those things that's going to probably upset
We've
people.
already gone so far today. Why not?
Yeah.
We've already gone so fucking far.
Hey, it's the grand finale. Right?
That's right. For the 4 people watching, we'll talk about this. So there's not really like any way to set this up. We're just gonna
That sounds
Just
good.
put it up, and
we're just
then
gonna go into it.
we'll talk about
All right.
our impressions.
Yeah. I'm gonna make this bigger. There we go. All right. So Chromebook. Okay. We're gonna look at a series of images that have been designed with the intention of women empowerment and the intention of raising respect for
Diversity.
and in the intent of inclusion for people who have been ostracized and devalued by society and society's beauty standards. The first one is, I don't know if it's meant to be an A-cup woman or a trans woman that has not gotten her bolt on yet.
I think it's supposed to be an A-cup woman.
But it's a woman who doesn't have large boobs, and she's wearing a necklace that says "Flat is hot." The next image is a photoshopped version of a woman in a bikini and a non-photoshopped version of a woman in a bikini. Not everything that you see is real. Okay, that's true about the internet. Then there's someone that that's probably like size 16, size 18, size 20. I don't need to lose weight to look prettier. Let the wounds heal. Skinny and beautiful. So next to the fat positivity, we also have skinny positivity of an extremely thin woman in fitness clothing, skinny and beautiful. Then we have love your nose. Okay. Girls have facial hair too.
Okay, can we stop at that?
No,
one?
we're going to go through all of them and then we'll go back. This is beautiful. It shows somebody with vitiligo, which is a skin condition where you don't have as much melanin in certain parts of your skin.
Right.
A person with a cyber leg, prosthetic leg, a person with a birthmark on their face, and a person with liposuction, like post-fat surgery flab hanging over their waistband. Love your freckles is another image. Love your smile with a bunch of different smiles. Volume in your hair is beautiful. It's interesting they've put a white trending woman in this photo because generally the people that get pulled over for volume in their hair are black women.
Ah, interesting.
You are gorgeous, a person that's suffering from rosacea and has spots all over their upper arm. And then we are all worthy, a picture of all of these women together, including one old woman. So let's go back to flat is hot. We're talking about a set of pictures that were designed with the intention of trying to make life better for some people who've been suffering. And why are those people suffering? Those people are suffering because society, especially the West, has this revolving door of specific beauty standards.
Sure.
And if you don't have those beauty standards, you're almost invisible in social groups. You're passed over for promotions or for attention or for invitation to scenes. And your people who of the opposite sex or people who would consider you as mates tend to have been imprinted so hardcore by this revolving door of societal beauty standards that they just automatically assume they wouldn't like you because you have vitiligo and your skin is splotchy. Because up to the last couple of years, that's never been represented sexually. Now we have America's top models with vitiligo who are representing on the runway and representing in Vanity Fair and representing that this is a body type. And, and so the intention of this photo set is beautiful. The intention of the message is loving, and I think is trying to move society in a better direction. But I think, much like we were talking about the Black Lives Matter movement, where once we came up with a phrase, Black Lives Matter, people that were never shitty to black people and don't know black history were like, what the fuck are you saying? All lives matter. Like, why would you only say some lives matter?
People not hip to the story.
People that don't know the story,
So those people are up. Some people never have to encounter the issue.
Yeah. So so it's a problematic angle that the movement took. The movement took a problematic angle, which opened the movement up to instant critique, which lessened the productivity of the movement.
Okay.
So in much the same way, these photo sets that I'm seeing all over the internet, I believe are starting to they started with something that was really, I think, helpful and healthy, and are starting to take like a militant, not intentionally militant, but what's becoming a pushy, my way or the highway tactic that I think is lessening the productivity of this body positivity movement.
Sure.
Because I'll go back to our first image and we'll just walk through them. And I want you guys to interject if you have something to say, but I hope if you don't mind.
No, I wanted to hear
I kind of walk through this.
You're the one that this struck you, so I want to hear your.
And I'm a woman, so it's a tiny, tiny bit safer for me to talk about it.
Okay, yes, very good.
But I do, if you have a thing, please do.
I have a thing.
Ding.
But let's start when you go.
Of course you have a thing, darling. But yes, I want to hear it.
Yeah.
Okay, so first image, flat is hot. Hot is a subjective word. Hot is subjective.
Yeah.
Hot is something, I think, redheaded girls are hot and older men are hot. I don't think young Captain America boys I know that they are hot socially, and the social imprints of having grown up on that literature being put into my face makes me know, oh wow, that guy is really hot. But that's different than me like, that guy is really hot.
Sure.
Two different things going on there,
Certainly.
And much the same way, like, I understand that the Playboy bunny look, that's the current social trend of a woman that's skinny from the front, but has a very nice butt and a small waist and big boobs. This is a specific social thing that's cool right now, as opposed to like the super skinny everything that was in the 80s and 90s, as opposed to like in the Renaissance, giant curvy women were the hot thing.
Right.
The breeding stock look was really in the medieval ages.
Yeah.
So what's hot right now, I'm like, I can see a woman walk down the street in her leggings and her crop top, and I'll be like, wow. But what's going off in my head is I'm ticking off social beauty standards like, wow, she meets all the ticks. But I'm not like, need to talk to her, like that's how I get around redheads. Okay. I'm like, I should probably talk to that person. I don't know how to do it, and so flat is hot to people that flat is hot to.
Yeah, that absolute automatically leaves it open to, I just want to start criticizing them.
It's
for
not
using
hot
that
to me.
absolute language.
Yeah.
So to some people it is.
Yes, to
some
people
it's
it is.
not. So it makes it feel like they're trying to force a standard on me that I don't agree with.
It's like saying
personally.
It's like saying pepperoni, pineapple, Canadian bacon and pineapple pizza is delicious. It makes me want to do a photo set of this with foods. Canadian bacon and pineapple pizza is delicious. And it's like, obviously it's not delicious to everybody.
Yeah.
However,
it's sacrilege to some
people think it's not delicious because it's hip on the internet to diss Canadian bacon and pineapple pizza. And not because they've ever actually licked an A-cup boob.
What?
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So me personally, A-cups and double D cups are not my thing. I'm more of a middle of the road, sort of perfect, perky, improbable boob sort of girl. But I know people that are super into this, what is sometimes called like a boyish look on a girl. Next image. Not everything that you see is real. That's true. I love the anti-Photoshop movement. It started with organizations like Aerie, the Aerie magazine, AERIE. They were one of the very first clothing advertisers that was like, we are making a commitment to not Photoshop our models. They had models with diabetes pumps on their arms, models with freckles, models with no thigh gap. Like they actually they would put makeup on them and do their hair.
Yeah.
But they're like, when we pose you and your stomach does that boop, boop, boop sort of accordion thing, like
it's you, there it is.
Yeah.
Hi.
And you're a fucking beautiful woman, you know? So this is sort of like a psyops where they're mixing in things that we should instinctively agree with. Not everything we see on the news is real. Photoshop sets up unrealistic and unachievable beauty standards, and they're mixing it in with something like, I don't need to lose weight to look prettier, and acting as if both of those things are exactly empirically true in the same way. Now, this prettier, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. This is a famous phrase that a lot of people like to fight over. I think when it comes to this movement, a major benefit of this movement has been empowering people, especially women that don't fit the current modern beauty standard,
to
love themselves.
Yeah. Sure.
And that's fucking sexy. Loving yourself, being super empowered. When I see a girl that's got a bigger body type than me walking down the street in a crop top and she's fucking feeling good about it and her butt's sticking out and her boobs are sticking out and her belly fat is sticking out and she's not curling in on herself to hide, like, it's fucking awesome. I am not attracted to her physically, but I think that she's a boss-ass bitch, and I know that somebody's going to find that attractive.
I can find people whose body types are not who I would say I would be traditionally attracted to, but the attitude can change everything. The way the person is can then, this is the problem with words like beautiful or pretty, is that it is very subjective, and they're using them in absolute ways here. So it makes me think, okay, this is some like second-year art student who had an assignment to do a piece on this theme, and she did it. And I don't want to be too harsh on the effort that they're trying to do, but I think it is like when you start using absolute language.
When you take things that have always been subjective terms, like tasty or fun.
Yeah.
Like, I find Six Flags to be really fun. My friend Emily does not find Six Flags to be fun at all. She's terrified of roller coasters.
Six Flags is fun.
Six Flags is not fun to everybody. It needs to go in our cognitive dissonance introduction of reasonable doubt photo set. Pineapple, Canadian bacon and pineapple pizza is delicious. Six Flags is fun. Like, obviously, we understand those things, right? Okay. So, let the wounds heal. I don't know what she's talking about this one. Maybe not feeling the need to slather yourself with makeup in order to pretend that your body is perfect when you're dealing with, say, a herpes outbreak or a black eye or a broken nose from playing soccer. I can see that. This is something that took me a while to come around to because I didn't grow up in public school, so I wasn't under the crushing pressure of
being made up,
never letting anybody see you be weak in any way.
Oh, got it.
That, like, in the girl culture that I've heard of from the girls that I know that have experienced that thing, they're always, in a primal way, they're always fighting for the mate's attentions. So if any one girl ever shows any one thing that's a weakness, then the other girls can take her down. They can demote her. They can turn their back on her, exclude her, whether that's pimples or, like, you need to be able to play soccer and always have your legs shaved and never come in injured. Insane standards. So, skinny and beautiful. Again, I want to empower people, and I want to work on, we should be using this giant ice pick to smash this glass ceiling of social beauty standards and break through and awaken people to the possibilities of finding someone beautiful and valuable and treating people with dignity no matter what they look like.
Sure.
People should be treated with dignity no matter what they look like. People have value no matter what they look like. Saying skinny and beautiful is like, okay, to some people, you should feel beautiful to yourself. You should value yourself and treat yourself with dignity, and also understand that not everybody is going to find you attractive.
Sure.
Like, that happens in life. Sometimes you're really into somebody and they're not really into you. You know, like I've had people that were really into me before, and it's like, I get that you super like me, but it's something is just not doing it for me. And that's just the way it goes.
Doesn't mean I don't value you as a human,
Does
but
not.
I can't fake.
And it doesn't mean that you should not
Reciprocal.
value yourself.
Right.
You know, love your nose. I love this. Everybody has different noses. We're working on stuff like this by having more diverse racial inclusion in fashion photography and in advertising on television, and just television and movies in general. Like when you see people who are of Indian descent or from India or from China or from some part of Africa and they haven't gotten a nose job in Hollywood, fuck yeah, more of that. Absolutely. Girls have facial hair too. Okay, Dark, you want to speak to this one? Because yes, women do have facial hair. Some of my best friends have always struggled with plucking and shaving their whole lives. They're always dealing with a high testosterone level. And it's a social thing that people should denude their bodies in the appropriate ways for this society. Dark, I know you have some thoughts.
As an artist, like I have a fetish of like, oh, that's rough, I'm going to smooth it off. Like part of me is like, on myself, like when I have the little whiskers coming in on the side, I don't have like the Montana man beard. I don't have the Mark French beard. I can't do it. Like I always look like an Amish boy going through puberty if I let it grow out. It's like I can grow this. That's it. Everything else is like, I don't know why I'm here. And so like for me, it's like I like clean lines. Yeah. That's me, and that's my taste. So when I was in Northern California in a pot growing town full of like all kinds of hippie Wild West going on, everybody's trying to like distinguish themselves by
break free from the molds.
And break free from the mold, right? There was a trend among these hippie girls where they were not going to deal with their facial hair.
Yeah.
And it's one thing if you're just going to have a mustache now. It's another thing where you have 1 4-inch hair that just hangs out over here, right? And it was a part of a trend. Yeah. So I would talk to these girls who were fine in every other way, but then they would have like 3 hairs that were just like cat whiskers. And I kept like, you know, like, here, smoke this joint. And then actually I didn't want to burn them. I was like, I can't look at you because, and that's just, and this is a part of what they're fighting.
Social imprinting.
It's social imprinting.
Yes.
It's what they're fighting.
But
it's
it
what
also
they're overcome.
meant you probably weren't going to bang them.
I appreciate the pendulum swing has to go all the way. But that for me is like my only sense of like, I can't, this is my OCD, okay? Yeah. It's not your 3 cat whiskers.
Right.
Do that if you want. But it's like, I can't, like, I want to pull them out. And that's just my neurosis.
Right. It's always going to be distracting to you. You mentioned earlier a friend who shall remain anonymous.
I will not talk. I will, like, avoid them. Yeah. If there's 4 people at a loud bar, I'm not going to talk to them because I'll just be, like, trying not to look at the hairs. It's worse than cleavage. Like, you know, it's like, oh, I'll just pretend that's not there. No, I can't.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I'm going to... So that's like, yes, celebrate yourself.
Yes.
And then, but
well, and like any social change that we're trying to enact, we need to be free to self-express, and we also have to understand the world that we're in.
Yes.
And that we will change imprints through struggle.
Right.
I've done the body hair thing a lot over the last couple of years. I didn't do my legs for a long time. I still haven't gotten back to shaving my armpits after like 4 years. I do sometimes buzz them if I don't feel like dealing with it or whatever. But like, I understand that when I'm like talking to a friend and I go to scratch my head and they're like, whoa, armpit hair.
Yeah.
Oh my God. It's like, but I know that's, you know, or like I go to the gym and my trainer puts me in the like upside down leg press thing and I put my legs up on it and it's like these little hairs everywhere. And it's kind of like women on either side are kind of like, what heathen beastie has come to my gym, you know? And I'm like, I get that that's what's happening, but I also I understand people are going to think things because of our social conditioning and imprinting. And I am willing to bear the brunt of that in order to make a change around me.
Cool. Yeah. And that's what these women were doing.
I
totally celebrate that. Like my aunt had killer mustache.
Oh, God.
It was full on mustache, but I didn't care because she kept it trimmed up. It wasn't like it was
symmetrical.
It wasn't like an injured caterpillar that was going in different directions. It was like, we're just going to maintain this shit because I don't want to shave it every day. So, but when it gets a little wild,
she literally trimmed
fuck
her
it,
mustache.
I got a goddamn mustache, right?
Oh my God.
Right? I know women, and I'm like, that's fine, whatever.
Yeah.
Have a mustache.
Yeah, right.
It's not a matter whether you have the hair or not. For
Tidiness
me,
or not.
it's that's an aesthetic thing that isn't like sexual.
It was
it's just like
conveying a-
you've got. I want to pick the lint off your shirt, right?
Right.
No, I keep that lint there. It's Lint Awareness Month, and I'm like, oh, I can't stare at your shirt. Like,
So we're talking about personal preferences.
Yes.
We're talking about on several levels. You know, we're talking about social imprinting, social contrived beauty standards, and personal preferences and personal well-being and self-value. So this is a very complex metric. At any given moment, we may be shifting between one or more of those values as we're talking. So this girls have facial hair too thing, I think, yes. If you're a woman that struggles with high testosterone, or a trans person that hasn't fully transitioned yet, or a trans person or a non-binary person that's like, fuck it, I'm going to be fucking me.
I think
let me finish.
Yes.
Be fucking you and be aware of the world you're living in. You're not living in 2078. You're living in 2022. In 2078, God fucking willing, people will just do whatever the fuck they want and be attracted to whoever the fuck they want to be attracted to.
Sure.
That's a dream world. But you have to be aware that your self-expression is not universally attractive, no matter who you are or how much work you put into it. My self-expression is not universally attractive. It's just not. And neither is either of yours.
And how?
Oh, Mark! And I'm speaking to two very attractive gentlemen right now. So pretty, you know, like you're not Captain America or whatever, but you're pretty damn close to like beauty standards in the U.S. All right, so this is
the lady that has the facial hair. That the thing, like, I think when you decide to grow out your 12 whiskers or whatever the thing is, the way that trend was happening, you're like a cultural Easter egg. Same thing with like women farting. Like, I think there are a lot of people. There's a story that women don't fart, right? That's like.
Well,
some
there's definitely
people,
pressure to not do it.
There's a social, like you hear men fart in movies. You never hear women fart in movies. It's a weird cultural thing where women don't fart, right? Yeah. It's some mythology that is allowed to live. And when you're a woman who farts, you're like a cultural Easter egg where you're like, see, you didn't know that was hidden in the game, did you? You didn't think that was even possible. Like, women have mustaches. I got you on that one. You had no idea. Just own that shit.
Yeah.
But try to keep it a little.
Well, now
that's my preference. See, that's my preference.
You just need to be like, hey, I'm not interested in dating women that are letting their mustaches grow without any kind of maintenance.
It's right.
Yeah,
right.
That's okay. Yeah. And this is just me helping you get away from the idea that the world revolves around you because you're
I'm
a man.
admitting
and I know
my
that you
preference
don't
and my
think
bias.
That.
Yeah.
You don't think that.
I'm laying it on. I'm laying it out there to be judged. Do that, so I can better.
For sure, you're being very vulnerable. I appreciate that.
My biases.
Suzette LaFleur on Facebook thought it was fucking funny.
Oh, good.
It's a funny bit. Just like, go for it. Hey, if you like this, share it with some friends right fucking now, because you're the only person who can help us get past the algorithm.
Yeah.
We're trying to have better conversations with more people more often, and the algorithm does not want us talking to people because we talk outside of conventional norms about everything. You know what I mean? So you, Suzette, can share this video with people in direct messages. That's how we'll have more of a conversation with people. Okay, let's go to This Is Beautiful with what is that surgery that I can't think of?
I don't know the name of it.
What surgery?
The surgery where
liposuction.
Is it liposuction? Okay, well, after a liposuction surgery, you have
the skin reduction.
You have to heal before you can have your skin
reduction.
Skin reduction. Yeah, surgery.
Yeah.
And even then, you're always going to be dealing with some, because they don't want to take too much and have you be,
Oh, were you referring specifically to a gastric bypass?
Yeah. The gastric
shrink
bypass.
It
yes,
for a while?
That's what I was thinking. But yeah, I mean, so okay, This Is Beautiful. Unfortunately, this absolutist language opens a meaningful movement up to criticism, which lessens the productivity of something that we need to be talking about. These things are not objectively beautiful. Beauty is not objective. Beauty is subjective.
Yeah.
So they put the is in front of it, which makes it immediately I want to dismiss the whole thing.
Yes. Instead, this could say you are beautiful. But I think because we live in such a fast-paced world where we're seeing a lot of change in a lot of areas really, really quickly, when we don't see change really quickly in something so important and so deep-seated as beauty standards that are being controlled corporately and enforced generationally between men and women everywhere, I think we start to get a little pushier. Especially, I notice that with movements these days. They tend towards pushy really fast because it's like, no, I told you I'm beautiful even if I have vitiligo and a bum leg. And it's like, no, I know you are, but me knowing you are and you knowing you are doesn't mean that that guy's going to date you.
I think it's important, like beauty to me, to be, they're applying the word beauty,
which is subjective,
to a physical thing. And to me, beauty is not about a physical thing. Beauty is, I can find beauty in tragedy. It's not a thing.
It's like a concept or an experience.
It's an experience. It's an expression. It's like love or God. It is that deep, that word, when you get into it. Like the dictionary definition, the reduced first thing that comes up, Google definition. The first one is pleasing the sense of or mind aesthetically. That's one version. The other one is a very high standard or excellent. So I guess, depending on those two, you could apply one of those to that thing that you had up there, which is like, to some people, that everything is beautiful to somebody.
Yeah.
But it may not be the thing. It's the combination of things. It's not the clothes you wear, but how you wear them sometimes. Two women can look the same and wear the same dress, and all my eyeballs will immediately go to one woman versus the other one because of the way in which the expression. That expression to me is where the beauty is.
Sure.
There's pretty. It's a pretty dress, but you look beautiful in that dress.
And I think things are pretty that my mom does not think are pretty when it comes to clothing.
Yeah. Well, I really appreciate you making the distinction for me about the forceful nature that you pointed out. Like this is like telling, and how that could be counterproductive. And you made a great point about the pace of things expanding so quickly that people's natural reaction and reflexive reaction is to go, this is too spooky, it's too fast, they're telling me what to do, I'm not sure if I feel that way. And some people get so freaked out they just instantaneously become against it.
Yes.
I can feel that in myself where I'm like, want to reject because of
too
just
much change.
Well, not change, but also just a grammatical problem of like saying is beauty. I automatically go, fuck you.
I'll decide that.
Like you don't get to decide that for me. Fuck you. Like,
Right.
I instantly, and it makes me want to discount everything else that came from that person.
Yes.
Like, oh,
this is why it reminds me of what you said about it being a psyop, right?
Yeah.
Like when people put psyops together, they'll mix some meaningful information, such as the fact that during Operation Paperclip, after World War II, where the U.S. recruited Nazi scientists over to work in the U.S., they brought with them documented evidence of alien interactions in Germany. And then you mix that in with, and lizardmen live in Antarctica, and Obama wasn't born in the U.S. And then you just
discount everything.
Obviously, this person's a nutcase, you know? Like, that's sort of what it feels like here, is that, God, is anything not a psyop?
Right.
Are we ever in control of our own growth and expansion? Or are we constantly being fucked with to fuck with each other to take the productivity away from our own movements?
Well, and you bringing up that psyop specifically of bringing Nazis over here, I mean, the three
things
of us,
that really happened.
And the three of us and Fabio just touched on Weimar, where you could literally see the months, the days, the Dean Project, the banks, the money, like all that was exchanged 15 years prior. I mean, they're directly connected with each other.
Yeah.
So
it's crazy. What? So like,
right. So does that mean, where are we going with this?
The U.S. funded World War II and got Nazi intelligence out of it. Is one story you might put together about what happened.
You could, sure.
because we did spend a shit ton of money to help Germany recover after World War. I should say U.S. business and governmental interests.
Yes.
Spent a shit ton of money in Germany.
Yeah.
When they were rebuilding pre-World War II.
From 24 to 28.
Fuck. This further feeds my theory that World War I was the last true war. And that everything else since then, like people who didn't know everything that was going on got mad and fought each other.
Disaster capitalism.
Yes, it wasn't something that had been created in order to manage psyches or to make money.
Right.
And after that point, we were kind of like, wow.
But it was still for global hegemony and controlling supply lines and stuff.
Yes, absolutely.
So
it had to do with oil.
Yeah.
If you guys want to know about that, you can go to YouTube and watch a free video, Robert Newman's History of Oil. Yeah. This is the shit. It's absolutely the shit. And it's very entertaining, too. He does the whole thing on a bicycle.
Yeah, but that's a very good point you made, because after that,
Yeah.
it's all contrived.
Look at how much the U.S. benefited. Has the World War ever stopped, says Lil Funk Monkey. Yes, exactly.
Right.
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Exactly. Has World War II ever stopped?
Right.
Yeah.
No.
All right. So back to our beauty. So we're going to have our editor cut out that little bit on aliens. So we can
what bit?
Go back to that little bit we just did. Go back to our beauty standards.
Right.
Love your freckles. I love this. Yes, love your freckles. And if you're attracted to people with freckles, love that other people have freckles.
Yeah.
But also don't say, love my freckles.
Right. Which is what they did with This Is Beautiful.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Then we have Love Your Smile. Beautiful. Again, I'll admit, and I apologize to anybody who is sad about this, who might be listening to this in perpetuity, but I, for some reason, have always had a problem.
Oh, no, don't say it. Don't.
You said the thing about the whiskers.
Okay.
It's been always been hard for me to have conversations with women whose lips go up above their gums when they smile.
Okay.
And I
That's
don't know.
a preference.
I don't know where it
weird
came from.
preference.
I don't know where it came from.
It's visceral.
It's just. I just. It makes me sort of worry about them. It makes me like I'm looking at your skull right now. Like I can see the indent where your tooth stops and the gums start going up into the shape of your nose. Like, and again, like that's just, we all have these things. We all have this. I'm being vulnerable because it's honest. Because attractiveness is not universal. Hotness is not universal.
No,
Beauty is not universal.
My friend,
Don't say the name.
My friend, I have a friend.
God damn it.
He has a thing where he hates moles.
Okay.
And so, like, he can't date a woman that has
They're
any
distracting
moles
to him.
on the body.
They're distracting to him. Maybe because of some disease he
I
experienced
don't know
as
what
a
it
child.
was. But, like, no matter how beautiful you are, how intelligent you are, I'm sorry, I can't date you.
Yeah.
Because you have a mole right there, and I'll just look at that the whole time.
Yeah.
So he just stuck to dating Asian women with no moles.
Yeah.
That it was narrowed down into that, and it was like it didn't make any sense, and he wasn't even apologetic. He was just like, "Nope, can't do that." Like that's a preference, and I don't know where it came from.
And that's okay because there are 8 billion people on the planet, and you will find someone who loves you if you keep looking.
Yeah, we all have. It's strange.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There are copacetic matches that don't make sense to me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely. All right, we're almost done. Love your smile. Volume is beautiful. Okay, so this one's a little weirder because I guess I don't think of hair. I think men rank hairstyles and hair type more higher on the attractiveness list than women do. Generally, I think like when you're looking at like, oh, I find that person attractive, like the hair really matters, I think, for guys more than it does for girls. Looking at girls, from everything I've heard.
Yeah.
You know,
Because
like,
they know the secrets of hair.
I don't know, maybe. I've always heard from guys that like, oh my God, long wavy hair, whatever it is,
Right.
you know, is like that, which is why so many fucking women have bleached themselves into oblivion to get that blonde, straight, long, slightly wavy, perfectly framing the face hairstyle for like the last 30 years.
Wow.
Why are they doing that?
Because men are told that they want it and then men give attention to, and society hires
Reinforces that.
It's just like this loop.
It's a cycle.
Whether all men organically like women with long, slightly wavy blonde hair.
Sure.
You know?
I think that hair, like, so going back to mating rituals, it would be like hair is like when you're
Like
going to
your
buy
feathers.
a horse, you check out the teeth, check out the mane, you figure out, because those are all indicators of health.
Yeah.
So I think a lot of hair fashion, in terms of attractiveness, is really trying to tap into a primal.
I'm healthy.
Healthy. This is health. Yes, right.
Yes, and also probably the plumage thing too.
Plumage, yeah.
You know,
right. There's
even
that
though
aspect.
it's usually always the dudes, in
dudes.
nature that are the plumiest.
Yeah.
In birds, yeah.
If
I guess in spiders and a bunch of creatures like that.
If you guys want to listen to a funny song about that, the Broadway musical Scarlet Pimpernel did a really hilarious bit called "That's Why the Lord Created Man." And I'm not going to tell you anything more about it, but you can go look that up from the Scarlet Pimpernel. It's really funny, all about male plumage. All right, you are gorgeous, Rosasia. Look.
Okay.
Right.
She should be self-confident. We're getting into this ongoing weekend conversation that we've been having about ethics and responsibility. And is it my job to keep you from punching a black person? Is it my job to make you feel gorgeous? You know? So this woman, in a perfect world, should feel gorgeous, complete, whole, and beautiful, even though she's struggling with a skin irritation on her arm.
Of course, yeah.
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 And society should understand that fucking happens and not just pretend it doesn't happen.
Agree.
You know, like, I'm not going to go there right now, but we should be like, oh my God, have you tried this thing? Have you tried that thing? Or just not.
I'm almost
okay with this phrase.
I feel viscerally like this is a second-year college student, and they had an assignment, and their focus was art.
I see
and they
this
wanted to use
all
their
over
art
the internet,
they're
though.
like, you have to do any kid could make something, and it becomes like, oh, we love this, pass it around.
No.
Like,
I mean, everyone has been. You don't see it so much because you're not dealing with the same thing.
I'm talking about this very particular set of things.
Yeah.
These particular pictures with this particular wording, not the movement or the social movement.
I've seen sets of photos like this with very similar wording for years.
Maybe it's a psyop.
Got it.
Yeah. So they're every so often. The movement resurges, the self-love beauty movement, beauty standards opposition movement, all great things that we should be working on.
I agree with that.
Yeah, but this is not probably commonplace on your Instagram, Twitter, Tumblr, or Facebook timelines, but it's very commonplace on women's timelines.
Well, what you said too was like, it's not my responsibility to make anyone feel gorgeous. That's like taxing to me. Like that's
I just don't. Yeah, I don't.
That's
think
like
that's
my
how,
choice if I give of myself in that way, and hopefully it's invited, and hopefully it does make you feel good if that's my intention. But like, I can't be held. I can't be held responsible to even speak if I don't feel like it. Like,
I would
let
say,
alone make someone feel anything.
I would say tons of relationships fall because the people involved fall into the trap that it is their job to make each other feel good.
Yeah.
And by proxy, it is my partner's job to make me feel good.
Right.
And then when you obviously can't do that for each other all the time in a healthy way, it implodes on itself.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think it is my job to make you feel. I want to tell you things that make you feel happy, make you feel valued, make you feel powerful, intelligent, attractive. Like, I want you to feel like an awesome person because I care about you.
Yeah.
But I also know that it's not my job to create those feelings in you. It's your job to self-evaluate and self-value. And you should be free from all of this bullshit social stuff to have self-value and self-worth and know that you are attractive, intelligent, valuable, and worthy.
Definitely.
No matter what's going on.
Yeah,
you know?
absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Come on, mouse. And then we end with "We Are All Worthy," where they slip in an elderly lady at the very end. I kind of like the Dove campaign. Dove soap, honestly, weirdly does some pretty. I really get along with their shit a lot of the time. they tend to skate the ragged edge of disaster of wokeism without completely falling down the hill into completely criticizable stupidity when it comes to woke movements. Almost everything I've seen has been emotional, connective, level-headed, and not derogatory towards their opposition. You know, this again gets into what we were talking about earlier this weekend. You cannot deride someone into changing their mind.
Right.
Shame people into compliance is really
especially not
tough.
Adults. You can do a lot of damage to a child.
Right.
But especially not adults. You know, if you deride your opposition, it's never going to make them want to know what you're talking about.
Yeah, certainly.
All right, guys, what did you think of our little walk?
This is media analysis. It's what we do.
Yeah.
What do you feel about it?
I hope I wasn't too pushy. I feel I feel like I spoke strongly because I feel very clear about my position on this thing, but I'm also open to being told that maybe I was off a little bit.
Well, I don't know. These are like one of the scariest, most uncomfortable things for me to talk about. Like, how I feel about it is just like, yes, beauty and human rights all the time. So when it gets into things specifically, like, I don't understand the idea of humans being less than. So
say more about that.
Just the idea that, like in the 80s when it was cool to pick on people that were different, you know.
In the 80s.
Like stuffing people in lockers, just like picking on people all the time for...
Bullying was more an accepted part of the ecosystem. It was just a part of life where I grew up. Yeah. There was no anti-bullying.
Oh, I see, yeah.
That was just, there's the bully.
Right.
That's something in your environment. Where's the bully in your environment? Oh, it's that guy over there. That was just a part of the thing.
And the bullies and the people that like got in on the action with them, it was always the kids that were slightly different in some way. So it's all the things that you just pointed out: the rosacea, the blotchy skin, the weird hair, the whatever everyone decided what the weird thing was that they were going to pick on them about. So the idea of being purposely disrespectful or demeaning to another human, to me, is just gross and preposterous. It's something I find I just can't... It gets me into quicksand. I feel sticky about it. It feels icky.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Like, why would anybody do that thing?
Yeah, and then plus being a middle-aged whitish guy, I feel really scared of talking about sex or race. Like, it's just like, no one wants to hear what I think about that anyway. So I'm going to play it safe and be quiet.
I will say that I agree with you. And to expand, I think most people think the idea of being shitty to another human is gross.
Yeah.
But we're dealing with mind-blowing amounts of manipulation, and we're being fed messages about each other that makes us think that those people over there are hating those people, and those people are hating those people, and these people are treating... You know, like I'm getting a little close to the Republican idea that the Democrats are creating racism, but I'm not going that far.
Weaponizing racism versus
perpetuating
Yes.
racism. Yes.
Versus actually addressing the root of the problem.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, but that's not. I'm not going quite that. I haven't gone quite around the corner to that. I'm talking. I think of all the humans I've met in my life, I would have to think a really long time, and I've met thousands of people in multiple countries. I would have to think a really, really long time before I could think of a person that didn't feel icky about being awful to someone. Like, why would I do that, you know? And so if that's the case, for my completely randomized and completely casual scientific survey of humans, then where is all of the bullying and hatred coming from? I think that's where movements like this body positivity age that we're in is fighting against. They think they're fighting against people that hate fat people and people that hate skin tags and people that hate cyber legs or prosthetic legs. I triple guessed myself.
Yes.
You know, like, but what they're actually fighting against is people that are telling us that we dislike each other more than I think we actually do.
Yeah.
That's a thought that I have.
Yeah.
That's a thesis I have.
Sure. I think there's plenty of evidence for that. Certainly.
I think the pendulum always reaches a peak, and the peak of the pendulum is usually absurd. So when social movements need to change, we need to correct the behavior, and I think invariably there's always an overcorrection that looks absurd that then becomes laughable. And then we slide back towards the middle where, again, the premise is like you're coming, like the premise is what's outside your reality bubble assumes that you are in a reality bubble. I think with what happened with a lot of the woke movement, which is like, holy shit, there's been systemic racism in this country, to you are a racist even though you don't know it yet because you don't know about this. That makes people defensive.
Yeah.
You know, it's like that suddenly I'm like, what the fuck did I do? Like, I just moved here from Norway. Like, I don't know what's for real.
Seriously.
Like, and then people are like, well, fuck you because you're being a cunt to me. I don't know what your problem is. I don't even know what you're talking about, but I don't like the way you're treating me. And so fuck you and your movement, which then perpetuates divides versus then like, you know, it's really about having more conversations. That was the most moving thing to me when I went to the Capitol Hill protest.
Capitol Hill occupied protest.
Yeah, I have issues with how some of the conversation pits were being had, but I totally like more of that stuff. Have people who normally don't hear or talk to each other do it, and that's going to solve so many fucking problems.
Yeah.
Instead, we're letting other people describe our problems with each other to each other,
and what the answer.
And then we have to have a response to the problem that they prescribed to me that I didn't know I had before.
Right. Yeah, that too.
That to me is a little, you know, that makes me a little irritated.
JJ Gennari says, it's a form of social hierarchy that is derived from capitalism. To me, beauty is beauty no matter who you are.
What?
Beauty is beauty no matter who you are.
Oh, beauty is objectifiable.
Yeah, I don't think, I mean, because like I'm going to like some paintings at the museum and you're going to like other paintings at the museum. People do not want to have this conversation because they are stuck in this cycle of competing with each other. Yes, that's kind of what I was saying.
Mm-hmm.
We're stuck, we're shoved into artificial competition all the time,
Yeah.
where I don't think humans would actually be shitting on each other as much as they are if we weren't being constantly amped and fed.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yep.
Do either of you have something you'd like to talk about for our last hour and a half?
Oh my goodness.
I did promise to tell a
comedy
story,
stuff.
and now that nobody's listening right now, it's the perfect time.
Yeah.
I'm going to go hashtag this video, Saved by the Bell right now.
I said we would do it on Sunday, but it's story time.
It's story time.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry JJ didn't show up, and I'm sorry Lena didn't show up, and I'm sorry that Joseph wasn't even able to make it, but we'll have really cool people someday in the future for future conversation pits.
Yeah, this has been a different experiment for Post-Orthodoxy to see what happens if we sit on the couch for 8 hours straight.
My knees start hurting.
I've liked it so far. Actually, I've been delighted by, like, I don't know if I want to do it 4 days in a row again anytime soon.
This fourth day has been pretty gangster.
Gangster as in tiring?
Hardcore, yeah. It's been a slog.
Yeah.
I agree. I'm like, okay, I'm going to have to tell myself when I do this again in the future, I'm not doing my fifth day.
I think
I'm doing my first day over, you know, like
right.
Yeah. This last day. Thank you, Mark, for sticking with us.
So we don't have any more guests, right?
No.
Right.
All right. Well, I'll tell a story, then we can just
Yeah,
coast
let's-
out. What do you think?
Yeah.
If you know anybody that watched Saved by the Bell as a child, invite them to like this video. Share this video with them right now so we can get people involved in the conversations.
So I want to talk about this story, not just because, hey, I have this story because where I was on TV or whatever. It's a part of the post-Orthodoxy thing. I have, as a kid, I watched a lot of TV. It was the opposite of her. I was like, I watched all the TV. I lived in Oklahoma. It's 112 degrees in the summertime.
Right.
It's 98% humidity. Yeah. It's not fun to go out and play with your friends.
No.
So you just sit, you just Beavis and Butthead. You're somewhere away. Right. You sit at whatever is the loosest parent's house. You go over to that house and you watch TV. And maybe when they're at work, you go get the pot out of their drawer or whatever, and then you just critique culture.
Right.
Flip through and just make fun of shit.
Yeah.
but I was like, I wanted to like, I thought kind of like the idea of marketing. I'm like judging commercials. This is the thing about Joshua Michael saying, stop watching TV because it's affecting you whether you want it to or not.
Yeah.
What I realized in my 20s is that I hated everything on TV, but I continued to watch it because I had a sense of superiority, picking apart how stupid everything was, just like Beavis and Butthead.
Yeah, right.
I was like, I'm not buying any of this bullshit. I'm just consuming it 12 hours a day. So like I got inundated with television.
Yeah.
I was definitely experimented on. MTV was a thing suddenly, but I didn't have MTV, so I had to stay up until midnight on Friday to watch Friday night videos to get hip to all what this music video thing was. And I couldn't afford to buy records all the time, and you only had pop radio, so you had to really hunt and peck to find like culture that you identified with.
Yeah.
So I decided that most culture sucks. Most of the stuff coming out of LA sucks. So obviously I don't suck that much.
Yeah.
I'll just go over there and get famous. It's like super easy.
Yeah.
I'm like, I don't suck as much as them. I'll go over there. They'll give me checks. So I go to Los Angeles, and I literally didn't like take acting lessons or like try comedy in Tulsa, Oklahoma before I decided to go to Los Angeles.
Right.
I didn't know how to play any musical instruments, but I literally was just thinking, when I get to Los Angeles, I'm going to be a star. And I hadn't figured out I didn't even think about in what way.
Yeah.
Maybe comedy, maybe acting, maybe I'll start a rock and roll band and figure out how. I'm just going to go there and figure it out.
Yeah.
So dumb. So I go. I fall into comedy. I end up doing comedy. I get sucked into this shitty brand of comedy at the Improv where they were like trying to kill a comics union. So I was a scab and I didn't know it. I was like, hey, you're funny. Get in here. You know, kicking out the people who actually wanted to get paid to do comedy.
Right.
So I get this this agent comes up to me after a show and says, I'm like 21. I've got long blonde hair. I'm 6'9".
Yeah.
She goes, hey, I've got an audition for you. I'm like, I don't even have an agent yet, right?
Yeah.
So I'm like, hey, that's fucking great.
Yeah,
You know, let's
right.
go on an audition. She's like, the name of the show is called Saved by the Bell, and here's the sides, and you just go to this lady's office at NBC or whatever and read it. I was like, exciting, my big break. Just like I thought it would happen in Hollywood.
Right.
Somebody would find me on the curb and say, hey, you're a star. You know, I'm like, of course. I didn't even, the agent came to me. So I go and I read my lines, and I read them, and I'm like, I'm a stand-up comic performing for drunk Angelinos 6 nights a week all over town. Suddenly I'm reading from this kid show that I'd never heard of.
Right.
And it's not, in my opinion, good comedy writing.
Uh-huh.
So I have to read these lines badly. And then I'm like, that was embarrassing and humiliating.
Yeah.
And I'm just going to forget this ever happened. And I go home and I get a call from my agent, and she's like, you got the part.
Oh.
And I was like, oh, well, that's money.
Yeah.
So I'm like, I got it. Fucking A. That's some money.
Yeah.
And it's going to get me into AFTRA. It's going to get me into the union. This is
Right.
like, okay, this is how it goes.
Yeah.
So I go to the thing. I've never done any kind of acting production. This is my first experience with the industry. There's what they call a table reading. So the cast is there, the writers are there, the director's there, and here's the script, and we're just going to read it in a circle. Just read through the script. So they start reading, and it's horrible, but everybody's laughing. And I feel like totally like I'm being gaslit. It's so bad because I didn't even know the show. I hadn't watched children's television. It was like a zeitgeist I was completely unfamiliar with.
Right.
And so they're reading lines that are bad, and then everybody's laughing. And I'm like, this isn't funny. And I thought it was like a blooper show.
Yeah.
We're like, oh, this is just a gag show.
They're going to get you.
They found some comedians to come in to see if they could gaslight him into laughing at shit that wasn't funny. I was like convinced.
No.
I was like, they totally, like, this is my integrity clicking off. As it gets closer and closer, I'm going to have to read my line.
Yeah.
And either I'm going to be a total sellout.
Right.
You know, like, but I'm like, I don't want to laugh at the stuff, but I'm like, do I laugh at the stuff? Like, am I, like, if I don't laugh, am I going to get fired? Like, am I just some grimacing, like, you know, drug addict over here in the corner, just like grimacing at a bunch of shiny rich kids. Like it was it was like this conundrum. And it gets to me and I just read my fucking line. And everybody laughs at the line. And I did it terribly. And everybody laughs at the line. I'm like, where the fuck am I? Right?
Yeah.
So it goes around. Get costume. The fucking cameras are on. We're doing this shit. I am like, if you watch the episode, it's called The Game. Is the name of the episode, and it's one of the few episodes where they actually go outside on the beach. So I got paid to hang out on a beach because I'm the volleyball ringer that they need for some game or something.
Right.
So they're doing, and if you watch the show, in my first scenes, you can actually see the trauma that is you can see the trauma. Yeah. You can see me being traumatized of like, I don't know where I am or what's going on. I'm totally shell-shocked, and I'm just badly acting. And nobody says cut. Like nobody's like, what the fuck are you doing, man? Like that's the worst thing. Like nobody says cut, and they just roll on to the next scene. I'm like, holy shit, everybody's gonna see that. Like that's gonna be out there. People are gonna think of me as that guy that said that thing that way. Right. And so like I found out how to just like ape along with it. Right. Just like, whatever, bad acting. Yeah. Talking to each other in a semicircle for no reason. Like I was like, get me the fuck out of here. But I did it.
Yeah.
I got paid. It was like the biggest check I'd ever gotten in my life. It was like $2,000.
Right.
Like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
And then I'm feeling pretty good. Like I got my after card.
Yeah.
All this stuff is going on. So then the episode airs, and I don't know it. I'm also hosting open mics all over town. So I get a coffee house or a bar, and I'll be like running the comedy night on Tuesday night. So comics call me like, hey, Dark, you got a slot on Tuesday? I'm like, yeah, we'll get you on Tuesday. I'll make sure you just come in early, blah, blah, blah. So I get this phone call, and this lady goes, hey, Dark, I just saw your Saved by the Bell episode. And I was like, I didn't even know it aired. How was it? How was it? And they're like, oh, it was great. You did a great job. I'm like, oh, great. She's like, what else are you doing these days? And I was like, well, you know, the open mic, and I'm working at the Improv and blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
And then she just keeps asking questions. And I'm like, so who is this?
Yeah.
Like, who is this, right? She's like, oh, you don't know me. I'm like, okay, all right. Well, what can I do for you?
Yeah.
Like, why are you calling me? How did you even find me? And she goes, well, I saw your name on Saved by the Bell. And it's Dark Sevier. And then I had done an episode of Love Connection where I used a total fake name because I didn't want to be associated with that show. And I had this theory, because me projecting my reality onto the world, that I would go on Love Connection.
Yeah.
And then I would perform somewhere in some bar up on the coast somewhere, and people would see me on comedy stage, and they'd say, I think I've seen that guy on television somewhere. He must be like a famous comedian or something. But no, what happened is they remembered everything about the date that I went on. They remember the name of the date. I didn't remember everything that happened. They were quoting lines from a TV show I'd done like 2 years before.
Whoa.
I was like, everybody remembers everything. This is terrifying. So then I'm like, who are you and what's going on? She goes, oh, well, you know, I saw you on Love Connection, and I wrote your name down. Yeah. And I put it in a drawer. And then I saw you on Love Connection, and it was different first and last name, different first and last name. The last name on the Love Connection was actually my real name that you had in the phone book.
Oh, no.
So she started calling all kinds of permutations of these names, looking them up, asking the operator. You know, there's like 8 area codes in Los Angeles. You know, it's not just like 213 or 310. Right. So she starts and she's just calling random numbers until Dark Sevier picks up. And then she acts like, oh, hey, man, how you doing?
Yeah.
So I was like, this is weird. Thank you, no thank you, hang up the phone. What I didn't realize is I've given her all the information. So like I go to the club the next week. I'm working at the Improv.
Right.
And there's this girl with all this cleavage, like right up front with a boyfriend. And she's just slapping her leg, and she's just laughing at everything that I'm doing. I'm like, I'm killing it over here. It was kind of hot, whatever. And then she watches me get off stage.
Yeah.
And she sees who my friends are, who I talk to. Yeah. And then I go get a bar, and then she swoops in and acts like she's my friend. and gets more information from my friends.
What the hell?
She was a star fucker. I've heard of these things, right?
Okay.
She was a star fucker.
Yeah.
So that they're on TV, I've got to get it in my book. I'm going to go fuck that guy.
Okay.
She was one of 3.
Oh, just from that one fucking
from
show?
that one show.
Oh, weird.
That just started coming out, finding me in places, and playing head games.
Yeah.
You don't know why they're talking to you. I understand why movie stars are freaked out because it's like a whole class of predator out there that's like, I have to get close to the star.
That's creepy.
And they have techniques and all that. It got really weird really quick.
Yeah, that's weird.
And so that, as all that's happening, I have a meeting with my agent. My agent calls me over to the big table at the comedy club that the chief sits at, and she's like, "So, how did you enjoy being on Saved by the Bell?" And I was like,
I'd like to check.
I was realizing that like I can't take that shit back, and people think I am whatever that was.
Yeah,
Gary.
I wasn't controlling my image as a 6'9".
Yeah.
You know, like I can't go into grocery stores and be invisible. I'm the fucking tall guy, right?
Yeah.
So my agent goes, "So how'd you like the part?" And I was like, "Yeah, thank you."
Yeah.
And then she's like, "You know, I can get you more parts like that." And I was like, I don't know. And she's like, "I think about you all the time when stuff's coming by because I have your headshot pinned above my bed." Yeah.
Oh, wow.
And she's like, I don't know. She's like an older Avon looking lady.
Sure,
She wasn't my type. And I was like, what am I doing here? It's like there was this periodic dawning on you of like, I really don't know where I am or what I'm doing. And you hear about the stereotypes of Los Angeles and the like everybody sleep, you know, all the predatory stuff. And I'm like, you're what? And so like suddenly that thing's out there.
Right.
And everybody knows me as Gary from Saved by the Bell now.
Okay.
When I'm trying to be like some psychedelic stand-up comic.
Right.
I still got rosy cheeks. I'm like 22 or something. It was really gross. And that just stuck with me I was embarrassed. It was like doing porn because what I was trying to be as an artist, I was fumbling around. I did that one side thing that now defined me. And then it made me like not want to do anything else.
It put
like,
you in resistance.
I'm like, I don't want to be a fucking actor. Like, fuck that shit. Like, if I get another, like, they pay me well to do another, like, hey, play the child rapist. I'm like, fuck that shit. Like,
right.
Then I'm the child rapist guy when I go around, you know,
so
do a
weird.
commercial where you got to be a dancing penguin or something. I'm like, I don't want to be the dancing penguin guy.
Yeah.
But when you're a starving artist, you take whatever the fuck they give you. You know,
get
this is how you get your SAG card. You know, okay. And that shit scared so like, I was traumatized by Saved by the Bell, and so every time I would go to the mall or go to the grocery store, these kids would come up and they want to know all about the relationship and stuff, and I don't even remember the episode anymore.
Yeah, right.
And it just went on for like 10 years.
Oh, jeez.
I'd be in Hawaii and go to like an organic farm where
you'd shaved your head at that point.
Yeah, they hired some reggae band to come and play for a food co-op, and then like some Rasta bassist. Oh, hey, you were on Saved by the Bell, weren't you? And I was like, it's in the Rasta world? Like,
wow.
who? Like,
yeah.
It gave me this idea of how much the TV reaches into the culture.
It was a generation.
That's creepy.
It was a whole generation.
It was a whole generation of people who knew me as Gary, and they would come out of the weirdest places and the weirdest times, and they would recognize me, and I was like, this shit is scary.
I could not deal
That's
with
when
that.
I realized I didn't realize how powerfully I'd been affected by TV.
Yeah.
But then I realized other people, it is like there's photographic memories of people who they remember that episode that I don't remember.
Thanks, I love rolls.
Who lived through it. Yeah, there was a whole Facebook page called Thanks, I Love Rolls, which is just off a bad line that I delivered in the thing. Have a roll. Thanks, I love rolls. Hey, let's make a Facebook group about that. We'll just drink beers and talk to each other on it. It was the weirdest.
Gary fan page.
So weird.
So that's Saved by the Bell, and I've tried to find some place of grace because some people grew up on Saved by the Bell and like, I love that show.
They
oh
hear
my
about
God,
it and they're like, oh my God, wow, which episode?
And I've had to figure out if I'm going to make them feel like shit for liking that.
Right.
I've struggled with it my entire life. I'm trying to this is why I'm doing the confession now. I'm trying to find a place of grace. Nobody recognizes me anymore. But they, like some guy in France, watched the episode.
He watched.
saw the
He was
credit.
watching Saved by the Bell, like some people watch The Office. You know, just like self-soothing.
Yeah.
And then he saw, Dark Xavier.
What happened to that guy? Beep, 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 beep. And then he starts chatting with us on
Twitch.
Post-Orthodoxy. And then tuned in every week. And I was like, oh, my God, what a weird thing. That guy in that kid's sitcom over here talking about how we should all meet at the docks and talk about the revolution.
Yeah.
And then he just rolled with the conversation. It
Shout out
was fun.
to Darren Anthony.
Yeah, Darren Anthony. Anyway, so that's the end of my Saved by the Bell story. What is the moral of the story? I don't know. Like, I'm really still trying to... It's a trauma story.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's a weird trauma story because everybody's like, what are you talking about? You wanted to go get on TV and you got on TV. And I'm like,
not that way.
I didn't know what I was doing. I would have been so excited if that had happened to me. I'm like, maybe you would be excited. Yeah, but I wasn't excited. So it's like, how much do I have to fake in order to not make other people feel bad?
Right.
For thinking that it's been a meditation for 30 years.
I think you just
now.
have to separate your experience from their experience and honor everybody's individual experience. Not to be reductionist, but like.
Yeah, I realized it wasn't until we started doing trauma work on the show that I realized.
God damn it!
I was actually traumatized by Saved by the Bell.
Yeah.
Like, it's a fun thing to pull. Yeah, whatever.
I would bring it up. I'd bring it up, and then finally one day he was like, "I really just don't like that. And I don't like. I don't want to talk about it." You know, I'm like, "Oh, okay, wow, all right, blindside." Gotcha.
To everybody else, that should be something that you should be proud of. You should probably have the poster up on your wall. You went to Hollywood to go do the thing, and you did it, and you accomplished it. Why wouldn't you be proud of that? And I'm like,
still get funny little checks in the mail every once in a while for like $7.12.
Yeah, I still get residuals from Saved by the Bell. But anyway, now we're doing this.
Every time we have to talk about taxes, somebody inevitably is like, "Okay, so Dark works for NBC." I'm like, no. Doesn't work for NBC right now.
Yeah, I grossed $37.24 last year from NBC. But it came in the form of 27 checks.
It is attached to his Social Security number.
It's the right number of checks.
Yeah. Yes, that's right.
To be employed. But not the amount.
Mark, do you have a fun final story from the weekend or from your life? Yeah, story time from your life.
No. I don't.
Or information that we all need to know moving forward?
No. I think it's fun to end on a more jocular, philosophical, joyful note. I'm like the Grim Reaper of information.
Oh no!
Like I'll just jump back into more nerd stuff that's gonna bum everybody out.
I so like that. We're gonna do it as soon as we shut off the microphone.
Yeah,
we're just gonna keep saying everything we've been saying for the last 4 days.
No, I'm to be kind to myself and everybody else. I'll breeze through this really quick.
Oh, you gonna do a thing?
Well, I mean, we could, but I mean, if I get into this, man, it's going to take a while.
Well, we technically have an hour and 10 minutes.
Yeah. Okay, so we already did the Weimar thing, right?
Yeah.
So then we, and you've been making a point to highlight some previous episodes, yes? And catalog them so people can find them easier, yeah?
Oh, yeah, you should read that off at some point.
So since we did Weimar, I'm going to recap the show we did with each other. I'm going to get to the things that we didn't get to in that one. Is that okay?
Sweet, yeah.
Yeah, put up a link to that show.
I will, yeah.
So the show immediately opens with enhanced natural immunity to bullshit. And that phrase is finding some traction, you know, because it's very helpful and it's provocative and it means a lot. And it's you know, hip to the times, right? Mm-hmm. So we answered what began the German hyperinflation in 22. At 2750, Darks asked, who are the people behind the rich people? And who are the architects?
Yes, who's the architect?
We keep. What did Viggy have to say when you showed him the chart of the Rothschilds with the Italian families next to it?
We didn't go into it. He did
have an opinion about it?
He's like, oh,
those
that
are
name. Oh, that name. That name. Yes, right.
Yeah.
But we didn't
But
really
it sort
get
of seemed
into
like he was kind of like, yes, those are major Italian families.
Yeah.
Oh.
And then he was also,
okay.
but he's like, also, but they're saying the Rothschilds are not they're like, this is who you think runs the world, but this is who does. So he looks through the Italians and he goes back over to the Rothschilds and Rockefellers. Is like, no, I think those guys do have skin in the game.
Right.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And we sort of left it there.
So, what is an asset manager? Right.
Yeah. What's an asset manager?
And what are firms? So I think, economics is purposely made extremely complex right now. So people just glaze over and they don't want to hear about it.
Right.
And
that's not about my life.
Right. And when it comes to reliable math in these areas, it's actually not very complicated at all. So you can almost guarantee when someone is using overly complex math, they're trying to sell you a story. It's no longer a math problem. They're trying to get you to swallow an ideology and legitimize it by just throwing in some really complex math that they know you're not going to pay attention to or understand.
So you're saying it could always be made understandable?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, gotcha.
So a firm is just a legal entity of a person or person who plan to operate as a commercial business. So that's all it is. A person or a group of people that are going to do something collective and they're going to sell the product or service as surplus.
Could we be a firm?
You two are a media firm, technically, right now. Yes, absolutely. You absolutely are.
A group of people that get together to do a thing and maybe sell it.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Okay.
Yeah, and we won't get into tax liability on the show.
Yeah.
S corporations are good. If you're gonna,
we need to talk to our accountant.
Yeah. So and then hedge funds. So everybody has the big traditional banks that they see on the corner, Wells Fargo, all that stuff, right? Hedge funds are just private pooled investment funds that tend to use more complex instruments because they are geared for performing short term.
Hedge funds?
Yes, that's right. So a hedge being a hedge against potential losses in their other market positions. That's what hedge means when it comes to trading. Okay.
Okay.
So and so that's what the hedge funds are. So when we've been talking lately, and Fabio Vighi alluded to earlier about Vanguard and Blackstone and Larry Fink and BlackRock, all of these are private firms that are directly connected to Wall Street and have been flooded with money by the Fed, right? So
how do you get on that list to be flooded
with
by the
money
Fed?
by feds?
The feds didn't.
So these are private firms that are connected to Wall Street, but given money by the Federal Reserve, which is supposedly, which people think of as being part of our government, but is actually not part of our government.
Yeah, and that's why Fabio alluded earlier as well to the endless quantitative easing. So the Fed keeps giving these banks and hedge funds this money. BlackRock was the one that designed the last bailout, but they've developed a pattern. I mean, they just did this in 2000 for the dot-com crash. That got a bailout. Subprime mortgage 08. They got bailed out again. And now this massive bailout. And then Fabio, and then you and I have spoken about this before. They were already putting trillions of dollars into the federal overnight funds rate before coronavirus, before the crash.
Yes.
They were already greasing the wheels because the banks would have stopped loaning each other money. So that's a little bit of the mechanics of firm and hedge fund.
Okay. A firm is an entity, and a hedge fund is something like a little side purse they put together to make sure that their shit doesn't get fucked somewhere else.
Well, these private firms are as big as some of the banks now. I mean, you're talking about the last time I looked, some of these firms were managing $15 trillion.
That's incomprehensible.
I mean, it's, you know.
It doesn't make sense.
Yeah. So some of these funds they surpass the capital of nation states and countries. So I think, and when people want to take a step back and learn where a lot of these ideas came from, they should look up who the Mount Pelerin economists are. I mean, a lot of the ideas that grew into our economy into what it is, although all those ideas came from only a few people. It wasn't very many economists that were creating the philosophy that the rest of the country decided to adopt and that the state codified into law. So these things are all recent things that people can find. There's an author, Quinn Slobodian. He does very good work on the idea of encasement and monopoly creation. When these supply chains get set up and these profit centers get set up, they're instantly encased and given monopolies. We can see it with Facebook and Twitter and Tesla and Amazon and Walmart. These firms keep getting larger and larger and larger. And so you'll see a shrinkage of normal mom and pop type brick and mortar small businesses because they're just being gobbled up by these global supply lines like Stuart was alluding to.
Right.
Mixed with these encased monopolies. So even when it comes to something like laying new fiber cable and things of that nature, I mean, that's the thing about the oversight of these corporations. We have no say, but our government's completely beholden to them.
They're being managed. The governments are somewhat being managed by these firms because of the scale of the assets that they're managing.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And it's like Fabio was getting into earlier. And this is where it's fun to get into Italian banking from the 1450s because we're still using it to this day. But to keep it during to contemporary times, it's like Fabio was saying earlier, all this money is fake. What are you going to do with all this fake inflated assets? What is the solution going to be? Like they're leveraging debt to literally dispossess everyone right in front of their own faces. To what end? What are they going to do with all of this land and property? Why should that belong to private hedge funds? Like, where is this going? So it's like Fabio was saying earlier, we're at a time that it truly is unprecedented. And we don't know which way it's going to go. This is a unique situation. And I think that's when he was alluding to as well, that this next crash, it's going to be much more difficult to create any type of normalcy after it. Because the 2008 crash, which was still very big, and millions of people lost their property to banks, but that was pinned in one area. That collapse came about from making derivatives off of subprime mortgages.
Just one sector.
Yeah. This time they've done everything. It's
an everything bubble, as you
said. It's an everything bubble. Exactly. This is car loans, used car loans, student loans, medical debt, banking. I mean, it's an everything bubble. So, and Americans normal working people are not going to have buying power after that. And inflation is likely going to continue to skyrocket. And this is what upper middle class people can't see the forest through the trees. They don't understand. All poor and working people are so broke. They're the only people left for the billionaires to take monies from. So if we continue to take things out of the commons, there's going to be a massive inflation at the upper middle class level. So energy costs, they'll turn all roads into tolls. Tolls will skyrocket. Rental car fees, hotels, air travel.
That's like anti-constitutional freedom of movement. Like toll road. Come on.
Yeah, absolutely.
They're going to privatize everything.
They're going to privatize everything. And if they privatize everything, the only people left to pay for it are upper middle class families. And I don't know how that's going to turn out. I don't know what rate of inflation they would be willing to deal with to keep their boot on the head of the plebes or to keep them out of the subdivision or whatever. I don't.
Yeah.
So we don't know what that tension's going to look like. See if there's anything else fun in here.
I keep getting an image of the emperor wears no clothes because I think I've always had a sense. You've worked in finance. To me, it always felt like a fairyland of some sort that just because it didn't. I don't. There's a part of my brain that doesn't allow it to live in my brain as a thing, and so like I feel like the emperor wears no clothes rings with me on something like this because there's the premise that it's real. And it has real world effects. But at what point do people say, hey, that's not a real thing. We can't be using the mythology gets popped and is no longer a thing. And then what replaces that?
Yeah.
What reality replaces the financialization? When I hear financialization or commodification, it feels like a calcification of a living thing into an object.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like that's what this weird financialization has done is everything is now for sale.
Yeah.
And therefore
all of life
has
being
no
interpreted.
autonomy. There's no like living web of connections. There's just
the artificial
a series
web
of commodities
of numbers
that are not connected.
Yeah. Yeah. And I mean that really gets into the work that people are being asked to do as well, right? And this is one reason that the work of the anthropologist David Graeber is so important. He wrote a book called Bullshit Jobs, and you can see it from the tax records. Like the labor board of our country releases this type of information maybe annually. I think it's an annual report, and it assigns a percentage to the amount of people working in specific industries. So it gives you a breakdown of what most working people are doing for a living. So, and the reason that he titled the book Bullshit Jobs is because look how silly. When there was a reputable study done of working people, and 60% of people polled said that they thought their job was basically kind of pointless and the world could do without it and no one would even talk about it a year later. Like a lot of people felt that way. So, you know, when you and then the other thing about the very large part of this economy, transferring so many things over to tech and robotics and things of that nature and software and machines, you didn't keep up. Instead of educating Americans to take those jobs, you abused the H-1B visa and yay, diversity. But both things should have happened so they could truly compete. So through the H-1B visa, you know, you get flooded with really brilliant people from Japan and Korea and India. And I mean, I've, you know, you run into them at very high professional levels. Well, number one, those coming on an H-1 visa aren't going to be quite paid as fairly. You know, they have an unusual structure to get that visa, which suppresses their wages a little bit. And then secondarily, the citizen that was already here was never even allowed to train to do that thing if they wanted to, and even have a shot at getting the job as well. So everyone's constantly saying, oh, well, no one wants to work, and there's millions of jobs available for things like advanced engineering and things of that nature. There's a lot of high-tech high training jobs that are available and unfilled currently. And we do need dynamism right now. But I mean, it's not 1960 anymore. School doesn't cost $2,500. It costs $60,000.
Yeah,
at skyrocketing interest rates.
Yeah,
it was at skyrocketing interest rates, and there's no guarantee you're going to give these kids a job when they finish. So it's like we just have some things that require immediate adjustment. And the thing that I love about the show is like we can't just yell at each other that their idea is crappy.
Yes.
Like that's not. Yeah, it's like, you
got a better idea? Because we have to come up with better ideas.
Well, it's like we could have a better.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, like we could come up with a better idea.
I think we can come up with a better idea.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people are overwhelmed by the scale of the fuckery.
Yeah.
And are like, there's no way I can have an impact. And we're so splintered, we don't even consider that it's possible to gang together with enough people to force the hand of what appears to be unforceable.
Mm-hmm.
But I think we absolutely can. And I think good ideas said in the right way can make change. I don't know, am I naive? I think it's possible.
No,
ideas have consequences.
That's why censorship is like my number one burr under my saddle right now.
That was the first thing that drew me to Fabio Vici's work is discourse as social bond.
Yeah.
Discourse as social bond. We have a right to discourse in order to have a social bond with each other. Like you keep referencing the flim flam people talk about over the dinner table at the tennis club or at the swap meet or at the parents' PTA, whatever.
Sure.
It's like, oh, how's Joe? Oh, he's great. Just got to promote. Oh, how's Jim? Oh, he's, like discourse as social bond.
Yeah, that's right.
The Amish women sitting around the quilt for fucking 4 hours on a Sunday afternoon, get past how's Jim, how's Joe, and get into some shit.
Well, you two both brought up Athenian democracy yesterday.
We did.
Today I did.
Yeah, Athenian participatory democracy, and
I
the
didn't
way
call
that
it that, but yes,
it was. So you would get selected for public office, like jury duty.
Oh, is that Athenian?
Yeah, so you would get selected for an office like jury duty.
Like jury duty, there's a precedent.
And it was your civic duty that you had to take that post for the year.
Yeah.
And then next year someone else would get selected to the post, and so it was always your neighbors. No one ever knew who was going to do it. We just trusted each other to have an interesting enough connection to our local area to be able to do the thing in a good way for everybody. So I think, but it's funny you just said what you said, because at 48:57 of the last show, Dark asks what needs to be rebelled against. So it's clear to me at this time what needs to be rebelled against is intolerance. There is a clear drumbeat right now to censor ideas, thoughts, and conversations. In what universe is that healthy or sane? You have some of the wealthiest, most educated, most entitled people on earth who we've allowed and invited the new generation into their elite universities that are taught absolutely nothing interesting except to uphold and cheerlead for the established order, lest they be banished to the vile of vile deplorables. These people are so morally bankrupt and bereft of any worthwhile ideas to improve the human condition in a meaningful way that they are acting as language Luddites. And their patron saint, Barack Obama, pops out of his platinum hole to advocate for more censorship on any speech.
Puxatani Obama.
Yeah, highlighting, his failures and the ideology that we've let persist the last 40 years. I mean, I just think it's so important not to offend anyone, of course, and it's important to meet people.
Is it important not to offend anyone?
Yeah, absolutely. How they won't listen to you.
Right.
There's no authentic listening.
Well, I think it's important to not intentionally be offensive.
Absolutely.
But I don't think that I should constantly be working to never offend anyone.
Oh, I understand.
I think I should be sure that I am not choosing to be intentionally offensive.
Got it.
I think that's useless.
Yes.
Just like,
Sure.
fuck those guys, they're obviously assholes.
Yeah,
Intentionally offend. I mean, like,
Yeah.
we should all absolutely be able to discuss things,
Yeah.
even if the discussion of that thing in a well-meaning and educated and challenging philosophical fashion offends someone else. Now, I'm not going into it, but for instance, I'm not going into it.
Okay.
But for instance, we should be able to discuss what is going on in Israel and Palestine.
Absolutely.
We should be able to discuss that.
We should be able to discuss it while people understand the difference between someone being offensive and themselves feeling offended.
Yeah.
Two different things. Okay, go ahead.
At 59-56, Dark brings up not having kids and getting used to being worse off than previous generations.
The newer generations, like, not even thinking.
Yeah.
The expectation, my expectation was go get a wife, have kids, get a house, blah, blah, blah. People are like, I can't do that.
Right.
I can't afford to get kids or get a house.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then we brought this up earlier. If they keep this fake growth forever model, and you're going to take the debt seriously, there has to be citizens to tax. They clearly aren't going to tax the rich people or corporations. So if you're not going to pay people enough to have kids, you can't also simultaneously not want any immigrants to come here. So that's gonna turn into a thing over the next few years that hasn't been dealt with in any.
Switzerland?
Everybody still like build the wall. Everybody still build the wall, right? I mean, so
I think it was Italy. No, there was a European country that had to start inviting, like, incentivizing people to move there and paying them to have kids because their population got so overbalanced of too many elderly people and not enough new people being born.
Same in Japan. Japan's
I was
trying
gonna
to
say Japan, yeah.
But there was a European country
Yeah.
that also
Yeah.
had to do it.
Yeah. At 1 hour and 12, Ainsley talks about hyperlocalization and personal responsibility, which really gets into. I don't want to get into that again.
Never mind.
But it's how you're always bringing up about people's feelings and what can be said and how it should be said, and a safe space, if you will. That is kind of important for me to try on in my own life and swallow that all the way, and what that means and what that looks like. Because if we all are going to continue to ask each other to be brave, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah.
You know, you're going to have to get that sorted out.
Yeah, I think you can have a brave space out of a safe space. There's the idea of the safe space. It's like, we need to have a place where we can have a conversation and not feel like we're in conflict or being impacted by. I think the safe space, it's one of those pendulum swings that just like, well, we're not going to discuss any challenging ideas here. That to me starts to be detrimental to having a safe space. Because it's like a hot house. Like, you get those plants, you buy it from Walmart, and they look great, and you bring them home, and then they just instantly die. It's because they've been artificially fed, artificially watered, like jacked up on all kinds of things, so that when they have to deal with the real world, they just wither and die. And I think the hothouse is there to get people strong enough that they can be moved outside. You know, you have to have a transition from like an artificial environment to the real environment.
Yeah.
And I think this concept of, I almost feel hesitation saying brave space, because I'm sure there's probably some demonized.
It was a concept introduced by a university system.
Oh, good.
The
Okay,
brave
good.
space. They're like much like universities have over the past couple of decades introduced safe spaces. We are now going to also start introducing brave spaces, because we believe that we need to be having challenging discourse in uncomfortable ways in order to continue evolving as a society.
Yeah, well, and you brought this up before about student rebellions. And now we're in a situation where, you know, people at university won't even let someone talk, you know, and they just shut the whole thing down. So,
Were you giving me constructive criticism on, are you feeling like I'm coming off as conflicted about brave talk versus safe talk?
no, I'm thanking you for being so ignorant to it. You teach me a lot in that area.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
I don't really have any opinions about it. I haven't spent time thinking about it in a meaningful way.
Oh, that's so interesting, because you seem like such an empathetic person to me.
which I just considered to automatically, you know, that someone wouldn't feel like they needed a safe space if they were talking to me.
Right.
Like, I don't know what that, I really don't know what that means. I don't know what that looks like.
Like safe space?
Yeah.
Oh, well, so you know when it used to be like legal to smoke everywhere in the U.S.
Yeah, right.
Like everywhere.
Airplanes,
hospitals,
emergency rooms. Yeah, right.
And then they started creating spaces where you weren't allowed to smoke anymore.
Got it.
And then they started creating this thing where you're not allowed to smoke within a certain distance from this building.
Right.
In some shopping areas and things like that.
Yeah.
So that's what a safe space is. A safe space is the creation of a place where people in underprivileged or oppressed groups know that they can be non-triggered in this zone.
Huh.
So, for instance, a community center on campus.
Yes.
Where this is a safe space.
Right.
There will be absolutely zero tolerance for homophobia, racism, anti-Semitism, et cetera, misogyny, like
Got it.
that sort of thing.
The first thing that comes up on Google, the term safe space generally means a place or environment in which a person or category of people can feel confident that they will not be exposed to discrimination, criticism, harassment, or any other emotional or physical harm. What are safe spaces in universities? A safe space are places reserved for marginalized individuals to come together and discuss their experiences. Marginalized groups may include women, people of color, survivors of abuse, and or members of the LGBTQIA plus community. So it is the idea of, I think,
slowly taking the country from just all talk all the time.
So a safe space.
Sticks and stones will hurt my bones, but words will never hurt me.
I think safe spaces originally were like for battered women and things like that, like somebody who's come out of a hard situation and they just need a harbor.
Where they know they absolutely will not be harassed by a man ever.
They need to get a harbor, get their shit together, receive some support, who understand the traumas around those things so that they can get you a job and get you an apartment and move on. That's what a safe space is used in. I think that's
maybe where it originated.
The brick and mortar version. And then safe spaces became more conceptual, as we're not going to let hate speech come in, but then that decides, like, is discussing an idea that offends you hate speech. That's where we get into the blurry stuff of why there's now the need for a brave space where people...
going in, we're going to talk about some shit.
Yeah.
There was this company out of Boston who came and did a seminar up at Tech. It was open to the public. They had the unfortunate acronym of PCP, but it was the People's Conversation Project.
Okay.
And I think because of the acronym, they morphed into something else. Yeah. But the People's Conversation Project was remarkable because they looked at people across the spectrum in a community, invited them into a place to have a conversation on what would be a hot button issue. So in Montana, it might be guns and gun regulation. So you'll get some liberals, you get some libertarians, you get some Republicans, you have them down, and then there is a very mediated format of conversation where everybody gets to be heard, and then everybody also has to listen to the people who haven't been heard. And everybody gets equal amount of time, and you have a discussion. And it starts off with, like, I think guns because... No. It starts off with, like, my experience where I grew up. This is my relationship to the issue. This is why I feel the way I feel. This is how my life was saved, or blah, blah, blah. And and then you hear everybody's background before you start talking about good or bad.
Sure.
You hear everybody's experience. And then at the end of that session, it was over 2 days. It was about 3 hours a day for 2 days. And you had some homework. You took it home. People who were on the opposite side of wedge issues were going out and having beers after that meeting. It was just 2 days on, like, one of the most divisive subjects you could have.
Sure.
And there was a technique to do it. And if you did the technique, you could have conversations across lines. That was one of it's been a part of my interest in work for 20 years now, is like, how do we have the hard conversations? How do we talk across lines? And the hard space is life hemorrhaging out another opportunity for us to come back together. Mm-hmm. And that's just being brave enough to face your own biases and prejudices and see if they stand up in face of somebody who has a different one.
Yeah.
So the place where I found Safe Space versus Brave Space is a PDF uploaded by the NASPA Policy and Practice Series, Safe Spaces and Brave Spaces, Historical Context and Recommendations for Student Affairs Professionals. So the National Association of Student Personnel Administrators. So this is like education leadership at the national level. People that come in and influence and shape university experiences.
Okay. It's got to be some psyops going on in there.
Probably. So this is from October 2017. The term safe space has become part of recent controversy surrounding a larger debate regarding freedom of expression on college campuses. An exploration of the term's use, however, shows that it has been appropriated by the media and campus administrators without a clear understanding of the nuanced context from which it has been drawn. Furthermore, a 2013 publication by Brian Arau and Kristen Clemens described how the term brave space may more aptly describe the practice of safely fostering challenging dialogue within the classroom environment. This paper provides a thorough background on the history of safe spaces and brave spaces within the context of movement building, academic theory, student support services, and the classroom. The paper then uses campus-based research and case studies to exemplify the kinds of safe and brave spaces that actually work. Finally, this paper provides recommendations for student affairs professionals to better understand safe and brave spaces and challenges these individuals and their campuses to prioritize the use of these spaces to ensure educational access and success for the entire campus community. So for some students, educational access means being able to walk to class in some kind of Muslim headdress without being harassed, so that your mind can focus on your studies.
Sure.
You know, like women should be able to go to school without being harassed so their mind can focus on their studies. Black people should be able to go to school without, you have a right to an education. This is where this is coming from. And then educational access for other people may also look like, I need the ability to expand and explore horizons. And that's where the brave space comes in. Some different people need different things, but we're all being shoved into the same university, you know?
Yeah.
So there's that whole story.
Yes, that's a 13-page document that I'm sharing with everybody. Okay, guys, we have 40 minutes left. Mark,
Think so?
do you want to ask me any probing personal questions?
Probing personal questions?
Yeah, anything you're curious about my childhood or the church or... I'm
not good at that. I
No?
like when it just comes out naturally. I'm like the worst person to ask a probing question.
I guess I've just encountered so many people that like they hear one thing about my childhood and they're just like, I now need to ask you 18 things, you know?
Well, you don't know the things you don't know. I think the world is so different when you're raised, and like you guys could not be more polar opposite in terms of the range that
Our
you
childhood
had.
upbringing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So like, even though she and I were both raised in right-wing cult-like places, I was a free-range kid. Like I got to, they're like, just show up for dinner time, and then we know you're not dead.
Yeah.
Otherwise,
See ya.
don't get into trouble, right? And so you just got to free range around.
Yeah.
And so like talking to her, us comparing ideas, I am constantly sort of concussed with this like, you had to hide in the bathroom just to read a book because it was antisocial to read a book.
Yeah,
like
that's wild.
And then she would do the same thing with me where I'd be like, yeah, I just like stuff my bed with fake clothes so that it looked like there was a body in there, and then spend the entire night out running around with friends trying to get people to buy us booze. Yeah. Getting into trouble, running around. That was but you don't know how to ask about those things because the worlds are so
I just had this
different
obscure
and foreign.
idea of what bad kids did, you know. Very like snuck out of windows, definitely.
Yeah.
Teen pregnancy, bad kid.
Bad kid. Because they transgressed.
Sneaky drinking and drugs.
Yeah.
That's bad. Graffiti probably.
Oh yeah.
You know, like vandalizing. Like that's just a thing bad kids do is they'll sneak out through the window and then go and fuck with somebody else's stuff.
Sure.
Because they don't care about people. Anyway, that's kind of what I knew. And so that's why when I like got older and I realized all the things bad kids actually did all the time, I was like, why did my parents think I was such a bad kid? Because I never did. I never even did the really vanilla bad kid stuff.
Yeah.
Her big bad kid offense was listening to country music on the radio.
Oh, yeah. I mean,
Unapproved
with
country
my
music.
siblings.
Yeah, being
Bad
around you
influence.
the last few years, I guess for me, my experience has been that you're creating yourself all the time. I guess I never thought to relate who you are to who you were.
Oh, yeah.
Like, so yeah, I love to hear the stories that you have about it, like the thoughts and feelings it creates from being exposed in that environment.
Yeah.
It always trips
I love
me
sharing
out.
that stuff because
Yeah.
I feel as though I have the sense that you're the sort of person that wants to be evolving and expanding. And so, like, if you can share with me your perspectives of all the shit you did as a child, and then I can share with you my perspectives of what my mind was doing as a child, then we can both be like, what?
Yeah.
And then our minds are expanding.
Yeah, that's neat.
Like, anytime that you get a little shook up, like, oh my God, I had no idea that was a thing, or I thought that was only a thing in movies. That's what happens to me about you a lot of the time.
That's what happens to me about you. I'm like, I'm always just like, what?
Stone Fruit Media tuned in.
Yeah, I never even thought about it like that. She does that a lot.
Hate has been demolishing this kind of coddling for years. HAIDT.
Yeah,
it does not serve the long-term resilience of those being coddled. So that's referring to our previous topic of conversation. I don't know. I asked him if he had any resources to share.
Hate.
Hated.
HAIDT. Yeah. I don't know what that is.
Yeah, I
can look it
think the pendulum has swung a particular direction.
Oh boy.
And in response to a bunch of oppression and bullshit, and it's got to level out. We can't just keep going in this direction or things are going to shatter, So eventually it's going to have to level out. And I think
Jonathan Haidt thinks safe spaces are stifling. YouTube video, 15 minutes.
In a general evolutionary, metaphysical, objective sense, yes, they are.
Sam Harris does an interview with that guy.
Here's a great quote that goes along with that. The boat is safe in harbor, but that's not what boats are for.
Yeah, that's the best way to break it down.
Yeah. I mean,
fuck. The harbor has a place.
If you've got a fucking beat up ass boat that needs some loving tenderness and some care and some patching and, fucking go to harbor for a while.
Yeah.
That's where the phrase go to ground comes from. Like, go into your bunker and patch yourself up. Fucking do it. But I think one problem that I'm seeing that we haven't gotten into yet that I want to do like a whole episode on is that instead of identifying our mental health and social issues and diagnosing them and working to better them, we have started falling en masse into this trap of identifying as our mental health issues and our social differences.
I think there's a bit of there might be
in which case the boat just stays in harbor forever and never patches itself up to go back out to sea.
And I think the thing that concerns more libertarian minded people is that it's not only that they just it's not that you're just supposed to stay in the harbor to stay safe. It's that there is the unrealistic expectation that you're going to extend the safety of the harbor across the ocean, which makes people go like, you literally can't. You can't do that, right? So the idea of the woke movement that upsets some people, because I think it is worth having a conversation about, is that the idea of the woke movement in the safe space is going to expand over we'll all be safe now.
Yeah, sure.
But you now have to adhere to this set of safety, which means that you don't. It's the same problem that I have with the AI that doesn't recognize irony or sarcasm. Yeah. These things, like the safe space it's a space.
Absolutely.
It's not a zeitgeist.
Sure.
It's a space within the zeitgeist.
Yeah.
And I think zealots, and this is the religious movement, right? If you've always been marginalized and you step into a space where you're validated, it's got to be like a religious experience. And of course you want other people to experience that. And you become a zealot for we should all feel the way that I feel, and you want to move it out into the world.
But that comes from
the premise. Realistic?
That comes from the premise that we have all been injured the way I was injured,
right?
Which is not true.
Right.
Yeah. We have not all been injured the way some people have been injured, and we're trying to convince people who have not been injured to change their lives to match the life of the person who has been injured and what they need.
Well, something about you specifically, too, that I am curious about is because you spent so much time in the house and the very particular way that you grew up, mixed with having to move around so much, sometimes to really completely different parts of the country.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, I gave him the whole rundown this morning.
Yeah.
You were never even able to make friends outside of your family, is that right? Unless you found a church of some sort to...
Yeah, it was mother, father, and us 7 kids as we all got popped out.
Yeah.
And she's the oldest of the group, so that's a phenomenon.
Okay.
That's a big part of the story, is being the oldest.
Yeah.
And then each place that we landed, we would find a church immediately.
Yeah.
And we would, hopefully there would be a church in the same denomination that my parents got locked into in Southern Illinois when I was 9.
Yeah.
And they would go to a church, for instance, in Arizona. We lived on the San Carlos Apache Reservation and attended a Lutheran church every Sunday because Jesus said for Christians to gather together. And so we had to go to church. But once a month, we would drive 3 hours to Phoenix, where there was one of the churches that was the right kind of church.
Mm-hmm.
And we would stay overnight with one of those families, go shopping at Costco, get our month's worth of shopping done, and go to that church to kind of re-up on
the real juice.
Exactly. The good shit, you know.
Yeah.
The other stuff was like a spiritual placeholder.
Uh-huh.
And then on the reservation,
the
you were
church,
sort of in a compound on the reservation.
that place specifically was a compound. The rest of the time, it was just us, my mom, us kids in the house. My dad worked really long hours. Being a doctor, you generally work 12-hour shifts plus driving on either side. So the days he was working, he really wasn't home.
Right.
Or if he was exhausted. But, I mean, my dad worked really hard to make himself available for us. He would come home and be in his scrubs until he went to bed, just so that he could have dinner with us, do devotions, read a book out loud to us before bed, and then help put everybody to bed. He was extremely invested.
Well, and with you being the oldest, I mean, that would have meant you didn't really get to be a kid. Like your life would have been so much about caretaking. Caretaking.
I think I have, in fairness, you know, I have to say it's like a pie. And in the general scheme of all of the people that I've met since leaving this group, and their pie of childhood, and how much of it was spent doing chores and taking care of their brother, versus my pie. I had 24/7 pressure. There was a 24/7 expectation and understanding that I was responsible for my siblings' well-being. I actually just got to compare notes with a very dear childhood friend a couple summers ago, who is also the oldest of a massive family. And I was like, well, I mean, you know, it's just tough when you never have, and she's like, Ains, it wasn't like that for me. Like when I was babysitting, and when I was not babysitting, if one of the kids came to me, I was told by my mother to tell that kid, you need to go talk to mommy about this because I'm not on shift.
Right.
And I was like, I just broke down crying in the car.
Yeah.
The idea that the mother valued my friend's childhood so much.
Yeah.
And she understood she was not the fucking mother.
Right.
If you're going to fucking shit out 7 kids, you fucking take care of them.
Right.
You know?
I do know.
So So I love my siblings.
Of course.
And there was this issue that I kept having as a child that I did not diagnose until much later. I could never understand what was going on.
Yeah.
We're wake up, have breakfast, do some school, take breaks outside, do some more school, have lunch, watch a little show, do some more school, play, go on an outing, go to the library, go to the park, whatever. Everything we did all as a group.
Yeah.
But invariably at the like mid-morning break, when my siblings would all go out to the trampoline to bounce and play on the play set and stuff, I would just sit at the kitchen table and watch them through the screen. And I always felt so sad because I was like, I want to play with them. I want to play, for one thing.
Yeah.
I lost my play really early on, I feel, for a child. And I want to play with them because they're so happy and they're so cute and they're so sweet and I love them so much, but I just don't want to go. It felt like an obligation. if I were to go out and play, then I would be having to do it.
That was a part of your. So in Hawaii, they have the term.
And I realized later on is like that's what mothers feel like.
Right.
That's a mother problem when it's always your job to be thinking about them and taking care of them and worrying about them. Yeah. You want to be able to play with them, but your break can't be playing with them.
Sure.
You know, mothers need someone else to come in and give them a break that isn't playing with the kids.
Sure.
So that they can enjoy playing with the kids.
Yeah.
As well as nurturing the kids.
In Hawaii, they talk about the term kuleana, which is like your responsibility. So if your kuleana is the back of this valley, and it's the King's Valley, or the Queen's Valley, and the party comes at the end of the year and you haven't done shit, the bananas aren't there,
right,
and the place is a wreck and the weeds have gone crazy, then they kill you. And somebody else has that kuleana. And then if you do a good job, then you get to do it again. And you were given a really steep kuleana, a responsibility that is one of what we call a trauma superpower now. Like you did do the mom thing in, what do you call that, in a proxy way.
I was parent C.
And your mom's religion was all about women need to learn to be mothers.
Yeah.
So I can see why
wouldn't she be giving me those sorts of duties so that I could someday be a wife and mother for my husband?
What else would the woman do? So she's getting like top-notch training. So in a sense, it's like a trauma like if you can work with that, it's a trauma superpower. This is why she's highly prized as a manager of movie sets, because she can walk between all the departments and keep it all together.
Sure.
I fucking know what everybody's doing and what they need to do in what order better than a lot of the people that are in charge of movies.
Yeah. So how long have you finally been independent and on your own and free?
I divorced my first husband I left him in October of 2015.
Okay.
So 6.5 years. Yeah. We didn't get officially divorced until like a year later, but we definitely. I moved away.
Yeah.
Whatever that story was, I couldn't fix it, and I didn't have any energy to do it anymore.
Sure.
And that's not what you're supposed to do in Christianity as a good wife. You're supposed to just stay because you made a promise, like a spiritual bond before God, like a mystical bond has been broken.
Right.
And that everybody else is looking up to you to be a representative of how Jesus loves the church, sacrificially and forever.
Yeah.
So
don't want to fail Jesus.
Yeah, I went to at least two church services every week, my whole life since like 5 on, and multiple conferences, plus we listened to Bible stories and Bible songs and did devotions every day.
Wow.
So I feel very confident in my biblical scholar knowledge. Of course, some of it sort of fallen out of your head with time, but like even just being in conversation with Joshua Michael has me referencing everything from Bible verses. It just starts coming up like some people reference Aesop's fables, some people reference the I Ching, some people reference Shakespeare. Like I frame everything with Bible verses.
Yeah.
And when I'm around somebody that I know speaks that language, I start speaking to them in that language,
Right. The accent comes out. Yeah.
So that was kind of interesting. I was like, that's like the 4th Bible verse that I thought of saying in the last hour when we were talking with him.
Those are the common reference points where you know that you're communicating.
And weirdly, after a few years of just not doing any of that at all, like I reached max capacity with biblical scholarship and exposure to Christian practices. Over the last couple of years, I've started having more Bible verses come up for me organically, like, wow, that's really fucking wise. If I had been given this book as a tool that I could use by choice to help me when I needed help, I would fucking love the Bible.
Right.
Which I think is the relationship a lot of Christians have with the Bible.
Sure.
Modern Christians, lukewarm Christians is what my church would call them.
Sure.
You don't get to pick and choose the Bible. The Bible is all, and it's true, and all of it is
completely literal, no metaphor.
So, but going back into it and being able to have some distance and look back at it as a tool, like Shakespeare or Aesop's fables or the I Ching or any other sort of tool that we use, it's like, oh, wow, some all the choice shit that I identified with as a youth are all still super choice. But I
reframed it.
Yeah, I'm not a Christian. You know, I think I would, after years of not really being able to say I'm not a Christian, because maybe God would strike me dead and it would make my sisters really sad. You know, like I can walk in that world. I can swim in that pool. I respect and love those values. I see those values in many other places in history and all over the planet. I don't think Christianity invented those values, which is what I was told. I think it's a beautiful way when it's practiced healthfully.
Yeah, health versus unhealth. That's what it all comes down to.
Yeah.
It was hard for me to realize that there were some really loving, amazing Christians having a great time.
Intelligent, independent.
Like, it was hard for me. It was like, fuck, God, what? Like, it was like, I don't want to think that's real because I was so, I rebelled against it so hard. It was like, it was so painful for me that I was like, fuck all of it. And then to see other people who were able to live in that world and have, like, shit, just hanging out with her family, even though, like, her family is a kind, present, loving. I get along with every one of them, parents, kids.
The parents
They're very
like him?
open to me. And I'm like, that's not supposed to be the case. I'm supposed to not like you because of the difference.
Right. Yeah.
It's been a long time for me to heal from the trauma of, as I say, somebody slipped me a bad God. Yeah. Like at a party, somebody gave me a bad God. I'm like, well, gods are bad. I'm like, no, you just got a bad God.
Yeah.
And I've had to realize there's so many different versions of the Christian experience.
Yeah.
That I think I had to get over trauma before I could even entertain the fact that there's some benefit in that world.
Sure.
Yeah. So yeah, I was deep in it until like September of 2015, and I guess I got corrupted. I was like at the point where I was so unhappy, and I started talking with some people from other parts of the world and who didn't go to my church.
Right.
And they were having a better time than me, and it kind of broke my heart.
Yeah.
Because the promise is, if you do these things, then you will have the best time.
Yeah.
You know, because it's the right way. It's the best way. And I had kind of tried everything that I knew how to try at the time to fix my marriage within the confines of, you know, like we couldn't like hire a girlfriend or anything to try and ramp up our sex life or whatever.
Right.
Like, we could do therapy,
yeah,
You
counseling.
could do
we
therapy?
could have, you know, like
but
with a
within
pastor.
within a church
Yeah,
context.
like with a pastor, you know.
Right.
Yeah.
Or maybe even if it was really bad, we could have done therapy with a like clinical psychologist, you know. But that would have been admitting that it was so bad.
Right.
You know. But yeah, so I was teaching piano to Holly Brantley, who is a famous news anchor from Missouri, who came to Montana and became a famous news anchor in Montana, and now I think she's in Kentucky. So she just like goes around and does the morning show.
Sure.
All over the country.
Yeah.
We ran into each other, and it was like weird star friend energy. And I was teaching her piano lessons, and she was talking about a Christian conference that she'd gone to that was so refreshing and beautiful for her. And I think she was just so happy and so fulfilled and grounded in her experience. And then she was like, how are you doing?
Yeah.
And my energy was just the complete opposite. I was living a lie.
Yeah.
I was acting like everything was fine when it was not all day, every day for a couple of years,
right.
You know? And I was just like, I just don't think I want to be married anymore.
Yeah.
And then it was like, ooh,
yeah,
you can never unsay it.
right.
And I was never going to say it because I was never going to get a divorce.
Yeah.
You can never unsay it. Oh.
Who's that?
That's JJ.
It's a little late.
Cool.
You can sit over there and
Here.
those little oh yeah.
Put these on. How's it going?
Really well.
Good, good.
Good to see you.
Sorry for dropping by a little late.
He did text me in advance that he was going to be coming by late. Just a little bit ago. So you can pull that sort of down and towards you. You might have to scoot over a little bit. Yep, there you go.
Dope.
Hey, how are you doing?
Fairly well.
Yeah. It's good to see you again. It's been a while.
Oh yeah, it's been a fat minute.
Yes, indeed. So tell me, Let's just jump right. Everybody, this is JJ Hadley,
What's up?
former co-host emeritus of the Jolly Roger Talk Radio Show.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
The good old days.
Hey, this is a censorship-free environment.
Oh, yeah.
So tell me about your speech and debate tournament, first of all. What happened and where are you going?
So, pretty cool stuff. We had our national qualifier tournament like sometime in, I don't remember, probably February. And I didn't qualify to go then, but I did sign up for supplemental. So I'll be going to Louisville, Kentucky for poetry and extemporaneous debate.
Okay.
June 12th.
So how is poetry a debate category?
It's a speech category.
Okay, speech category.
Yeah.
So that's just do some poetry.
Yeah, pretty much.
Do you have to perform original poetry?
No, I signed up for, so it's like pre-written and I get to just do it.
Oh, so it's like reciting an interpretation of somebody's poetry.
Yeah, exactly. And there's a possibility, we have to look up the rules, but there's a possibility that I can recite like a song or something.
Oh.
So like Vincent or American Pie or something like that.
Oh, that American Pie as a recitation would be pretty cool.
Yeah.
Hey, why don't you scoot over this way just a tiny bit, baby? Oh, yeah? Yeah. Mark French, James Hadley.
Sup?
Do you want to go by James or JJ?
I'm good either way.
Okay. I appreciate you fitting us in at the end of your day. We're just completely maxively pooped out at the end of 4 days of streaming 8 hours a day.
That's fair.
So this is our last 20 minutes.
Okay.
And you're ringing it in with us.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so speech. So you're going to recite some poetry, and then what's extemporaneous?
So extemporaneous debate is we get our topic 30 minutes before we debate it, and we get pro or con, and it's pretty much like on the fly 16 minutes of debating.
That sounds so cool.
Yeah, that sounds really fun.
That sounds like my dream would be
Yeah.
that kind of pressure.
Absolutely.
It is pretty fun. And ironically, like my normal event in speech and debate is the exact opposite, where we have an entire year to prepare for our topic.
That's like your top, like that's what, did you say whether you want to go by JJ or James?
Oh, I'm good either way.
Okay,
yeah.
all right. So that's your preferred topic.
Yeah, as policy. That's
It's
the
like
way I go.
You spend the whole year.
Yeah, I'm good with whatever. I mean, I've done all types of debate. Congress, public forum. That's about it.
What was the hardest thing that you were given pro or con for that you didn't agree with but that you had to debate?
I'm not too sure about that. I don't really have a good opinion on anything, so I'm like good anywhere.
You don't have a fixed opinion on anything.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, there was some sketchy stuff that I did in Congress that that I managed to pull through though in front of 20 other people that I thought was funny.
You were like, you should never have agreed to this.
Yeah, exactly. I should have not gotten fifth for that. It was very fun.
That's cool. So how did you first get into speech and debate, JJ?
So my 7th grade history teacher like mentioned it to me. Well, geography teacher. Sorry. But yeah, he's a geographer. Yeah, sorry. You're not that cool yet.
Oh,
he's moving up in the high school.
Geography's important.
Yeah, it's like it's whack.
And
yeah.
then
he just mentioned it, and then when I got to the high school, like on the announcement freshman year, they're like, "Yo, if you want to go to speech and debate, come here for like meetings." And I was like, "All right, I'm down." And then I went, and then one of my friends from middle school, who I wasn't really that good of friends, but now I'm really good friends with, he was also doing it, and we were like, you know what, we should partner up, you know?
Yeah,
might as well. And then we did, and now we're a pretty dope team, honestly.
You just like play off each other perfectly?
Yeah, I mean, like it works out.
I heard that of all of the kids in speech and debate this year, you won a very particular award.
I can't remember that reward. I'm not gonna lie off the top of my head.
The briefcase.
Oh, that award. Yes, I did win the briefcase.
Tell us about the briefcase.
So the briefcase is like, it's basically a big fuck you to everyone else in Montana, because as small as Butte is, we're pretty mighty. And so it's the most politically incorrect briefcase you'll ever see ever in your life. And so naturally I got it because I am
so it wasn't just the school, it was all of Montana.
No.
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 Okay.
It's more of like a hand-me-down from like the elites of the Butte speech and debate team.
Cool.
And so the former captain right now, and head captain, Hogan O'Donnell, he gave it over to me because I'm the most politically incorrect person, and he was like, "This is the gem for you.
Can't go to anyone else."
And he was correct, because I am very politically incorrect.
And so how long do you hold the briefcase before you pass it along?
Till next year, till I retire to college.
What?
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
That's fine. I was wondering if you would like to tell the full uncensored version about how your friend may not be able to bear children someday because of the accident on the soccer field.
Oh, that was funny. So there was this one time just during practice. It's a pretty quick story, honestly. We were just doing some, like, just regular sparring, and, like, I was just on him. I was supposed to defend. He was defending, actually. I was attacking for the ball. And I tripped on my foot, and I, like, felt bad already, and I was about to fall on him, so I tried to move my way out and step over him. But somehow in the way, I stepped on his balls with full cleats and just demolished him. But he took it like a champ. 5 minutes later, he was back running.
Oh, God.
I don't understand that man. He is a beast.
Wow. Well, prayers for his future children.
I know. I love him. And that wasn't even the first time. I think I did it a second time, too.
To that same friend?
Same kid.
Oh, no.
Yeah, he's a champion.
Do you... what's your favorite extracurricular thing these days?
Ooh, man, that's a good question. I don't know.
Do you even have time for extracurriculars?
I have so many extracurriculars.
Oh, no, I don't mean the school prescribed extracurricular. I mean extracurricular in the way of, like...
like my hobbies?
Yeah, what do you fucking do for fun?
Shit's whack. I don't know. I just do a lot of random things. Right now, I'm, like, doing this vocab project for one of my teachers, and it's like a sock puppet show, so I'm getting into that. I don't know.
Cool.
With my ADD, I do a lot of things. Like, over spring break, I was learning, like, German, Spanish, and Korean all at the same time.
On Duolingo?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're doing Duolingo.
Yeah, it's a very dope website.
Dark's doing Spanish, and I'm doing Haitian Creole.
What is that?
Can you explain Creole, Mark?
It's a mix of a couple of the cultures in and around New Orleans. From that time.
Oh, nice. That's actually pretty cool.
And how is it different from Cajun?
Creole, if I remember correctly, and I don't want to disrespect anyone, is a mix of, like, Native and African American.
Oh, okay.
And then the Cajuns and Acadians are French-speaking peoples.
Yeah. And
one of them actually ended up down there from Montreal, Quebec. They were a bunch of French-speaking fur trappers and merchants and things that decided to go south.
That's sick.
Yeah.
That's actually really dope.
Cool. Well, so our show is all about talking about all the things you're not supposed to question.
Okay.
So it's not politically correct either.
Awesome.
We're not intentionally offensive, but we definitely do talk about things that bug people.
That sounds like just the embodiment of me. I do that all the time.
Do you have hot button topics that you like, your thing that you like always arguing with people about? Like the hill that you like to die on?
Man, it's so bad, but it's like one of the things of, like, how, like, I kind of proved it mathematically in my English class, and I'm probably the only person after a Huck Finn, like, Reed, to, like, prove why it's okay to be a little racist in some circumstances.
Okay.
Because, like, I basically said, like, I use a bell curve, like, graph to demonstrate it. Being way racist is obviously horrible because, like, slavery and that such.
Harmful.
KK.
Yeah.
Like, the KKK, I guess.
Right.
That's just bad. But, like, being, like, racist and, like, more in our society today, and I was specifically talking about more BLM, that's more racist to, like, because saying, like, black people deserve this and this and this and this is, like, racist towards white people in a sense, because you're giving black people more of that leverage than white people, and it's not putting them at an equal side. And what, like, you need to do is, like, just look at all people the same. Like, it's not like a black person should have these rights because they're black. It's that everyone should have this rights because natural rights, which is, like, kind of like the founding of the United States.
So you're speaking to this hypothetical utopia where we can have a country where everybody is treated equally with equal access.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, like, like, no one should be treated differently, whether you're, like, black, white, Hispanic, or whatever. Like, it doesn't matter. Everyone should be treated the same. But, like, when people start going over the board, like, we need to have more rights for these people. Like, yes, but the way they're doing it is harmful. Those protests were harmful and all that such.
I'll insert from the perspective of just having, like, read a fuck ton about it, that the things the Black Lives Matter are trying to acquire for black people in the U.S. are fixing an imbalance from down here up to equal.
Yeah.
Rather than from here to more than white people.
Yeah.
That's the general intention.
Yeah. I'm not that, like, looking into
Yeah.
it that much that I don't know what's going on. I just needed an essay for my English class. I'm going to be frank.
When we had our show with our friend Mokai, who is black, but he's from South Africa, so he didn't grow up in the U.S. experiencing slavery and racism.
Oh, nice.
He's a different kind of black person, you know? But when he came over here, everybody sort of was, like, treating him like, oh, a black person, we should be careful we don't say, like, anti-black stuff, you know?
Yeah.
Anti-African American stuff. He was like, I don't know what you're talking about, you know? Like, but so when we were doing our show with him, we kind of came up with this idea of benign versus malignant racism.
Yeah.
Like intentional versus accidental racism.
Yeah.
In our quest to try to have this equality that you say we're all humans, we should all have equal access, right?
Yeah.
Equal opportunity. Some people, we need to bear in mind that only a few people actually hate black people.
Yeah.
Most people that might accidentally say something racist are probably just never saw a black person before or never had anybody tell them, like, you can't use that word.
Like, they don't have that tolerance.
They just don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so when we spank them the same way that we spank people that are actually being hateful and saying, no, black people are going to work in my business.
Yeah.
You're like, that's inappropriate. You know, like that's inequality. Like,
Yeah.
but then we've got this guy over here that uses a bad word accidentally, you know, and then you spank him the same as the other guy. We're not going to educate anybody that way. So,
Yeah, no.
so Mokai helped us kind of sort this out. Like, we got to have two different approaches. Is somebody being malicious, or did they just do something on accident and they need education?
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
And
You're right. That is a very, very touchy subject.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I got an 88 on that test essay, probably.
What? Why?
I don't know, just grammar.
Oh.
Yeah, it was mostly grammar.
I was going to be like, I can copy edit for you, but that's like the whole point of high school is that you learn to do that stuff yourself.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I'm glad that you came down here at the last minute on such short notice.
Yeah.
Right before 8 p.m.
Oh, yeah.
Do you have any final thoughts that you need to leave with the people of Butte or our audience?
Be good to each other, because we're all on the shit earth probably for the rest of our lives. Everyone
Probably.
here. So let's make it a little less shitty for each other, because that's the dope way to go.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Word.
That's like what we say, but we just don't use the word shitty in it. Or dope. Yeah.
In the essence.
In the essence, yeah. What Dark's mission statement that I just totally adopted because I was super into it was to have a better time with more people more often.
Yeah, the same message. Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty, yeah.
Let's be less shitty and have a less shitty time.
Yep. Pretty much.
Yeah. Mark, any final thoughts?
No.
Dark, any final thoughts?
Yeah.
Or questions for our guest?
I don't have any questions. I really was hoping to have you for a longer time for the deep dive. We've been here for 8 hours, and so in that there's circlings that happen where we talk about a bunch of different things, and we find a thread and get to follow it. And I think we're changing the format of the show a little bit to maybe try to cultivate more of like a living room conversation session environment, so we can get to know each other better, so that we were talking before you got here about the idea of the brave space, which is like maybe having difficult conversations in a space where we don't feel threatened by the people who might challenge us.
Yeah.
The difference between being threatened and challenged. And on
touchy subjects.
When we had copacetic conversations with our friend Mokai, we were having difficult conversations across party lines, religious lines, and we had the high school speech and debate champion in the studio with us to be our logical fallacy referee.
Nice.
So
That's right.
So
Nice.
we really enjoyed having a voice from that demographic and age group that was schooling adults on the proper use of the proper way to have a constructive conversation.
Yeah.
And our goal with Mokai is when he comes back is to take kind of what we do on the road and incorporate local high school kids who have spent some time and energy on how to have conversations with integrity versus just blasting each other.
Yeah.
And so hopefully as we develop this idea, you'll be around to come down and spend some more time in the show as we do it and act as maybe our interim or temporary or guest logical fallacy referee whenever we're having difficult conversations across lines.
Oh, yeah.
You'd be down with that gig.
Probably be down.
Okay, good.
Depends on the timing. I'm busy all the time.
Yeah, you're a very busy guy. Well, thanks for coming down.
Oh, yeah.
And we want to tell everybody who's been tuning in. I don't know who the winner is today, who stuck with us the longest. I don't know if Old Deb has hung in still. But thanks. Yeah, Joshua Michael spent a lot of the time of the 8 hours with us in the comment thread. Yeah. So I want to thank everybody for coming down to the salon, participating in the dialogue, sharing it to your friends, and we're exhausted and want to stop now.
What a weekend.
Yeah. You can always go to postorthodoxy.com. There's ways to find out more about who we are, what we're doing, and how to support us there. And I think I've said all the things. Did you end it?
Thanks, JJ. That was fucking fun.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we'll do it again sometime.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you for visiting our outpost in the Borderlands. Post-Orthodoxy is a project of Sevier Studios. We host ongoing, interactive conversations centered around cognitive liberty, and you can join in by catching one of our live streams on Facebook, YouTube, or Twitch. You can also catch each conversation after the fact as a podcast by searching for Post-Orthodoxy wherever podcasts are found. If you take value from the work we are doing and the community we're building together, you can support the Outpost in the Borderlands for as little as $5 a month on our website, Better Time. That's betterti.me. Visit the Sevier Studios page and subscribe. You can also support The Outpost by following and connecting with us on Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, Twitter, Instagram, and or Substack. Our Post-Orthodoxy theme music was composed by Frank Pascal, and a special thanks goes to our voice actors, Amelia, Colin, Sbo, Rosie, Gabo, Vicky, Mokai, and Tony.
Thanks for playing.
What's outside your reality bubble? I think I dribbled a bit that last one.